Chapter 96. The hidden beauty, however. That gaze rendered Chen Shui somewhat uneasy. Wai Ning nodded in satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "Not bad. You've made considerable progress. Today, I shall teach you a set of 5 animal play. Practice diligently. And in a few days, you may well break through to the qi refining stage, nurturing true energy within your body. However, if you wish to attain the master realm, it may require several months or even years of accumulation, which could prove somewhat challenging." Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's face lit up with joy. She was merely an ordinary person, possessing only a slight foundation in martial arts. Concepts such as refining the body or qi were, for her, distant aspirations. Most ordinary martial artists were merely for show, with few achieving true mastery in body refinement. Once one reached the body refinement stage, their strength and speed surpassed ordinary limits. As for the qi refining stage, it represented the realm of inner strength experts. Many of those so-called masters and powerful figures online were mostly superficial, lacking genuine substance. True mastery was exceedingly rare. Attaining the qi refining stage would allow one to roam the secular world with impunity. As for becoming a master, exhibiting true energy externally was akin to a divine being. However, the prospect of training under Yi Ning and potentially becoming a master within a few months ignited a fervor within Chen Shui, prompting her to nod emphatically. Yi Ning, equally pleased, demonstrated the 5 animal play once more. Chen Shui watched intently, memorizing all the intricate movements. After just one demonstration, she executed the sequence with commendable form. Yet her technique in exerting force remained somewhat flawed, prompting Yi Ning to step forward for hands-on guidance. The tiger stance primarily relies on the strength from the waist and abdomen, with limbs fully extended. The final movement requires total body strength, holding back the power until the moment of action, striking like thunder. As Yi Ning spoke, he raised his hand to emphasize the points of force: the waist, abdomen, forearms, and thighs. After completing the demonstration, Chen Shui was drenched in perspiration. "Did you remember everything?" Yi Ning inquired, looking at her. I remembered." Chen Shui's breath quickened. The 5 animal play demanded full-body exertion, akin to practicing Tai Chi. Although the activity appeared minimal, it effectively invigorated her, sending her blood coursing through her veins. Coupled with Yi Ning's occasional physical guidance, it left her flushed and panting. "Well, as long as you remembered, you shall take up residence at Wulong Villa tonight," Yi Ning stated directly. "Master." At that moment, Chen Shui suddenly looked up, her watery eyes fixed on Yi Ning, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Yi Ning was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. "Just say what you wish to express. Do you have feelings for me? Do you want to—" Chen Shui's voice trailed off to a whisper. "What do you mean?" Yi Ning was puzzled. "You just touched me all over, and now you want me to go to Wulong Villa. Isn't that?" Chen Shui's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her head buried deep in her chest. Yi Ning, stunned, realized that his earlier intentions had been misconstrued. While he had indeed felt a degree of distraction, his motives were purely to help Chen Shui grasp the techniques more swiftly, with no ulterior motives in mind. Yet, reflecting on Chen Shui's words, he too felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It's all right. It's all right. If you desire it, I wouldn't mind." Chen Shui interjected, her face flushed, wishing for a hole to hide in, secretly cursing herself for not having the patience to let Yi Ning take the lead. Yi Ning was utterly taken aback. The resolute and decisive beauty, Chen Shui, was displaying such vulnerability. "I merely guided you in your training. Do not read too much into it." Yi Ning cleared his throat, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. "As for why I want you to train at Wulong Villa, I cannot divulge too much at this moment. Just focus on your training there. I will check on your progress when I have the chance. Do not be complacent." With that, Yi Ning hastily took his leave, feeling a rising heat within himself. Indeed, in the secluded Wulong Villa, it would be just the two of them training. As he pondered this, he felt a sense of mischief brewing within him, but he did not wish to expose his identity before Chen Shui, nor could he disclose the truth about Wulong Villa and his own circumstances. Thus, ambiguity lingered, and retreat seemed the wisest course. Just as Yi Ning exited the courtyard, he noticed the mad dog waiting respectfully in the lobby of the Royal KTV. At this hour, the establishment was yet to open, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Upon seeing Yi Ning, Mad Dog's eyes brightened, and he approached with a grin. "Mr. Zheng, Hazy has been waiting for a long time." Yi Ning paused, realizing that if he did not meet with Li Hazy, it would seem discourteous. Therefore, upon learning of Zheng Ning's arrival, Li Hazy had hurried down to greet him, though he had been kept waiting outside due to Yi Ning's training session with Qin Shui. After meeting with Li Hazy, who provided a meticulous report on recent developments, Yi Ning was surprised to learn that not only had the 3 pharmaceutical magnates of Yunqing come seeking refuge, but several other prominent figures and businesses in Yunqing had also approached, eager for protection. Among these were many who had previously collaborated with the Zhou family. However, following the events at Wulong Villa, everyone had come to recognize who the true benefactor was, leading them to curry favor with Yi Ning instead. That Mr. Zheng, the Black Dragon Society is no longer what it once was. Li Hazy grinned broadly, his smile reaching ear to ear. The Black Dragon Society is no longer merely an underground force. I am in the process of restructuring it, that I believe that soon we will become the largest power in Yunqing. Even the Zhou family had sent emissaries to seek reconciliation, but I have turned them away, having only met with a few pharmaceutical merchants. Very well, Yi Ning nodded lightly. You handle these matters at your discretion. There is no need to report every detail to me. With that, Yi Ning turned and departed. It was just past noon when he left the Royal KTV. Feeling no hunger, he decided to visit Wulong Villa. The Wulong Villa area and the Xinya Villa area are the 2 most affluent residential districts in Yunqing. Xinya Villa is situated in the city center, where space is at a premium, and the main villa belongs to the Zhou family. In contrast, Wulong Villa is nestled at the foot of Wulong Mountain, boasting a serene environment and picturesque scenery. The main villa, now Yi Ning's property, is the Zhang family villa. Over half of the 20-odd villas in the area are occupied by major pharmaceutical tycoons, with several others acquired by other first-rate forces in Yunqing. Chapter 97. The encirclement. Though Yi Ning was now immensely wealthy and wielded considerable influence, he was still youthful at heart. The thought that the Grand Wulong Villa would soon be his new home stirred excitement within him. Climbing into his Land Rover, he drove straight to the Wulong Villa area. As he traversed the bustling city, he arrived at the tranquil Wulong Villa area. Driving slowly through, he felt his spirits lift at the sight of several elegantly decorated villas, each with its own courtyard. Just as he was admiring the surroundings, the iron gate of a 2-story villa suddenly swung open, and Zheng Huilan was roughly pushed out. Landing on the ground, a young girl in professional attire rushed forward to assist her, but was met with a kick from a man in a white suit, sending her sprawling. "You little wench! I gave you face because of your looks, didn't I? If you refuse to drink, you'll be punished. Drag her back in. I'm going to take care of this right now." The man in the white suit was none other than the debauched young master who had insulted Yi Ning outside the royal key. He now wore a sinister grin as he looked at the girl on the ground. With his words, 2 men in black suits moved to seize the girl and haul her back into the villa. "No, you can't do this. Let her go. Step aside." Zheng Huilan immediately stood up, shielding the girl, whose face was filled with panic and confusion. The foot of Wulong Mountain was already desolate, and with no one else around, the young master felt emboldened. "How dare a poor wretch like you ruin my fun? Beat her," he shouted, directing his 2 bodyguards, who ready to strike Zheng Huilan. That moment, an urgent screech of brakes echoed as the Land Rover came to a halt right in front of them. The 2 bodyguards paused their actions, their eyes narrowing at the vehicle. The young master in the white suit squinted, stepping forward with a sneer as Yi Ning emerged from the Land Rover. "You'd best leave now, kid. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. I've never seen your car before, and you look unfamiliar. Definitely not from around here. This Wulong Villa area is deeper than you think. If you provoke me, you won't even know how you meet your end." Yi Ning cast a cold glance at the young master before stepping forward to help Zheng Huilan up, inquiring with genuine concern. Mom, are you all right? He had already reverted to his original appearance. Son, you're here. It's great that you've come. Quickly, Xiuyu, let us get in the car. My son is here to take us home. Zheng Huilan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she hurriedly pulled the girl into the Land Rover. Two bodyguards clad in black would certainly not allow the two individuals to escape so easily. Without uttering a word, Yi Ning sprang forward, raising his hand to deliver two resounding slaps to the pair. Slap, slap. With the sharp sounds echoing in the air, the two bodyguards fell rigidly to the ground, their heads striking the concrete pavement, instantly rendering them unconscious. Zheng Huilan and Xiaoyu had already scrambled into the Land Rover. Son, hurry, start the car. We need to leave. Once inside, Zheng Huilan, still shaken, urged Yi Ning with urgency. Yi Ning turned to Zheng Huilan, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Mom, what exactly is going on? Please tell me. Your suffering cannot be in vain, and your grievances must be addressed. Son, just drive. Don't delay. These people are not ones we can afford to offend. Zheng Huilan, however, refrained from elaborating further, instead pressing him to leave. Beside them, Xiaoyu hastily interjected, Sir, I take full responsibility for today's events. I have caused your mother distress. However, this is not the time for explanations. Let us first vacate this place, and I shall provide you with a detailed account afterward. Yi Ning sighed internally, resigning himself to follow the two women into the Land Rover. Yet, before he could start the vehicle, they were already surrounded by dozens of men in black that a young man in a white suit, who appeared to be a spoiled rich kid, had inexplicably brandished a steel pipe, pointing it at Yi Ning in the driver's seat. Sneering, You little brat, after attacking my men, do you think you can simply walk away? You're dreaming, bang bang. As the spoiled rich kid finished his taunt, he struck the hood of the Land Rover twice with force. Fortunately, the sturdy vehicle with its tough exterior only suffered a few scratches from the blows. The threats were more noise than substance that Yi Ning frowned, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the arrogant youth. Then glanced back at Xiaoyu, who was huddled with his mother in the back seat, trembling with fear. In a low voice, he demanded, Who are you? Why are you with my mother? And how did you come to be here? Give me a clear and thorough explanation. The presence of his mother in such a perilous situation could not be divorced from the girl before him. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Ning with a face full of grievance, and his piercing gaze made her feel uneasy. Ultimately, she relented and recounted everything to Yi Ning. It turned out that Xiaoyu was merely a newly employed bank clerk. Zheng Huilan had been drawn to a street advertisement offering a 2 million yuan deal for a villa in Wulong and had entered the bank to inquire about it. When she was met with indifference, it was Xiaoyu who stepped in to assist, agreeing to take Zheng Huilan to view the property. The 12th villa they were interested in had originally belonged to the Zhang family, but had now become a write-off for the bank. Hence its low price. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning scoffed, narrowing his eyes at the nearby villa with a private yard, coldly remarking, You expect me to believe that such a villa could be purchased for 2 million? Are you trying to deceive me? Zheng Huilan, who had just defended Xiaoyu, was taken aback by her son's words, turning her gaze toward Xiaoyu. The girl, unable to meet Yi Ning's intense stare, explained with a quivering voice, We never claimed it could be bought for 2 million, that the advertisement clearly stated that 2 million was merely the down payment, with the full price being 12 million, and the remaining balance payable over 10 years. What? That's exorbitant, son. Let's not buy it. Let us go home. Zheng Huilan exclaimed immediately. Xiaoyu bit her lip, looking at Yi Ning with a pitiful expression, not daring to speak further. Now, even if they wanted to purchase, it was no longer an option. She had only accompanied Zheng Huilan to the viewing and had learned of the situation. The several villas that had been written off in the Wulong Villa area had already been purchased by other major players in the herbal medicine industry, which was precisely why they had encountered the arrogant youth during their visit, facing his scorn. However, such internal dealings were beyond the ken of a novice like her, leading to this misunderstanding. All right, Mom, You stay in the car and wait for me." Yi Ning, however, showed no intention of starting the vehicle. With the Land Rover's capabilities and power, he could easily make a swift exit. Nevertheless, the spoiled rich kid's blows had ignited his anger. He was not about to leave without confronting them. Chapter 98. It turns out he is Dr. Yi Ning. Having spoken, opened the car door and stepped out. "Oh, look at you, kid, showing some guts by stepping out for a chat." The spoiled rich kid grinned as Yi Ning exited, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. Just moments ago, his two subordinates had been dispatched by Yi Ning with a single slap each. Now, he could only dare to act tough from a distance. "You just assaulted my mother and damaged my car. How do you intend to settle this?" Yi Ning stared expressionlessly at the spoiled rich kid, his voice frigid. "Settle it?" The young man scoffed. "Look at how many people are around me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hand over that little bitch, then kneel and kowtow 3 times, or you won't be leaving this Wulong Villa area today." Yi Ning clenched his fist tightly, narrowing his eyes as he glared at the spoiled rich kid, his anger boiling within. At this moment, he was utilizing the identity of Yi Ning, which ideally should remain low profile to avoid endangering those around him. Still, he would not tolerate any bullying of his mother, Zheng Huilan, especially when the other party was so brazen and dismissive. If reason would not prevail, then he would resort to force. Yi Ning no longer hesitated. Striding forward with determination, the spoiled rich kid, already on guard, had retreated to stand near his 2 bodyguards, surrounded by his own men, believing he was safe. Little did he know, Yi Ning moved with lightning speed. His 2 capable bodyguards were caught off guard, and before they could react, Yi Ning had closed the distance between them. The 2 were now just inches apart. Yi Ning raised his hand, delivering a straightforward slap to the young man's face. Slap! The sharp sound rang out, and the spoiled rich kid fell to the ground, just like his bodyguards had moments before. "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" The spoiled rich kid roared in fury. However, as he rose from the ground, bellowing, "Are you all just standing by watching? Get him! Beat this bastard to death!" He was met with silence. No one dared to advance. Stunned, the spoiled rich kid scanned the crowd, only to find his subordinates gazing at Yi Ning with fear in their eyes, trembling, and not one of them daring to take a step forward. It was then he realized that while he had been knocked down, his 2 bodyguards had rushed forward. Yet, no one had seen Yi Ning's movements, and both bodyguards collapsed without a sound, unconscious and unaware of their fate. "Kneel now, kowtow an apology, and I might let you go." Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the spoiled rich kid, speaking in a low voice. After all, he currently held the identity of the owner of the Huichun Hall, which was why he had previously resorted to disguise. He did not wish to draw too much attention and put those around him at risk. Thus, he was offering the spoiled rich kid one last chance. The young man, eyes wide with terror, trembled as he took slow, hesitant steps backward. That it wasn't until he had retreated several meters that he abruptly turned and dove into the crowd. Only then did he dare to look back at Yi Ning. "You little brat, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Don't you realize where you are? This is Wulong Villa, causing a ruckus here. You must be seeking death. Do you even know who resides in the main villa of Wulong?" The spoiled rich kid sneered. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Was he not the new owner of the #1 villa in Wulong? "Oh, I too am curious to know who resides in the #1 villa of Wulong." Yi Ning replied with a smile. "Zheng Ning, Mr. Zheng, the young master, the overlord of Yunqing." The spoiled rich kid's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing as he spoke. What if he lives in the #1 villa? What does it have to do with you? Even if I were to kill you now, what would it matter?" Yi Ning scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Kill me?" The spoiled rich kid sneered, boasting, "My surname is Liu, and I am the beloved grandson of the herbalist Liu Xinzu. Our Liu family is a leading presence in the Yunqing herbal market, and we are now under the protection of Mr. Zheng Ning. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you Mr. Zheng will annihilate your entire family. Truly, the the world is vast, and every kind of bird exists within it. Wai Ning could not help but mutter in astonishment that he had not expected such scum to be among his allies. Even more surprising was this scum's audacity to wield his name as a shield. It appeared that this matter required serious handling. Just then, a black Mercedes slowly approached, finding itself surrounded by the crowd. The horn blared sharply twice, and the crowd turned, yet no one made way. The car door swung open, and Lee Heisey stepped out with an irritable expression. "Who the hell are you? Blocking the road in broad daylight. Are you in a hurry to die?" Lee Heisey spat as he pointed at the few individuals obstructing his path. Seeing his own men had blocked Lee Heisey's vehicle, Lu Gongzi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly approached, smiling ingratiatingly. "Black Lord, my apologies, we are blocking your way." Lu Gongzi rushed forward, bowing and scraping before Lee Heisey. "Do you remember me? It's little Lu, we just met. I was with my grandfather." "Your grandfather is?" Lee Heisey frowned, looking at the young man who was so eager to please. Clearly unimpressed and having little recollection of his identity. "Lu Xinzu. The herbalist Lu Xinzu." Lu Gongzi continued to smile, unperturbed, ditto Lu's grandson. Only then did Lee Heisey recall him, as Lu Xinzu held a significant status in Yunqing, having led the major players in the herbal market during their previous meeting. Therefore, as for Lu Xinzu and Lee Heisey, I do remember, upon seeing the glaring palm print on Lu Gongzi's face. Lee Heisey let out a scoff and remarked, "You few second-generation heirs may play and cause a ruckus as you please, but from this day forth, Mr. Zheng will take up residence in Villa No. 1. If you obstruct my vehicle, I might still negotiate with you. However, should you disturb Master Zheng's tranquility..." At this juncture, Lee Heisey's words abruptly ceased. Lu Gongzi, with great difficulty, swallowed hard and hastily nodded, instructing his subordinates to clear the way. Only then did the crowd part, and Lee Heisey nodded with satisfaction, directing his gaze forward, only to find a Land Rover blocking the road. Just as Lee Heisey was about to unleash his fury, a figure caught his eye, causing the profanity that was on the tip of his tongue to be swallowed back. Almost sprinting to the front of the Land Rover, Lee Heisey confirmed that the young man standing before the vehicle was indeed Yi Ning, and immediately broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" The group of wealthy heirs stood dumbfounded at this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Lee Heisey was, after all, under the command of Zheng Ning, Master Zheng, so why was he showing such deference to this young man? Moreover, he had just referred to him as Dr. Yi. Lu Gongzi's expression shifted rapidly, and as his mind raced, he recalled that several days ago, during a casual conversation with friends, they had mentioned that a renowned physician had emerged in Yun City, who had saved the life of the old Master Zhou on multiple occasions. However, shortly after these tales of the miraculous physician began to circulate, Master Zheng had made his grand entrance, vanquishing the former overlord of Yun City, Qiao Huayu. Thus, Yi Ning's identity had long faded from their memories. Lu Gongzi silently cursed his misfortune, realizing that what he thought was merely a jest with a lowly employee had embroiled him with some of the most formidable figures in all of Yun City. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, as just moments ago, his grandfather had brought him along with several magnates from the Yun City medicinal market to negotiate with Lee Heisey. They had reached a collaborative agreement, wherein they would annually offer tributes to Lee Heisey in exchange for Master Zheng's protection. Now, even if the latter had saved the old Master Zhou's life, the old man would still avoid crossing paths with Master Zheng. Therefore, Lu Gongzi felt no trepidation. However, upon realizing Yi Ning's identity, he understood that his previous actions had been rather inappropriate, prompting him to take a couple of steps forward. "So it is Dr. Yi," Lu Gongzi said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Previously, I failed to recognize your esteemed identity, and now that I am aware, it seems we have merely had a misunderstanding that, as the saying goes, a conflict leads to acquaintance. I must admit, I have embarrassed myself, and Dr. Yi has rightfully slapped me in the face. Let us downplay this matter. What part do you have in this discussion?" Lee Heisey narrowed his eyes, turning back to glare harshly at Lu Gongzi, who had attempted to mediate. Even without Yi Ning uttering a word, the gruesome scars on the Land Rover and the terrified figures of Zheng Huilan and Xiao Yu within spoke volumes. Having navigated the underworld for many years, Li Haizi understood that one must protect their family from harm. Once family members were injured, there could be no trivial matters. Moreover, while others may not know, he was acutely aware that the young Master Jingning, revered as a deity throughout Yin City, was none other than the very Yi Ning standing before him. Dr. Thus, after dismissing Lu Gongzi, Li Haizi turned his attention back to Yi Ning, stating solemnly, Dr. Yi, you are the savior of both me and the Mad Dog. Now, there are those who have dared to lay a hand upon your family and women. Just say the word, and I will have Lu's family dealt with. In order to assist Yi Ning in concealing his identity while facilitating his own actions, Li Haizi deliberately fabricated such an excuse. Lu Gongzi's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and he promptly fell to his knees before Yi Ning, repeatedly bowing his head. Had it been any other time, Li Haizi's overt display of authority would have drawn Lu Gongzi's scorn. But now, with the emergence of the young Master Jingning, the entire atmosphere in Yun City seemed to have shifted. Should Li Haizi truly seek to annihilate the Lu family, a mere command would render them isolated and vulnerable. Thud, 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 thud. Lu Gongzi's forehead met the ground with increasing intensity, and after several strikes, it became a bloody mess, staining the concrete beneath him. Yet, neither Li Haizi nor Yi Ning paid him any heed. Li Haizi's expression remained grave, his gaze laden with inquiry as he awaited Yi Ning's response. With a single word from Yi Ning, Li Haizi would immediately lead his men to the Lu family's door. After a moment of silence, Yi Ning finally spoke, very well. After all, we mustn't involve family in this. However, let him receive a lesson. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Lu Gongzi hastily cried out, Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, Dr. Yi. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Lu Gongzi quickly added, Furthermore, I shall gift this villa to Dr. Yi, and I hope you will graciously accept. Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction, looking down at Lu Gongzi as he continued. Moreover, it would be wise for you to refrain from wielding the name of Master Zheng as a shield. I have heard of that esteemed figure. Is he someone of your ilk who is worthy of mention? At this moment, Lu Gongzi was drenched in cold sweat, blood trickling down his face. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, he could only nod in agreement to Yi Ning's admonitions, not daring to retort. However, Li Haizi's heart stirred. Yi Ning's apparent reprimand of Lu Gongzi was, in fact, directed at him, and he resolved to properly discipline his subordinates in the future, ensuring they did not act under the pretense of Master Zheng's authority. Very well, I shall take my leave, Yi Ning called out to Li Haizi before getting into the car. However, he did not depart. Instead, he drove directly into the villa Lu Gongzi had just indicated. Xiao Ning, how can one simply give away such a grand villa? We cannot accept it so easily, Zheng Huilan exclaimed in concern. Ah, mother, such people bring this upon themselves that as you saw earlier, had it not been for my previous treatment of Boss Li, we might not have escaped this predicament so smoothly. Yi Ning replied with a smile. Besides, now that I have this connection, if he gives me this villa, and I do not move in, he would likely lose sleep over it. Our residing here would also be doing him a favor. Oh, you! Zheng Huilan chuckled in exasperation, shaking her head, and did not pursue the matter further, allowing Yi Ning to drive the Land Rover into the villa. Zheng Huilan was quite fond of the standalone villa before her, especially after having lived in the Exin Jinglong courtyard, which Yi Ning claimed was temporarily borrowed from the Zhou family. She felt uneasy. Thus, upon seeing advertisements for property sales, she had inquired. She merely wished to buy a home, a place to settle down securely. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu kept her head down, her gaze flitting towards Yi Ning, contemplating how someone could acquire a villa worth over 10 million with just a few casual words. This was beyond her imagination. After Yi Ning settled into the villa, Li Haizi cast a cold smile at the still kneeling Lu Gongzi, whose legs had gone numb and could no longer rise, and said, "Dr. Yi has stated that family should not be harmed, so I can rest assured that I will not act against your family. However, you cannot escape the consequences, given your recent understanding. I shall not make it difficult for you. Go kneel in front of the royal KV for me, and remain there for 3 days and 3 nights before you may leave." All right, I will go right away." Lu Gongzi nodded vigorously, his heart filled with gratitude. Preserving the family's livelihood was one thing, but had he not just presented the villa to Dr. Yi, who graciously accepted it, considering the situation today, he likely would have faced severe repercussions. Now, however, merely kneeling in front of the KTV to repent was indeed humiliating, but was the best outcome possible. Lu Gongzi dismissed all his subordinates and hurried away to kneel in punishment at the entrance of the royal KTV. Upon returning to his Mercedes, Li Haizi found Chen Shui frowning in the back seat. "What is your relationship with that young man from earlier?" Chen Shui inquired as soon as the car started. "Ah, which young man?" Li Haizi laughed awkwardly, feigning ignorance that he had originally come to the Wulong Villa to escort Chen Shui to Villa No. 1, but had not expected to stumble upon such a scene. "The one who drove the Land Rover." Chen Shui pressed on. Li Haizi, being the unruly character he was, had gained the backing of Zheng Ning, Master Zheng, and the sudden deference he showed to Yi Ning struck her as rather unusual. "Oh, you mean Dr. Yi?" Li Haizi grinned broadly, spinning a tale without a hint of hesitation. "Miss Chen, you may not know this, but back when I and the Mad Dog were being pursued by enemies, gravely injured and with nowhere to turn, we sought refuge at Dr. Ye's clinic. Not only did he shelter us, but he also helped us evade over 40 knives sent by our pursuers and treated our wounds. Saving our lives, such a great favor, is akin to being reborn. How could I, Li Haizi, ever forget? Where exactly did you evade those 40 knives?" Chen Shui frowned, continuing her interrogation. "At the Huchentang." Li Haizi blurted out instinctively. "Huchentang has been open for less than 2 months. Which year and month were you there?" Chen Shui narrowed her eyes, quickly unraveling Li Haizi's lie. Cough, cough. "I merely spoke without thinking. However, it is true that Dr. Yi saved both my life and the Mad Dog's. If you do not believe me, I can ask the Mad Dog." Li Haizi cleared his throat awkwardly, a sheepish smile gracing his lips, and suddenly recalled that Chen Shui had previously served as a patrol officer, adept at interrogating criminals. "Heh, there's no need for you to concern yourself," Chen Shui retorted with a cold chuckle, her gaze drifting toward the direction where Yi Ning had just vanished, a contemplative expression crossing her face. "Yi Ning, once again. It is Yi Ning." It was Yi Ning who had stood in opposition to the Zhang family, leading to the swift takeover of the Zhang group by the Zhou family. Moreover, Yi Ning had repeatedly saved the ailing old Master Zhou, thus forging a profound connection with the Zhou family. Now, Yi Ning reappears, astonishingly, as Li Haizi's savior. This Yi Ning, though seemingly innocent on the surface, appears to be intricately entwined with the unfolding events that night, in Yun City, at the bustling streets before the Huangshao KV. "Lu Xiao, what happened to you today? Oh, look at your face. It seems someone has laid hands on you. Who would dare to strike you, Lu Xiao? Tell me, and I'll help you take revenge." A raucous young man approached, only to alter his expression to one of feigned indignation, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Behind this young man stood several well-dressed peers, all struggling to suppress their laughter. Lu Xiao had not even had the chance to change his clothes, after being knocked to the ground by Yi Ning. He was a disheveled sight, with blood still staining his forehead and the left side of his face swollen and bruised. That as for the young man's theatrics, Lu Xiao didn't even bother to open his eyes. They all knew whose territory the Huangshao KTV was. They were fully aware of the repercussions of offending certain individuals while kneeling there. It was clear to Lu Xiao that they were merely here to amuse themselves at his expense, and he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. "Lu Xiao, care to share what happened with us? Are we still good brothers?" Several young men gathered around. One of them, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked, "What on earth happened?" Let us hear it. We might not be able to help you with much, but if you tell us the truth today, we can provide you with some cover. So you won't be embarrassed, right? Lu Xiao finally opened his eyes, glancing at the speaker with a heavy sigh. Yin Xiao, you are indeed a true brother. I actually have some juicy gossip to share with you all. Lu Xiao, spill the beans. The group of young men perked up, eager to hear more. But first, you all have to swear an oath that you'll help guard my secret for 3 days and nights. So I want to be humiliated. Lu Xiao grinned, a rather disheveled smile forming on his round face. The young men exchanged glances, and Yin Xiao nodded earnestly, saying, "All right, Lu Xiao, go ahead, I promise, as long as your gossip is good enough. We'll stick around for 3 days and nights, right by your side." Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled mischievously as he said, "Do you know why I'm kneeling here today?" "Why?" Yin Xiao and the others asked in unison. Curiosity piqued. Earlier, I had a disagreement with someone and mentioned Master Zheng's name, only to have He Yi witness it. He ordered me to kneel here for 3 days and nights, forbidding me from using Master Zheng's name to intimidate others in the future. Lu Xiao sighed heavily after speaking, adding, "Consider this a lesson for us all. Let it be a reminder." "Is that all?" Yun Xiao's expression turned peculiar, shaking his head slightly. "Lu Xiao, I'm afraid this only proves your foolishness." That gossip isn't impressive at all. The other young men nodded in agreement, smirking but secretly taking note of it. "Damn. You're no good friends. You lack integrity." Lu Xiao, sensing that they were about to leave, grew anxious, exclaiming, "I have even more scandalous news. Don't you want to hear it?" Hearing this, Yun Xiao and the others turned back, grinning. "What else is there? Spill it all at once. Otherwise, we won't have the patience to stick around for your theatrics." Lu Xiao, with a confident smile, declared, "Today, someone has moved into Villa Number 1 of the Wulong Villa District. Isn't that juicy gossip? Villa Number 1 of the Wulong Villa District. This is related to Zheng Ning and Master Zheng. It is undoubtedly significant news." Yin Xiao feigned disinterest, replying, "What is the big deal? It's obviously Master Zheng moving in. Who else would dare?" "Not necessarily. I heard from the bank that Villa No. 1 was purchased by the Zhou family and later gifted to He Yi, that it could very well be He Yi." Another young man interjected, his face reflecting doubt. Lu Xiao sneered, "You're both wrong." "Who is it then? Just say it." The young men were all on edge, eagerly questioning. Today, He Yi did indeed go to the Wulong Villa District, but the car he drove, the driver he had, and the person seated in the back is the true occupant of Villa No. 1, and that person is not Master Zheng. Lu Xiao smiled meaningfully, dropping another bombshell. "Lu Xiao, who is this person? Please tell us." Yin Xiao pressed urgently. The others were equally eager, their eyes wide with anticipation. Chapter 101. The Army of Square Dance. Lu Xiao smiled enigmatically, stating, "I can't just tell you so easily this time. You're going to have to keep me company for 3 days, and then I'll reveal everything." Yin Xiao and the others fell silent, utterly unprepared for Lu Xiao's cunning. Ultimately, unable to resist their curiosity, they exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and said, "Lu Xiao, how about this? You tell us who this person is, and we'll hire someone to keep you company, ha? Do you think I'm short on money?" Lu Xiao retorted, glaring fiercely at Yun Xiao and the others. "I've always believed in mutual consent. If you want to stay, stay. If not, then leave. That is all I have to say." The young men looked at one another, their expressions revealing their dilemma. Lu Xiao's words had indeed piqued their curiosity, but they were equally unwilling to endure the embarrassment of being with Lu Xiao. They all turned their gazes toward Yun Xiao, clearly indicating that he was the leader among them. Yun Xiao's expression fluctuated. Villa Number 1 in the Wulong Villa District held significant prestige in Yun City. Not just anyone would dare to occupy it. Recently, the Zhang family had fallen, and Master Zheng had decisively eliminated the last remnants of the Zhang family's hope that in today's Yun City, who besides Master Zheng would dare to move into Villa No. 1. If someone did, the young men would surely scoff and wait to watch the spectacle. However, the fact that this individual was personally driven in by Li Haizi made it all the more intriguing. This person could very well have deep ties with Master Zheng, perhaps even being his mentor or a powerful force behind him. It was completely unimaginable that Zheng Ning, at such a young age, could achieve mastery without substantial backing. Thus, understanding this person's identity and establishing a rapport with them would hold extraordinary significance for their families. After all, Master Zheng had been absent since the battle at Wulong Mountain. And even during the recent gathering of family heads to align with Li Haizi at Huangqiao, KTV, Zheng Ning's presence was notably absent. With this thought in mind, a resolute expression crossed Yun Xiao's face as he declared, "All right, Lu Xiao, we are all brothers, sharing both joy and hardship. Now that you are being punished by He Yi, we cannot leave you to suffer alone. We will stay with you." As Yun Xiao spoke, he took a seat on the steps beside Lu Xiao, intent on sharing the punishment. The other young men were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances filled with shock. Ultimately, as one among them sat beside Yun Xiao, the rest followed suit. Surprisingly, none of them left. "He good brothers." Lu Xiao grinned, genuinely taken aback by their camaraderie that I in that moment. Even while kneeling before Huangqiao KTV, he felt a swell of pride. Being punished by He Yi was an opportunity not everyone had. Lu Xiao felt utterly pleased with himself, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Huangqiao KTV, Li Haizi puffed on a cigar, squinting at the man beside him, known as Crazy Dog, and inquired, "Crazy Dog, what time is it?" "Hey Go, it's nearly 8 o'clock, Crazy Dog replied hastily. 8 o'clock, Li Haizi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of suspicion crossing his face. "Why is it so quiet down there at this hour?" "The music sounds weak, and there's not a hint of commotion. People are gathered at the door." The Mad Dog, suppressing a smile at the corner of his mouth, spoke up. "That Lu fellow has some tricks up his sleeve." After being punished to kneel, he surprisingly managed to rally a group of wealthy young men to squat with him at the entrance. Many passers-by, upon seeing the group, also decided to join them at the door. Now, that bunch has even brought along a drum set and a guitar, putting on an unplugged performance that is quite impressive, akin to a square dance. "Damn it, they're doing quite well, but what about my business?" Li Haizi slammed his hand on the table and stormed downstairs. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Huangqiao KTV, he was taken aback that a group of young rascals was singing and dancing exuberantly. Even the elderly by the roadside were swept up in the enthusiastic atmosphere. Many stopped to gather around a young man in a floral shirt playing the guitar, jumping and bouncing about. "Black Master, you've arrived." As soon as Lu Gongzi spotted Li Haizi, he grinned widely, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Aware of his situation, he continued kneeling in front of the KTV, reflecting on his actions. "Get up, you bastard, and get lost." Li Haizi was irate at the sight of him, kicking Lu Gongzi, causing him to stumble and fall. Lu Gongzi scrambled back up, still smiling. "Black Master, please don't be angry. I have no connection with these people. I don't know how they gathered here. I've been obediently kneeling here as you instructed." "Enough, enough. You need to disappear immediately. I don't want to see you again." Li Haizi waved his hand irritably and directly instructed the Mad Dog beside him. "Mad Dog, go pull the instigators inside and gather the rest into the bar. Tell them tonight's entrance is free for everyone, with complimentary fruit platters and drinks." "Yes." The Mad Dog nodded seriously and went to carry out the task. Lu Gongzi, however, did not dare to leave, gazing at Li Haizi with pleading eyes, weakly asking, "Black Master, please let me kneel for 3 days. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. If you're so uneasy, go home and bring me money. 10 million a day. You have 2 days left, so prepare 20 million to deliver." Li Haizi waved his hand in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Lu Gongzi finally felt relieved and joyfully ran off. The crowd dancing in front of Huangqiao KV was also ushered inside by the Mad Dog and his entourage. One cannot deny that Li Haizi possessed some business acumen. With today's event being free and drinks and fruit platters offered, the business at Huangchao KTV is sure to flourish even more in the coming days. This turned out to be a splendid advertisement for the KV. Meanwhile, after Lu Gongzi left, several of Yun Xiao's companions immediately followed, unwilling to part ways. Lu Gongzi had yet to divulge the identity of that mysterious person, and they were determined not to leave empty-handed. Inside a black van, Lu Gongzi reclined languidly on a lounge chair, enjoying the air conditioning, a glass of red wine in his left hand, while a wealthy companion promptly offered him a cigar with his right. Chapter 102. Must attend Lu Gongzi. About that mysterious person's identity you just mentioned, can you tell us now? Yun Gongzi, seated across from Lu Gongzi, wore a sycophantic smile, tentatively inquiring, "How the hell would I know who it is? I don't even know them." Lu Gongzi rolled his eyes, too weary to even open them after kneeling for hours in front of Huangchao KTV. Oh, you must have seen this person. You should at least know their age and whether they are male or female. Yun Xiao persisted, refusing to give up. Upon hearing this, Lu Gongzi sat up, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he cheerfully replied, "It's a woman. Very young, and a real beauty. I suspect Master Zheng is planning to hide her away in the #1 villa of Wulong Villa District. I never expected Master Zheng, the youthful hero, to have such tastes." Yun Xiao's eyes lit up, displaying a look of realization that, of course, heroes are often captivated by beautiful women. The other wealthy young men exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the playful glimmer in the other's eyes. This news spread like wildfire throughout Yun City, with various prominent families quickly learning of Master Zheng's fondness for beauty. However, despite their efforts to curry favor with Li Haizi to win over Master Zheng, they had yet to catch a glimpse of him and had not received any tidbits of information regarding Zheng Ning from Li Haizi. Nevertheless, the prominent families were undeterred, relentlessly pursuing their goal. In no time, many beauties appeared in Wulong Villa District, including the daughters of various esteemed families and beauties scouted from all corners of society. The families even contemplated hosting a beauty contest in Yun City, hoping to invite Li Haizi to persuade Zheng Ning to serve as a judge. Upon hearing this news, Li Haizi was utterly bewildered, unsure of what to make of it, and could only cough lightly, declining. "All right, I'll mention it to Mr. Zheng, but whether he can come is uncertain." Whether Zheng Ning would be interested, he did not know, but Li Haizi was certainly intrigued. The young master's distinguished identity was indeed captivating. And the fact that several major families organized such a beauty contest to win Zheng Ning's favor was quite remarkable. Yet, regarding all this, Yi Ning was completely unaware until Li Haizi's call came in. "Stop wasting time. I'm busy. Yi Ning, currently checking Sun Dae's pulse in the Huachuntang, immediately rejected the call, without hesitation. That on the other end, Li Haizi stood frozen for a moment, hesitating before cautiously saying, "After all, they mean well and have been preparing for a long time. Several financial magnates from Yun City are involved, and it's going to be a grand event, with nearly all the beauties of Yun City gathering. Mr. Zheng, when do you consider it?" Yi Ning shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless, recalling how earlier in the morning Wang and Xiaolan had excitedly waved flyers they picked up from the street. Those flyers were for the Yun City Beauty Contest. Could it be that those two were also interested in participating? With this thought in mind, Yi Ning felt a hint of curiosity and directly replied, "Fine. You can go ahead and coordinate everything that I ask for whether I will make an appearance. That depends on the situation." On the other end of the line, Li Haizi grinned lewdly and said, "Even if Mr. Zheng doesn't attend, Dr. Yi will definitely be present. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, Dr. Yi, there's one more small matter, that if the beauty contest proceeds smoothly in 3 days, the venue might be chosen at the #1 villa in Wulong Villa District. Several sponsors are seeking your permission. So, do as you see fit." Yi Ning couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied directly. He hadn't even moved into the #1 villa yet. It was still unoccupied, with only Chen Shui practicing inside daily, so wasn't he particularly inappropriate. After Yi Ning hung up the phone, Li Haizi felt reassured and began fully supporting the major families in organizing the beauty contest. The date and location for the contest were finally confirmed. The #1 villa in Wulong Villa District, set for 3 days later, in Wulong Villa District at #12 Villa. Old Master Zhou held a black piece in his hand. Gazing intently at the chessboard, his brows furrowed deeply. Shinran, your chess skills have improved tremendously. I, an old man, can hardly compete with you. Old Master Zhou sighed, shaking his head in resignation. After the recent events, he had retreated to the tranquil Wulong Villa District, purchasing a secluded residence for himself. Zhou Shinran had given up much of the family's enterprises, ultimately retaining only a small company, Guojin Media, which Zhou Guodong had founded. As a result, she had become somewhat idle, spending nearly every day accompanying the old master for a game of chess. It's all thanks to your guidance, Grandpa. Zhou Shinran grinned playfully, winking at the old man. You little rascal. Old Master Zhou chuckled. Shaking his head, his eyes filled with affection for Zhou Shinran. The moment he chose to retreat, Zhou Shinran resolutely gave up the Zhou family conglomerate, making significant sacrifices for the harmony of the family. Just then, a loud knocking sound echoed from the front door. Standing at the entrance was a heavily made-up woman adorned in luxurious jewelry, named Shi Yueling, Zhou Shinran's mother. Upon seeing Shi Yueling, Zhou Shinran's face visibly shifted with panic that in recent days, Shi Yueling had been causing a scene day and night, constantly berating Zhou Shinran for her decision to relinquish her inheritance, which had left her quite displeased. Old Master Zhou, noticing the change in Zhou Shinran's expression, personally went to open the door. Shi Yueling stood at the threshold with a scowl, momentarily taken aback when she saw the old master open the door himself. She then remarked disdainfully, Old Master, how delightful to see you in such high spirits. However, I'm here to find Shinran. Where is she? Zhou Shinran, come out. I know you're inside. Yueling, why are you in such a hurry? Whatever the matter is, we can discuss it inside. Old Master Zhou sighed and turned to re-enter the villa. Shi Yueling's eyes flickered, and she followed him inside. Zhou Shinran, you were such a diligent child once. Now, I'm increasingly disappointed in you. In the villa's living room, upon seeing Zhou Shinran, Shi Yueling immediately frowned and said, What future do you have sitting in that small company all day? The Zhou Corporation was left to you by your father. Can you just let it go so easily? It's truly. Mentioning the Zhou Corporation made Shi Yueling feel a pang of heartache. Zhou Shinran lowered her head, pursing her lips as she remarked, Mother, it is merely a Zhou Corporation that if my father can accomplish it, so can I. All I require is time. Very well, very well. I believe my daughter possesses this capability. Shi Yueling responded with a smile, as she retrieved her wallet and produced a flyer, slapping it down before Zhou Shinran, adding cheerfully, However, one must also consider the methods employed in their endeavors that I have come here today specifically for this matter. You acted on your own accord last time, and this time you must heed your mother's advice. You must participate in this competition. Mother, what do you take me for? Zhou Shinran furrowed her brows, feeling displeased. Such competitions are merely a spectacle for the wealthy, designed to please Master Zhou. For you to insist I participate now is to diminish my own standing. Zhou Shinran, do you still consider yourself a pampered young lady? You refused to marry young Master Li, and now such a splendid opportunity lies before you. What is it? Do you still believe Master Zheng is unworthy of you? Shi Yueling glared at Zhou Shinran, her irritation growing. Are you intent on driving me to despair? Mother, please do not say that. Zhou Shinran replied, feeling aggrieved at this moment. Zhou Laozu could no longer remain silent and interjected. Yueling, all of Shinran's sacrifices have been for the family. Grandfather, Shi Yueling interrupted Zhou Laozu, casting a disdainful glance at him. Do you still think of yourself as the unyielding head of the Zhou family? Our Guodong is merely a dutiful son, and it is because of him that you held your previous status. Now, the head of the family has changed to Zhou Guoming, that ingrate, whose first act was to cleanse the group and seize shares of the Zhou Corporation. The Zhou Corporation now belongs entirely to him. For us, a widow and her daughter, to survive is already a challenge. Do you still wish to dictate to me? Where were you when my daughter was cast aside? Shi Yueling's words left Zhou Laozu speechless, his frustration rendering him silent, save for a heavy sigh. Shinran, you must participate in this competition. Otherwise, I shall no longer consider you my daughter. With those harsh words, Shi Yueling stormed off. Zhou Shinran gazed at the flyer on the coffee table, her mind in turmoil. Zheng Ning, the true identity of Master Zheng, was actually Yi Ning, and Zhou Shinran was one of the few privy to this truth that it would be impossible for her to claim she held no feelings for Yi Ning. However, the manner of this competition filled her with a sense of shame, which had previously prevented her from registering. Yet now, with her brother Zhou Donglai away training in Kunlun, the only person she felt close to, aside from her grandfather, was her mother Shi Yueling. Unable to defy her mother's wishes, she finally picked up the flyer, her expression one of bitterness. Perhaps she was being overly sensitive, struggling to adjust to her current identity. She was no longer the esteemed young lady of the Zhou family. She was merely an ordinary individual now. Shinran, or I might just give a call to. That won't be necessary. Zhou Shinran interrupted her grandfather with a smile. Nodding slightly, I was indeed being capricious. It's just a beauty pageant, after all, that I shall go to. Zhou Laozu sighed, ultimately falling silent. Zhou Shinran was always so considerate, so dutiful. It was heartbreaking. 3 days passed swiftly. The day of the beauty pageant arrived, and Wang Ni and Xiao Lan had taken leave early. The event was set to commence at 7 in the evening, an hour earlier than the closing time at the Rejuvenation Hall. To Yi Ning's surprise, a group of nursing school girls arrived together in a small van, picking up Wang Ni and Xiao Lan for their departure. Just before leaving, Wang Ni turned to Yi Ning with a beaming smile and inquired, "Ninggu, are you really not coming? Look, there are hardly any patients today. That I've heard this beauty pageant is extraordinary, a gathering of stunning women. Such a wonderful opportunity. Surely you cannot resist." Wang Ni's large eyes sparkled as she mischievously continued, "I am giving you the chance. Without an invitation, your only option to see it all is to join us. Once we leave, you'll miss out. Don't you see I still have patients to attend to? You lot are the ones daydreaming about fame." Yi Ning retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Ni. Unexpectedly, Wang Ni leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Ninggu, are you jealous? Speak up, what reason do I have to be jealous?" Yi Ning tilted his head defiantly, refusing to concede. Wang Ni's knowing expression revealed she saw through him, shaking her head in resignation. "Pity me, born with beauty, and now I'm off to this beauty pageant. If Master Zheng takes a liking to me, what will you do, Ninggu?" Yi Ning nearly spluttered his tea all over Aunt Li, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he thought, "Rest assured, I will not grant you that opportunity." Seeing his reaction, Wang Ni burst into laughter, playfully patting Yi Ning's shoulder. "Do not worry. Even if that Zheng Ning is impressive, he cannot be so rude as to flaunt his wealth in front of others. Selecting beauty based on mere appearance is a shallow endeavor. I'm simply going to admire the beautiful ladies. As for that Zheng Ning, I initially held him in some regard, but given the actions of the prominent families, I have condemned him to a fate worse than death. If he dares to show his face today, I, Wang Xiaoni, shall secretly curse him every time I see him." With that, she turned and left. Yi Ning shook his head in disbelief, realizing he could do nothing about her. His initial intention was to maintain a low profile by attending as Yi Ning, yet given Wang Ni's insistence, he decided to be more conspicuous this time. However, before that, he continued attending to his patients, undeterred by the impending event that by 8 o'clock, an hour past the start time, Yi Ning rose leisurely from the clinic. He was not pretending. In his heart, he still prioritized his responsibilities, believing that the so-called beauty pageant was secondary to his duty of healing. At the corner of Laoshi Street, Fenggo had been waiting for over an hour when Yi Ning finally arrived. "Dr. Yi, why are you so slow? If you don't hurry, how will the beauty pageant proceed tonight? As Yining got into the car, Fenggo could not help but grumble, but before he finished, he was taken aback. In the back seat, Yining had already completed his disguise, transforming into Zhengning, Rye. Yining smiled faintly. All right, let us be on our way. Got it. Let us go, Fenggo chuckled, stepping on the gas and speeding off. He had not expected Yining to attend the event so boldly as Zhengning, AT Villa No. 1 in Wulong Villa District. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, filled with esteemed guests amidst the gathering. The air was thick with charm and elegance that Mr. Zheng has arrived. With the announcer's call, Zheng Ning's figure appeared in the villa, instantly becoming the center of attention. That Mr. Zheng, you have come. Upon seeing Yining, Li Haizi's eyes lit up. Rushing over to greet him, the white Yining nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mr. Zheng, I hope you enjoy your evening. Did I want to take up your time? Li Haizi said with a grin, glancing at Yining, who had captured the attention of all the ladies upon his arrival. Filled with envy, by the way, what about Chun Shui? Yining inquired quietly. Your little disciple is sulking in the backyard. That I've already informed everyone not to disturb her. Li Haizi replied cheerfully. Understood, Yining nodded. And Li Haizi wisely excused himself to organize the event. Once Li Haizi departed, Yining was immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers. That Mr. Zheng, greetings, I am Lu Ju, the granddaughter of Lu Xianju. A girl in a low-cut evening gown approached. Her form voluptuous, revealing a generous cleavage as she linked arms with Yining, sending him flirtatious glances while she smiled. Mr. Zheng, I have admired you for so long. May I have the honor of sharing a drink with you tonight? With Lu Ju's introduction, other women quickly gathered around, encircling Zheng Ning as they made their way to a prominent circular table. The heads of various families and the organizers of the beauty pageant discreetly observed from the corner. Understanding that it would be more advantageous for them to secure their daughter's favor with Zheng Ning rather than stepping forward themselves, that moment, Zheng Ning found himself regretting his agreement with Li Haizi to partake in such a beauty pageant. Feeling somewhat bewildered that wasn't this supposed to be a beauty competition. After being seated and inundated with drinks by the ladies, he realized he had yet to spot Wang Yan'ai and the others. Mr. Zheng, you must enjoy yourself tonight. As long as you are pleased, we are at your service. Seated to Yining's right, Zhou Xinling leaned against him, raising her glass in a toast while her other hand boldly grasped Yining's. Placing it upon herself, that white Yining hastily withdrew his hand, raised his wine glass, and after taking a sip, turned his gaze toward Zhou Xinling, chuckling awkwardly as he inquired, Ahem, Zhou Xinling, are you a member of the Zhou family? Indeed, I am the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, currently serving as an executive planner at the Zhou Group. Zhou Xinling replied, her eyes sparkling alluringly. She was indeed a beauty, with fair skin, a delicate figure, and a slightly rounded chin that bore a hint of baby fat. Her autumn-like eyes captivating all who beheld her. Yining shifted slightly, creating a bit of distance between himself and the enchanting Zhou Xinling, as well as Lu Ju. For his youthful vigor was beginning to overwhelm him. The proactive demeanor of these so-called elite socialites, these daughters of privilege, opened his eyes, and his thoughts drifted to Zhou Xinran. Where was she? Why had she not arrived? After catching his breath, he couldn't help but ask, for he had not spotted Zhou Xinran among the crowd. That I don't know, came the reply. Yes, Xinling, why hasn't his sister Xinran come? She is renowned in Yun City for her beauty. A chorus of women chimed in, their expressions revealing suspicion as they scanned the room, seemingly in search of her. Xinran is, of course, present. Zhou Xinling's expression faltered, her earlier confidence shaken. She had been so forward in her advances, almost inviting Yining to take her. Yet he was preoccupied with concern for Zhou Xinran. Not only is she here, but she is also participating in the competition. Zhou Xinling's lips curled into a smirk as she spoke, and the smiles of the other girls took on a knowing twist. That Yining, however, remained perplexed at that moment. The much-anticipated beauty pageant officially commenced. The contestants waiting backstage finally had their moment in the spotlight. One by one, the girls stepped onto the stage, most clad in scanty three-piece outfits that left little to the imagination, each adorned with a number pinned at their waists. Perhaps for them, the concepts of celestial beings and authority were far too distant. They only understood that victory tonight would grant them a staggering prize of 10 million, but perhaps they might even attract the attention of Zheng Ning, the dragon among men, propelling not just themselves but their entire families into prosperity. Among them were several nursing students, and Yi Ning felt a sigh of relief upon realizing that Wang Yan'ai was not among the crowd. However, Xiao Lan stood boldly amidst the throng, dressed in a cosplay nurse outfit. Unabashedly meeting Yi Ning's gaze at Mr. Zheng. This beauty pageant is especially organized for you that if you take a liking to any of them, simply point to the number on the card, and she shall be declared the winner tonight. Lu Ju said with a beaming smile, her tone playful. Indeed, Mr. Zheng, all these girls volunteered to participate. 10 million is a life-changing sum for them. Zhou Xinling chimed in, her smile radiant yet tinged with disdain as she moved closer. Adding, Mr. Zheng, I heard that you displayed remarkable prowess at Wulong Villa by dealing with Xiao Huayu. They never witnessed your might. Could you kindly recount that tale to me tonight? However, Zheng Ning raised his hand. Blocking Zhou Xinling's advance, that he had spotted Zhou Xinran, who appeared shy and reserved among the girls. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Zhou Xinling and inquired, Zhou Xinling, I don't recall having met you before. As far as I know, the previous head of the Zhou family was Zhou Guodong, Zhou Xinran's father. Why is it that you are here drinking with me, yet Zhou Xinran is not? Zheng Ning's expression darkened as his gaze finally fell on Zhou Xinran. Zhou Xinran stood with her arms crossed, dressed in a simple long dress that made her stand out in the crowd, her face adorned with a somewhat awkward smile, her eyes averted, unable to meet Yi Ning's gaze. Zhou Xinling and the other girls were taken aback, not expecting Zheng Ning to be so well acquainted with Zhou Xinran, and now even stepping forward to defend her to Mr. Zheng. This participation in the competition is voluntary. Zhou Xinran is here of her own accord, attending in this manner without anyone forcing her. Zhou Xinling stammered, a hint of fear in her heart, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Naturally, people hold different statuses. Do you believe you are more esteemed than they? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, his gaze playful as he regarded Zhou Xinling. What are you implying, Mr. Zheng? She is merely here to accompany you for drinks. Zhou Xinling began, but Yi Ning cut her off, narrowing his eyes as he observed several heads of various powerful families and representatives gathered near Li Haizi, who, although hesitant to approach, were closely monitoring the unfolding situation. At that moment, they felt the weight of Yi Ning's displeasure, realizing they had misstepped. Chapter 105. Double dealing. Could it be that today's arrangements did not align with Mr. Zheng's expectations? However, it was rumored that Yi Ning kept his romantic conquests hidden, which contradicted the current situation. Yi Ning stood up, leisurely walking away from the round table and toward a girl clad in a three-piece outfit. Her demeanor shy. Who told you to dress like that? No, isn't it customary for beauty pageants to be this way? The girl lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Ning's eyes, her voice trembling. They said that this is the only way to qualify. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified. Yi Ning nodded slightly, a cold smile escaping his lips as he called out to Li Haizi in the distance. Haizi, come here. Li Haizi straightened his expression, abandoning his previous playful demeanor, and rushed over respectfully, asking, Mr. Zheng, how may I assist you? Are you aware of this situation? Yi Ning's face darkened as he stared at Li Haizi. His tone serious that I have a general understanding, but the specifics are overseen by the major families. Li Haizi replied, his smile wavering. Good. I'm assigning you a task. Yi Ning instructed, gesturing toward the crowd. Clear a space for the girls on stage. And instruct the organizers to strip down and walk the runway. Those who do not comply shall not leave Wulong Villa today. Yi Ning interrupted Li Haizi coldly. Li Haizi nodded, the faces of the onlookers turning pale. The girls on stage finally dared to lift their heads to glance at Yi Ning standing among them, but he appeared different from the infamous rumors. He was not as lecherous nor as aloof, but rather grounded and approachable. Li Haizi acted swiftly, and even a few elderly heads of families present could not escape being stripped down to their underwear and paraded on stage. The crowd of girls below were laughing and chatting, enjoying the spectacle of the so-called elite being humiliated. Those who do not wish to be treated as they treat others. This simple truth seems lost on you. How unfortunate, Yi Ning remarked calmly, observing the mortified faces of the individuals on stage. Tonight, for every girl you recruited, you shall pay 1 million. If you comply, I will overlook tonight's events should anyone fail to receive their due. Direct your grievances to Li Haizi. Yi Ning pointed at the trembling Li Haizi beside him. Li Haizi promptly revealed his personal number to the crowd, assuring them that any issues would be addressed without fail. As the farcical scene drew to a close, when the crowd began to disperse, Yi Ning removed his jacket and draped it over Zhou Xinran's shoulders. She shivered slightly, turning abruptly to look at Yi Ning. Mr. Zheng, stay tonight. From now on, you shall reside in Wulong Villa. Yi Ning sighed, stating. Zhou Xinran remained silent and did not leave, tacitly accepting his offer. As the crowd exited, Yi Ning felt a tap on his right shoulder, and a figure appeared to his left. Turning, he found Wang Yan'ai at his side, looking exasperated. Trying to act aloof, yet here you are, keeping a beauty for the night. I thought you were some sort of chaste hero. Wang Yan'ai pouted, her expression dripping with disdain. However, I must admit, you did something commendable just now. I take back what I said in anger. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively and sauntered away. Yi Ning couldn't help but rub his nose, confirming that he still bore the visage of the youthful master, Zheng Ning. Wang Yan'ai was indeed quite familiar with him. When the Zhou family members departed, they were taken aback to see Yi Ning had chosen to keep Zhou Xinran by his side. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other's delight. Only Zhou Xinling gritted her teeth in frustration. Her fists clenched tightly. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yi Ning turned to Zhou Xinran and said, "Come, follow me inside." Zhou Xinran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Yi Ning into the villa. Just as they entered, Chen Shui appeared, wrapped tightly in a bath towel, her gaze lingering on Zhou Xinran. "Who is she?" "My friend," Yi Ning replied, casting a glance at Chen Shui's smooth, bare legs exposed to the air. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "Can't you be a bit more mindful?" "Mindful? Does it matter?" Chen Shui rolled her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm, "that you've orchestrated such a farcical beauty pageant. Your current status is anything but ordinary. If you wish to take advantage of me, do I stand a chance to resist? I might as well lie back and enjoy it." With that, Chen Shui left behind a blushing Zhou Xinran and an awkward Yi Ning, heading upstairs without a care. "Xinran, we are friends, and I promise to assist you. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in me," Yi Ning said, directing his gaze toward Zhou Xinran. "Thank you, Mr. Zheng, that my decision to relinquish the Zhou group was entirely voluntary. And my participation in the beauty pageant today is also by choice. That I do not wish to trouble you further." Zhou Xinran's smile carried a tinge of bitterness. Previously, she had been the esteemed young lady of the Zhou family, holding a significant position within the Zhou group. But now, what does she possess? Her mindset had evidently undergone a transformation. "Oh, you." Yi Ning shook his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Zhou Xinran lifted her head, looking earnestly at Zheng Ning, and declared, "I have given up the Zhou group for the sake of my family, but I will not succumb to despair. Given time, I can rise again." Zhou Xinran spoke with conviction, and Yi Ning nodded slightly, replying with a smile, "I reiterate, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will never refuse." "Thank you," Zhou Xinran expressed sincerely, her face blossoming with a relieved smile. Yi Ning personally escorted Zhou Xinran away from Villa Number 1, opting not to stay overnight. Fortunately, the Wulong Villa area was quite serene, and he returned home only after changing his appearance in a concealed spot. The following afternoon, Yi Ning arrived at Huichenteng. As soon as he entered, he spotted Wang Yan'ai with an air of exaggerated maturity, standing beside Xiaolan, comforting her with a pat on the shoulder. "Xiaolan, do not lose heart. that I have seen through that young fellow. He is nothing but a fickle-hearted rogue. Although your looks may not rival that Joe girl's, you are still quite appealing. Next time, just take the initiative. He won't be able to resist temptation. Oh, just keep spouting your nonsense. Xiao Lan sighed, her expression one of deep sorrow. Upon noticing Yi Ning's entrance, Wang and I immediately fell silent. Approaching to inquire about his well-being, Yi Ning shot a disapproving glance at the two, saying, "Stop dwelling on trivial matters. Focusing on work is the right path. Ninggu, why do you appear so discontented right upon your arrival?" She genuinely only wanted to create a buzz yesterday. She didn't participate in that beauty pageant at all. The young fellow even attempted to make a move on me, but I nearly sent him to the netherworld with a kick. Wang and I, seeing this, immediately brandished her small fists, feigning anger. Chapter 106. Wang and I seeks help. Yi Ning found the situation both amusing and exasperating. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. "Ninggu, would you care for some tea?" "Ninggu, are you feeling warm? Should I increase the air conditioning?" "Ninggu, are you hungry? Shall I order takeout for you? What would you like for dinner? Spicy hot pot or..." Today, the clinic was not particularly busy. Yet Yi Ning found little peace in the main hall. Wang and I bombarded him with questions, as if she were firing a machine gun. Yi Ning leisurely sipped his cold tea and said, "What is it? Speak up. What do you mean, what is it? Helping Ninggu with tasks is my duty, is it not?" Wang and I replied with a serious expression. "Ha, fine." Yi Ning chuckled, nodding. "As long as it's nothing urgent." Ninggu, look at you, so astute, having seen through everyone's little schemes." Wang and I grinned sheepishly and continued. "Recently, our school's traditional Chinese medicine department is set to hold a public class. But we currently lack a teacher. There's a traditional Chinese medicine department at the nursing school." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise, not having known about such a department at the nursing school. He attended a medical university where there was a dedicated college for traditional Chinese medicine, with various courses categorized under it, such as pharmacology, massage, acupuncture, etc. However, he was unfamiliar with the department Wang and I mentioned. "Of course there is." Wang and I puffed out her chest, declaring, "Not only is there, but it's also quite large, with many members. Xiaolan and I are both part of the traditional Chinese medicine department." As she spoke, she pulled Xiaolan over, acting quite seriously. Xiaolan could not help but roll her eyes, saying, "The full name is the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, established merely half a month ago. Currently, there are only 4 core members, which are just the 4 of us from our dorm." Huffed. Yi Ning, upon hearing this, sprayed his cold tea, shaking his head. No, you want me to teach a class for just the 4 of you? If you wish to learn about traditional Chinese medicine, just come to the clinic. We have treatise on cold damage and compendium of materia medica available for you to study." "No." Wang and I pouted, carefully explaining to Yi Ning in fact, her request for him to hold a public class was not for internal department training, but rather for a school-wide public lecture. Yi Ning soon grasped that what Wang and I referred to as the traditional Chinese medicine department was essentially similar to a student organization at the university. It was a self-formed group of like-minded students, certified by the student union. This public class was an association activity reported to their superiors, which, once conducted, would receive limited funding. However, it was vital for each association to have its own initiatives, as the department union would also organize personnel to conduct assessments. Should they discover that the activities were not progressing smoothly or could not be conducted successfully, the association would be disbanded. Wang and I was thus facing a pressing issue. This public class was mandatory. If it did not go well, her newly established traditional Chinese medicine department would face dissolution. Although the concept of a school-wide public class sounded impressive, the reality was that the attendance for such small association activities might be overshadowed by the number of students there just for oversight. Yi Ning's expression turned grim as he realized that Wang and I had only just begun working at Huachuntang when this traditional Chinese medicine department sprang into existence. Moreover, they were reporting for a public class. It was clear that she had come up with this scheme herself. Yi Ning, unfazed, took another sip of tea and said, Is it just a matter of teaching a class on traditional Chinese medicine? You can prepare for it in the next few days. Ninga, I am quite serious about this. Just help me out this once. Wang and I pouted, shaking Yining's arm, and pleaded. Ninga, you know I'm studying nursing. How could I possibly teach this public class? Please, just lend me your support. Fine, if I have time, I'll come by to take a look. Ultimately, Yining could only nod in agreement. If I have time, I will come by tomorrow morning. Wang and I's face lit up with joy. All right, then I will drop by tomorrow morning. As for everything else, I will leave it to you. Yining nodded. Wang and I, that mischievous girl, always appeared clever and lively, never one to suffer losses. Yet, beneath that exterior lay a warm heart. He would not refuse to assist the so-called traditional Chinese medicine department. The next day, bright and early, Yining arrived at Yun City Nursing School. Wang and I and Xiaolan were already waiting at the entrance. The nursing school was not particularly large, featuring only 2 student activity areas. A cafeteria and dormitory buildings that Yining was led by them to the back playground, where a row of department signs stood, showcasing various student-organized groups like the roller skating club, chess club, esports club, calligraphy, and painting club, and so on. However, while other departments had students approaching with inquiries, the traditional Chinese medicine department organized by Wang Yanai and Xiaolan was quite deserted, though Yining felt a sense of melancholy. Logically, if Wang Yanai and Xiaolan, with their beauty, were at a medical university, they would undoubtedly be popular. Such small activities would require minimal effort to organize. They could simply set up a sign and sit on a bench, and students would flock to them with inquiries. Yet here at the nursing school, where most of the students were girls, and given the somewhat antiquated nature of traditional Chinese medicine, it was no surprise that the atmosphere was so lackluster. Wang Yanai and Xiaolan appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. That Yining's arrival did attract a few curious classmates, and even a bold girl approached him to ask for his WeChat. Wang Yanai and Xiaolan's eyes lit up at this sight. Everyone look! This is the expert I specifically invited for you. The divine healer, Yining, Mr. Yi. Wang Yanai quickly regained her energy and began to promote enthusiastically. Yining shook his head with a wry smile, glancing at the stiff traditional promotional posters and simple flyers, slightly dismayed that he borrowed a brush and rice paper from some girls in the calligraphy and painting club and laid them out. The girls from the calligraphy and painting club, seeing this, were wide-eyed with excitement, wondering if Yining could write in calligraphy. That Yining picked up the brush and swiftly composed a few characters, transforming their perceptions of traditional Chinese medicine in mere seconds. Having learned calligraphy since childhood, he possessed some skill, and after receiving the inheritance of the divine physician, his inner strength further enhanced his abilities, allowing him to write with great vigor and fluidity. That Yining wrote. The dynamic characters on the poster captivated the attention of many students, sparking their curiosity. Divine Healer Yi, Master Ye's lecture is at 9 a.m. today. Classroom 1306 in the main teaching building. Wang and I promptly grabbed a megaphone and shouted to the gathering students. Chapter 107. Profound and extensive, it is merely traditional Chinese medicine. ISNT it. At best, it's just acupuncture, massage, and herbal medicine. What could possibly be so groundbreaking? A bespectacled girl scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain, and if you don't believe it, you can come listen to the lecture. Wang and I cheerfully replied to the girl, unperturbed. I guarantee you won't regret it. A considerable number of students approached to inquire, and the already limited promotional flyers in Wang Ni's hands dwindled to but a few. Wang and I, undeterred, affixed the remaining 2 flyers directly onto the blank space of Yining's poster, prompting several girls from the calligraphy and painting department nearby to lament the squandering of resources. Wang and I, however, remained unfazed. The flyers contained the time and location of the lecture, ensuring that all students would take notice at 8:30 in the morning. Yining had already arrived at classroom 1306 in Teaching Building 1. He leisurely settled at the lectern, his mood relatively buoyant. Although the lecture had yet to commence, a handful of students were already seated, with more continuously entering the classroom. Upon entering, they cast curious glances at Yining. Eager to discover how traditional Chinese medicine would challenge their preconceived notions that as the lecture was about to begin, Wang Ni and Xiao Lan stood at the entrance, welcoming students and playing the role of hosts. While Yi Ning was fiddling with his phone, a girl suddenly approached him, placing a cup of milk tea before him with a bright voice. "Dr. Yi, enjoy your milk tea." Yi Ning nodded casually. Since inheriting the legacy of a divine physician, his demeanor had undergone a noticeable transformation, and his already handsome features now exuded an even greater charm that it was not uncommon for female students to approach him, a fact he had grown accustomed to. However, when he raised an eyebrow to regard the girl, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. The girl was petite, her skin tanned from frequent sun exposure, her hair styled in 2 braids, and she wore a cartoon t-shirt paired with simple trousers, giving her a somewhat rustic appearance. After delivering the milk tea, the girl did not leave. Instead, she met Yi Ning's gaze with a sunny smile. Saying earnestly, "Dr. Yi, thank you for coming today to assist Wang Ni and US." Yi Ning nodded, surmising that this girl must be one of Xiao Lan's roommates. "Indeed," Yi Ning replied with a smile. "You must be Wang Ni's roommate. What is your name?" "I am Wang Ying," the girl replied with a grin. "Very well, you may take a seat," Yi Ning said, gesturing toward the front row. He glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly time to start. So he stood up and directed his gaze toward Xiao Lan and Wang Ni at the door, only to see Wang Han coincidentally standing there, currently embroiled in an argument with 2 others. Wang Ni looked at Wang Han with a smug expression, cheerfully exclaiming, "Wang Han, what is the matter? Did you see? Our traditional Chinese medicine department is now immensely popular. After this morning's lecture, I will be at the door collecting names for free registration. By then, our department's membership will surely exceed 20, elevating us to a premier category." "Oomph. You talk a big game now, but I look forward to seeing how you handle so many students, if there are too many. It will only be embarrassing." Wang Han scoffed. As a member of the department union committee, he initially intended to find fault and disband Wang Ni's traditional Chinese medicine department, but he had not anticipated the overwhelming interest it had garnered. With so many students arriving, he felt reluctant to confront them and could only suppress his irritation as he entered the classroom. Wang Han chose a seat at the far left of the front row by the window. Producing a black notebook and a gel pen, casting a derisive glance at Yi Ning, and gesturing for him to begin. "Ninggu, don't mind him. He is from the Union Association, merely here to take notes for the meeting. Just focus on your lecture." Wang Ni explained to Yi Ning. Yi Ning nodded slightly, as he did not wish to interfere in matters between students, considering he was merely there for the lecture. As the time arrived, the lecture officially commenced. With a gentle tap on the lectern, the previously jovial students ceased their chatter and turned their attention to Yi Ning. "I believe most of you are eager to understand what the phrase overturning your imagination on the promotional poster truly signifies," Yi Ning stated, his gaze calm as he surveyed the audience, smiling as he continued. "I shall provide you with the answer. Traditional Chinese medicine is a treasure that has accumulated over 5,000 years of history in our nation, profound and vast, far beyond your imagination. Today, I can assert without exaggeration, traditional Chinese medicine is all-encompassing." Upon hearing this declaration, the audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Wang Han sneered repeatedly, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ni seated across the room. He had already devised a script in which he would stand up to challenge Yi Ning, anticipating that any rebuttal would require proof that he planned to pose an impossible question. How could one make the girl they liked fall in love with them? He was keen to see how Yi Ning and Wang Ni would extricate themselves from such a predicament. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Han could hardly contain his glee and raised his hand, declaring, "Esteemed lecturer, I find your assertions entirely unconvincing. Your complexion is pallid, your eyes lack vitality, your movements appear weak, clearly indicative of insufficient energy and kidney deficiency." Yi Ning interjected, fixing his gaze on Wang Han and interrupting his speech. "I believe perceptive individuals among you students can recognize this. Yet he also suffers from hemorrhoids. I trust this is not a widely known fact. You scoundrel. You speak nonsense," Laughter erupted from the audience, and Wang Han turned crimson with fury, glaring at Yi Ning. Yi Ning, however, merely chuckled heartily, disregarding Wang Han's indignation as he continued. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? This exemplifies the diagnostic art of traditional Chinese medicine. Those who have truly mastered it can discern life and death at a glance. Observing with utmost clarity that I simply use this student as an example for your benefit, that if you doubt it, you may seek an opportunity to verify for yourselves that if this student is so eager to clear his name, he may visit the hospital for a certificate, at which point the truth will be revealed. Surely, your school has a medical office, yes? Yi Ning's gaze finally locked onto Wang Han, who was now so flustered he could hardly utter a word. It was as if Yi Ning's eyes could penetrate all lies, leaving him feeling utterly devoid of confidence. The words he had intended to say were suddenly lodged in his throat. Wang Han fell silent, while the atmosphere of the lecture grew increasingly vibrant. Numerous students, suffering from minor ailments, approached Yi Ning for consultations. What had been a straightforward lecture had transformed into an impromptu clinic. Nevertheless, Yi Ning had come to support Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan, so he deliberately employed some divine physician techniques. When several girls approached him with physiological concerns, he simply pressed and kneaded a few acupuncture points, and their ailments were miraculously resolved. Chapter 108. On-Site Consultation. Wow. Dr. Yi, you truly are miraculous. In the past, my pain would linger for several days, but now, after just 2 taps from you, I feel completely cured, exclaimed a tall girl, her face alight with astonishment. No need to sit so far away. Everyone, I am not a professor or a lecturer, merely an ordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Should you experience any headaches or ailments in the future, feel free to visit me at Laoshi Street's Rejuvenation Hall. Yi Ning smiled at the group of girls, adding, I typically will be there in the afternoons or evenings. Since you are all here today, if anyone feels unwell, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will gladly offer my services free of charge. The students grew increasingly animated, for Yi Ning's approachable demeanor was far more appealing than abstract rhetoric. Crucially, he genuinely possessed remarkable skills, and the description of his ability to heal with a mere touch was by no means an exaggeration. Wang Han, seated in the corner, felt a surge of jealousy at Yi Ning's popularity. His expression dark as thunder. He had initially intended to undermine Yi Ning today, but found himself thwarted at every turn. A smirk crept across Wang Han's lips. He felt a twinge of apprehension toward Yi Ning, a figure who commanded respect even from the likes of Baldy. Yet this was a school setting, his territory. With this thought in mind, Wang Han stealthily rose and slipped out of the classroom. He believed he had done so unnoticed. Yet Yi Ning, surrounded by numerous girls, couldn't help but subtly curl his lip in disdain. Yi Ning certainly did not regard a mere Wang Han with any significance, but the latter's underhanded behavior irked him. Should Wang Han persist in his foolish antics, Yi Ning would not shy away from teaching him a lesson. At 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 full hours had elapsed since Yi Ning commenced his lecture. Yet the number of students in classroom 1306 continued to swell. Many students, intrigued by Yi Ning's miraculous healing abilities, had summoned their friends to seek his assistance. The essence of a physician is to alleviate suffering, and Yi Ning could hardly refuse. Thus he settled in the classroom to attend to those who sought his help. Even a girl had brought along an elderly man carrying a birdcage. Xiaolu, I appreciate your kindness, but my ailment is not one that ordinary doctors can treat. It has been a persistent issue for over a decade, and I've tried countless remedies that I've come to terms with it. The elderly man protested, yet he was gently coaxed into the classroom by the girl. Upon entering, the old man was met with the attentiveness of the students, and he cheerily nodded at several of them, halting his protests. His gaze then fell upon Yi Ning, who was in the midst of taking a girl's pulse. Your energy is depleted and your constitution is weak. You must exercise restraint in matters of intimacy. Return home and consume more leeks to replenish your strength. Yi Ning mused for a moment before addressing the girl. Her face flushed crimson upon hearing his words. Having recently met her boyfriend from a long-distance relationship, she felt overwhelmed and had sought Yi Ning's guidance, not expecting him to hit the nail on the head. Laughter erupted around the room, prompting the embarrassed girl to lower her head and flee from the classroom. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the students around him. Each student bore some minor ailments, most of whom approached with a sense of curiosity, eager to try their hand at something new. After sitting for quite some time, Yi Ning felt it was about time to leave. Just as he was about to depart, his eyes caught sight of an elderly man standing apart from the crowd, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. "Old sir, since you are here, why not allow me to take a look at you?" Yi Ning said with a faint smile. The old man raised an eyebrow. A hint of curiosity sparked within him, that he set his birdcage aside and chuckled. "Young man, if you are willing, then do help me out." The old fellow appeared to be a man of open-mindedness, devoid of pretentious airs. Much like an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park, that he walked steadily to sit opposite Yi Ning. Beside him, Xiao Lu followed, looking at Yi Ning with a cheerful expression, and said, "Mr. Yi, please take a look at my grandfather. I have faith in you." Yi Ning glanced at the girl, recognizing her as the one from the Calligraphy and Painting Association. He nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the old man, smiling as he spoke. "Old sir, your spine seems to be quite injured. After all these years, it has become misaligned. Treating it is simple, but you may have to endure some pain." The old man was taken aback. Yi Ning had not even taken his pulse, yet he could discern the root of his ailment. What astonished him further was that after seeking countless remedies for his chronic condition, Yi Ning claimed that healing it would be straightforward. A knowing smile spread across the old man's face as he surveyed the eager students around them, suspecting that Yi Ning, in his youthful arrogance, was merely trying to save face. "Very well. At my age, I'd rather not suffer. Although this ailment has lingered for years, it is not life-threatening. I can live with it. Old sir, I am not jesting with you." Yi Ning replied with a wry smile, keenly sensing the flicker of disdain in the old man's eyes, but he spoke earnestly. "You see, treating your condition is indeed simple, and I can assure you that the ailment will vanish. However, the discomfort you are about to endure is not something that everyone can withstand, so I merely wish to provide you with a forewarning." "Oh?" The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly irritated, and retorted with a cold laugh. "Have I not endured enough hardship in my lifetime? Young man, if you can cure me, then proceed with confidence. If I so much as frown today, you shall call me grandfather." Yi Ning could not help but chuckle at the old man's stubbornness, reminiscent of a petulant child unwilling to back down. "Healing is a noble pursuit. Let us forego this wager, that if you truly call me grandfather, would that not shorten my lifespan?" With that, Yi Ning stood and walked slowly behind the elderly man. "Umph. I, Wu Zhendong, am a man of my word. Youngster, even if your words hold merit." However, before the old man could finish, Yi Ning had already made his move, with a firm palm striking the old man's stooped back. An excruciating pain surged through him, as if his long numb spine were fracturing inch by inch, causing him to cry out in agony. His face turned crimson, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet, Yi Ning did not cease his actions. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, realigning the old man's spine with one hand while the other deftly kneaded his back. The old man gritted his teeth. Drenched in sweat, his frail hands clenched into fists, nails digging into flesh that I in this moment. Yi Ning was employing the skill known as the bone-setting hand from the legacy of the divine healer. This technique inherently required the patient to endure immense pain, especially given that Wu Zhendong's bones have been deformed for many years, making the task of rectifying them all the more arduous. Yet for Yi Ning, with a modicum of vital energy to assist him, the task of correcting Wu Zhendong's bones was not insurmountable. However, the suffering that Wu Zhendong was to endure was beyond what even Yi Ning could fathom. As Yi Ning continued his work, Wu Zhendong was completely soaked with sweat, his face flushed from the intense agony, yet he managed to remain silent. Moments later, Yi Ning finally halted, taking a deep breath, and smiled. "Old sir, try to straighten your back." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the grimace on Wu Zhendong's face gradually relaxed. His previously hunched figure stood upright, and as he tentatively moved, the body that had once felt burdened and constrained now seemed revitalized. A warm sensation coursed through his sciatic nerve, coupled with the abrupt cessation of pain, granting Wu Zhendong an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Divine healer. Young man, you are truly a divine healer. As he turned to Yi Ning once more, a hint of embarrassment accompanied his smile. Just moments ago, Yi Ning had cautioned him against betting, yet he had stubbornly dismissed the advice. Amid his praise, cheers erupted from the surrounding students, who were keenly aware of the moment, refraining from mentioning the earlier comments about calling him grandfather. Yet the old man still felt somewhat embarrassed. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, at the entrance Wang Han returned, this time accompanied by 2 male students and a female. To Yi Ning's surprise, the woman was none other than Li Na, the troublemaker from the previous seafood buffet incident that Li Na, who was a counselor at the nursing school, had once been a student herself, but had secured a position at the school after forming a relationship with a member of the school committee. What are you all looking at? Hurry and disperse. Their essay class in room 1306 this afternoon. Clear the classroom immediately. Li Na, following Wang Han and the others, stormed into room 1306 that upon seeing the classroom packed with students. Even spilling into the hallway, their excited chatter centered around praising Yi Ning, which irked Li Na. Teachers, it's still our lunch break. Is it not acceptable for us to stay in the classroom a little longer? A girl with vibrant red hair and trendy attire, visibly displeased by Li Na's arrival, interjected that it's lunchtime, and as nursing students, it's certainly permissible to use the classroom for self-study. However, some individuals here are not nursing students, and their presence is occupying our resources. You young man, step forward. And you too, come out as well. As Li Na spoke, her scornful gaze fell upon Wang Ni and Xiao Lan, both of whom she recognized distinctly. Today was an opportune moment. Wang Ni shrugged, stuck out her tongue, and rolled her eyes at Yi Ning, while Xiao Lan simply shot him a wide-eyed glance and exited the classroom, to Yi Ning, smiling at the surrounding students. Declared everyone, the lecture ends here for today. You may disperse. After finishing his sentence, he followed the 2 girls out of the classroom. However, just outside the classroom door, he was stopped by the girl who had previously called the old man Xiao Lu. Divine healer Yi, we wish to accompany you outside. Xiao Lu exclaimed cheerfully, and the old man beside her nodded in agreement. Young man, I may have lost that bet earlier, but I have noticed that you appear to have some unresolved matters with that woman. Given my standing at the school, why not let me assist you in this, regarding the term grandfather? At this point, Wu Zhendong's smile turned somewhat awkward. Haha, old sir, I truly did not take that wager to heart. It is of no consequence. Please do not dwell on it, Yi Ning replied, stepping out of the classroom. This old man holds some influence at the school? Why then did none of the students recognize him? Even Li Na, who had just entered, seemed unconcerned. Watching Yi Ning's retreating figure, Wu Zhendong sighed, realizing he had underestimated the young man. Grandfather, you cannot overlook this matter that unfolded right before your eyes. You witnessed that young divine healer's prowess. Beside him, Xiao Lu had already grasped Wu Zhendong's arm, pouting in a pleading manner. What is the matter? Are you taken with that young man? Wu Zhendong raised an eyebrow, and Xiao Lu's cheeks flushed, recalling the way Yi Ning's brush had danced across the paper with remarkable grace and poise. The young girl, despite her youth, had considerable skill in calligraphy and painting. As the saying goes, the pen reflects the person, a belief that Xiao Lu held dearly. It was akin to someone who admired the rigidity of the yin style, suggesting they were likely a stubborn, upright individual, while one who favored the Lu style might be balanced and free-spirited. Furthermore, those who preferred Jiangsu's wild cursive were often perceived as fresh and unique thinkers. Previously, Yi Ning, with a few strokes, had left a profound impression on Xiao Lu. His calligraphy flowed with an elegance surpassing even that of the O style, while it lacked the brazen abandon of Mi Fu's cursive. It possessed a unique air of dignity and righteousness that captivated her. In the realm of calligraphy, cursive styles often face disdain from self-proclaimed artists, perceived as the old cadre's handwriting. Many elderly individuals, lacking solid foundations in their craft, gravitated towards cursive styles, producing works that seemed proficient in a matter of weeks, yet failed to convey the deeper essence that only the young could articulate. Had Xiao Lu not witnessed Yi Ning's artistry firsthand, she might have assumed his work was that of a seasoned master in the field. Wu Zhendong gazed with a smile at the blushing Xiao Lu, who averted her gaze in silence. Grinning broadly, he said, "So it turns out that the man my granddaughter has taken a liking to is you. Speaking of which, that boy's recent performance was indeed commendable in my granddaughter's eyes." "Grandfather," Xiao Lu shyly protested. "Ha." Wu Zhendong laughed heartily and remarked, "Xiao Lu, fret not. Since you harbor feelings for him, I assure you that I shall never require you to call me grandfather. Moreover, I intend to leverage this situation to ensure that young man owes us a significant favor." As the two conversed, outside the door, Lina cast a cold glance at the three who had followed her out, stating directly, "Return to my office." With that, she turned on her heel, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. Whether it was the counselor from the medical university or the youth league teacher, they were all impeccably dressed and exuded a friendly demeanor. However, Li Na, in her sequined, form-fitting attire, appeared quite the opposite, consorting with Wang Han and the others in a rather dubious manner that in stark contrast to the environment. Yi Ning increasingly felt that the so-called transformative power of the college entrance examination was indeed real. Sometimes the influence of one's surroundings and social circles can be profoundly significant, but he chose not to voice his thoughts further, opting instead to follow Li Na and observe what kind of commotion she might stir up. With a sigh, Yi Ning fell and stepped behind her, with Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan also striding ahead as they walked. Yi Ning sensed someone trailing behind him. Curiosity piqued, he turned to see it was Wang Ying. With a smile, he asked, "What brings you here? This ICT exactly a pleasant affair. Why not head to the cafeteria and grab a meal for me while you're at it?" Wang Ying, however, resolutely kept pace with the group, her gaze unwavering as she declared, "And no, I can't abandon you. I am also a member of the traditional Chinese medicine department." At her words, Wang Ying seemed to lighten up somewhat. Yi Ning chuckled and shook his head. The contrast between Wang Ying and the more worldly Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan was stark. While Xiao Lan was seasoned in the ways of the world, frequently taking on part-time jobs, and Wang Yan'ai was a fearless troublemaker, Wang Ying embodied the quintessential good student whose heart raced at being summoned to the office by the counselor. Yet, she still chose to accompany them without hesitation. The Youth League office was located within the administrative building of the medical school. Upon entering, Li Na immediately seated herself, leisurely surveying Yi Ning and the others with a smirk playing on her lips. Her chin slightly raised, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. "What are you staring at?" Yi Ning questioned, somewhat perplexed by her apparent superiority complex, that he didn't fit the profile of a mere student, and her tactics seemed ineffective against Xiao Lan and Wang Yan'ai, leaving only Wang Ying visibly intimidated. "To say," Li Na scoffed, directly addressing Yi Ning, "Your name is Yi Ning, right? Utilizing public resources and openly inciting discord. Do you think I want to report you to the authorities?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Wang Ying, frightened, stepped forward, hastily clarifying, "Teacher Li, I had previously informed the students from the Youth League about this. The traditional Chinese medicine department has reserved classroom 1306 for our departmental activities today. And I have the proof." As she spoke, Wang Ying rummaged through her teddy bear handbag, retrieving a document stamped with a red seal, which she presented to Li Na with both hands. Li Na raised an eyebrow, casually accepting the document. "Oh, it appears so. There's even an official seal." Before she could finish, however, Li Na tore the document into shreds. "Now it's gone." With a mocking smile, Li Na fixed her gaze on Wang Ying, while Wang Han and the other two boys wore lewd grins, exchanging knowing glances without uttering a word. Teacher Li, how can you do this? Dr. Yi was invited to participate in our departmental activity. Please don't make it difficult for her. Wang Ying's eyes glistened with tears. Enough shouting. Why are you so anxious? If she wants to report us, let her. Wang and I finally intervened, pulling Wang Ying back. Her voice laced with disdain. The police station is into your personal property. Can she dictate what happens? Cut it out. Xiao Lan chimed in with a scoff, clearly unfazed by the situation. What do you mean by that? You think we won't comply? Li Na furrowed her brow, having expected that a few female students would yield easily to her intimidation, only to find that Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan were not swayed in the least. What leverage do you possess to compel us? Wang Yan'ai sneered at Li Na, dismissively. While you may lack the means to intimidate us, it seems you relish the thought of making those foolish boys kneel before you. Xiao Lan quickly shot a sly glance at the smirking Wang Han and his companions, teasingly adding, the expressions on their faces are rather amusing. The three boys' faces darkened at once, especially Wang Han, whose expression turned particularly grim. Previously, he had been seen leaving campus with Li Na on multiple occasions, and now rumors were swirling. Those students had refrained from openly discussing it out of respect for Li Na. Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan's bluntness forced the boys to direct their gazes at Wang Han. That I stand firm, with nothing to hide. Without evidence, you cannot accuse me, Li Na retorted, her smile vanishing as her demeanor grew dark. I may lack grounds to report you, but the fate of your so-called traditional Chinese medicine department rests solely in my hands. Furthermore, while expulsion does require approval from the Student Affairs Office, a simple reprimand is merely a word from me. Effective immediately, the traditional Chinese medicine department is disbanded. You three have defied a teacher and will each receive a major demerit. Return to your dorms and await further news. At her words, Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan's expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes darting to Wang Ying, shouting, it's all right, it doesn't matter, it's just a demerit. Wang Ying spoke through her tears, forcing a smile, yet the tears flowed freely. Don't worry, nothing will happen. This demerit will not stand. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Ning attempted to console the distraught trio, but he found it odd that, given Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan's personalities, they would be so concerned about receiving a mere demerit. Even if they were expelled, Wang Yan'ai could easily secure a position at Chunchangtang, while Xiao Lan had ample opportunities available, having dabbled in various jobs from sales to modeling. Was it truly out of concern for Wang Ying's feelings? This reasoning seemed somewhat implausible to Yi Ning. You think you hold any authority here? This is a school. I am a member of the school committee. I dictate the rules. Within 10 minutes, you can check the school website for your disciplinary notifications. Not only will you be reprimanded, but I will ensure it is publicly announced for half a month. Li Na exclaimed in exasperation, unable to tolerate Yi Ning's audacity. However, in that moment, the office door swung open, and a stern-looking middle-aged man stormed in, glaring at Li Na as he spoke in a deep voice. Who do you think you are? A major demerit public announcement. Such a grave matter. And you think you could decide on a whim? This is utter chaos. The middle-aged man, who was none other than the principal of the medical school, Wu Kun, had been eavesdropping outside the office for quite some time. Young man, and you students, I am Wu Kun, the principal of the medical school. First and foremost, I apologize to you all for the presence of such a morally corrupt individual among our staff. Wu Kun directed his gaze at Yi Ning and the others, adopting a serious demeanor. I assure you that I will deal with this matter with utmost severity. Furthermore, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you today. Rest assured, I have already grasped the situation. The traditional Chinese medicine department is an invaluable asset that must be maintained and allowed to flourish. Additionally, no one will dare to impose any disciplinary action upon you. At that moment, Wang Ying stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan were equally taken aback. They recognized Wu Kun from a distance at the promotional meeting. They exchanged glances, silently questioning whether Yi Ning had summoned the principal himself, It seemed the only explanation that Yi Ning, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, glancing towards the door where Wu Jindong and Xiao Lu awaited. Realizing the shared surname, Yi Ning began to connect the dots. Principal, how could you? Please allow me to explain. Li Na stammered, utterly blindsided by the principal's unexpected arrival. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wu Kun interrupted her coldly. Get out of here at once and go collect your paycheck. Starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see you at the medical school again. Wu Kun stated decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Before turning his attention to Wang Han and the others, his brow furrowing slightly. The boys, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly nodded and bowed in apology. Principal, we will listen to the teachers. We haven't done anything. Li Na nearly collapsed in exasperation, realizing that it was Wang Han's earlier confrontation that had sparked this entire debacle. To my astonishment, this fellow has managed to distance himself completely. You few are hereby relieved of all positions within the school committee. Focus on your studies from now on. Eventually, Wu Kun subtly nodded and spoke that as the principal, he naturally deemed it beneath him to squabble with a few students. Granting them a chance was not without merit. My apologies for today's events, truly. Once everything was settled, Wu Kun turned his gaze back to Yi Ning, scrutinizing him from head to toe while reiterating his apology. Wang Ni and Xiao Lan felt a sense of vindication. Taken aback. However, Yi Ning smiled and replied, Principal Wu, your integrity is commendable. I ought to be thanking you. After speaking, Yi Ning shifted his attention to Wang Ni and Xiao Lan, cheerfully asking, Xiao and I, do you have anything to report to the principal? Today he has the time, so please share. Wang Ni's eyes instantly lit up. Meanwhile, Wang Han and his companions, who had just relaxed, suddenly grew tense again, their eyes pleading as they cast desperate glances at Wang Ni, silently begging for mercy. Observing this, Yi Ning also sighed with relief. He had sensed some underlying issues behind this matter and wished to leverage connections to help Wang Ni and her friends resolve it. Unexpectedly, however, a wild card emerged in the form of Wu Qun. As the principal of the medical school, his identity and authority would surely suffice to assist Wang Ni and Xiao Lan in overcoming their troubles. Thus, Yi Ning welcomed the opportunity to take a step back, leaving the few individuals in the office to reclaim their dignity while he strolled outside for some fresh air, intending to greet Wu Jindong. Although Wu Jindong's absence would not hinder Yi Ning's ability to settle the matter, it would be remiss of him to ignore someone who had shown goodwill. Haha, Mr. Yi, I mentioned I had a bit of influence. Do you think my trifling connections are of any use? Wu Jindong, standing just outside the office, chuckled as he observed Yi Ning. Indeed, Yi Ning acknowledged with a smile and a nod that I must express my gratitude to you for today. No need for such formality. Wu Jindong hastily waved his hand, glancing at his granddaughter, who was fiddling with her fingers with her head bowed. Suddenly, he inquired, Mr. Yi, may I ask what relation those two young ladies inside have with you? They are... Yi Ning paused for a moment before casually replying, one is my sister, and the other is her classmate. They are both my employees at my clinic. You have opened a clinic? Wu Jindong's eyes brightened. Surprised by Yi Ning's venture, this, Xiao Lu, upon hearing about Xiao Lan and Wang Ni's connection to Yi Ning, felt a wave of relief wash over her and instinctively looked up to ask, Dear Yi, may I also work at your clinic? Yi Ning was somewhat taken aback by the sudden interjection from the girl that I am quite curious about you and would like to know more. It would be wonderful to make a friend. The girl seemed to muster her courage, expressing her earnest desire while gazing intently at Yi Ning. Well, I already have a girlfriend, so I apologize, but while you are welcome to work with me, friendship for the sake of friendship may not work. Yi Ning politely declined that a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Lu's eyes. Yet she still smiled and said, If Yi doesn't mind, I still wish to work at your clinic. Just being ordinary friends would suffice. I am genuinely curious about you, if you seek medical attention, I welcome you anytime, but friendship does not necessarily require such arrangements. Yi Ning chuckled, shaking his head, and nodded respectfully at Wu Jindong. My apologies, Mr. Wu. Ha, no worries, no worries. Wu Zhendong nodded jovially, having not anticipated that his granddaughter would be so rebuffed. And I entrust the matters concerning my sister to you, Mr. Wu. I express my gratitude in advance. Ha, little brother. If you are this courteous, it would displease me. Wu Zhendong laughed heartily, saying, You must come to my home for a meal one day. You are my savior, and I must express my gratitude properly. Certainly. Yi Ning replied with a smile, glancing back at the office as he departed. Inside, he noticed Wang Han and his companions kneeling with grim expressions, while Wang Yan'ai, indignant, was passionately recounting the events to Wu Kun, her demeanor akin to that of a whistleblower. Wang Ying stood beside Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan, cautiously tugging at Wang Ni's sleeve, clearly feeling sympathetic to Yi Ning sighed inwardly, reassured that with Wu Zhendong and Wu Kun intervening, any issues Wang Yan'ai faced would surely be resolved satisfactorily. Content, he decided to head directly to the school cafeteria. After examining nearly 100 patients that morning and performing chiropractic adjustments, Yi Ning found himself quite hungry. Chapter 112. My treat before long, Wang Yan'ai, Xiao Lan, and the others arrived at the cafeteria. Ninggu! Wang Yan'ai exclaimed from a distance upon spotting Yi Ning, rushing over as fellow students dining nearby turned to look. Many flashing friendly smiles. Most were students who had attended the recent lecture, though Yi Ning nodded at the three, internally lamenting his oversight. He had not anticipated such a coincidence that in reality, it was not entirely coincidental. The medical university had 4 student cafeterias, yet the medical school had only one. Typically, Xiao Lan and Wang and I seldom dined in the school cafeteria, opting instead for takeout. Today, they had come to accompany Wang Ying, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Ning. The 3 young women settled down beside Yi Ning. Feeling genuinely hungry, he savored several steamed buns and 3 small dishes consisting of 2 meat and 1 vegetable dish. Ninggu, I truly appreciate your help today. This meal is on me. Wang Ying earnestly stated, gazing intently at Yi Ning. Yi Ning chuckled, glancing at the meager bowl of spinach soup in Wang Ying's hand. Puzzled, she then pulled half a bun and some pickled vegetables from her small bear-shaped bag. I cannot finish a whole bun in one sitting, so I split it into 2 meals. Wang Ying smiled, though her slightly darker complexion betrayed a hint of embarrassment. All right, classmate Wang Ying, today you are treating us. Let us eat together, Yi Ning said, pushing his plate towards her. Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan exchanged amused glances, teasingly saying, Our little Ying is treating us. We mustn't hold back. They winked at the blushing Wang Ying before linking arms and heading to grab more dishes. The 2, despite their grand intentions, returned with only 2 buns and a bowl of spicy hot pot, sharing the bowl mostly filled with vegetables. Throughout the meal, Wang Ying not only left Yi Ning's dishes untouched, but also subtly pushed her spinach soup forward, indicating that they should share, while she quietly nibbled on a plain bun. Yi Ning found this somewhat perplexing, but chose not to comment. After all, being overly deliberate at such a time could easily hurt her pride. Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan promptly returned with 2 bowls of spinach soup, as the cafeteria soup was free. Only then did Wang Ying cautiously sip a few mouthfuls. Although Longhua had made considerable progress, elevating the living standards of its citizens, it was astonishing to see families facing such hardships. Where a meal of pickled vegetables and buns sufficed, he could not help but recall the cup of milk tea Wang Ying had bought for him before the lecture, a previously unremarkable drink that now left him feeling somewhat guilty. Soon, Wang Ying finished her bun and eagerly got up to pay as she left. Yi Ning turned his attention to Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan, who began explaining Wang Ying's circumstances. It turned out that Wang Ying was different from them. She was a child from the mountains, her family destitute, with her tuition and living expenses entirely dependent on her own efforts. Moreover, the traditional Chinese medicine department Wang Yan'ai had established was essentially for Wang Ying's benefit. Wang Ying's academic performance was widely recognized as the best in her major, far surpassing the second-best student, with nearly perfect scores across all subjects. Yet, despite her achievements, she still could not secure the National Inspirational Scholarship. And even the opportunities for financial aid had been snatched away. Wei Ning frowned, nodding slightly. Having been a university student himself, he understood their plight entirely. In reality, financial aid and scholarships in universities rarely reach those who genuinely need assistance. Financial aid often ends up in the hands of individuals with connections who do not lack funds, while scholarships are even more dubious. The inspirational scholarship, uniformly established and awarded by Longhua, not only represented several thousand yuan, but also signified honor. With the selection criteria based on credit scores, that a student's credits are not solely determined by academic rankings, but also include participation in official student organizations and significant contributions to the school. The reason Wang Ying, despite being first in her major, could not obtain this scholarship was likely due to her credits being overshadowed by those so-called prominent figures within the school, Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan. Unable to bear this injustice, established the traditional Chinese medicine department to grant Wang Ying a nominal position as a department head, allowing her to earn credits, while even a department head standing was still beneath that of student council or league committee executives. With Wang Ying's academic performance, just a couple of additional credits might enable her to secure the scholarship. After hearing their explanation, Yining couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After all, students were still students, and many harbored such naive notions during their academic journey. This method is not only laborious but also precarious. Thus, he directly inquired, has the matter of Wang Ying's scholarship been resolved? The inspirational scholarship should rightfully be awarded to such outstanding and self-sufficient students that, of course, with me, Wang Xiaoni, on the case, what issue could possibly remain unresolved? Wang and I proudly declared, puffing out her ample chest. Yining chuckled, remarking that with Principal Wu involved, such a trivial matter was indeed a piece of cake. With two individuals taking charge, Yining did not dwell excessively on this issue. Wang Ying had only paid a little under 20 yuan. After settling the payment, Yining and the others were already waiting for her at the cafeteria entrance. Wang Ying then hurriedly caught up with them. Expressing her gratitude once more, Yining exchanged glances with the others and suggested, Wang Ying, both Wang and I and Xiaolan are currently working part-time at my clinic. Why don't you join us, Mr. Yi? You've already helped me so much. Oh, don't overthink my clinic is in need of staff. And they are both working their part-time. Yining smiled. Your salary will be the same as theirs. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's eyes brightened noticeably, revealing a glimmer of desire. Wang and I and Xiaolan immediately stepped forward, each taking Wang Ying by the arm. Xiaoying, don't hesitate. We are friends, aren't we? Come on. Let us go work together, Wang and I urged with a smile. Exactly. The pay is definitely higher than your current part-time job. Xiaolan scoffed, clearly dismissive of Wang Ying's present employment. This afternoon, we're all heading to work together, and with Ninggu accompanying us, we can help you transition. Isn't that inappropriate? I'd rather speak to the boss myself. Wang Ying murmured softly, nonsense. Ninggu, let us go and have a look. Wang and I exclaimed, pulling Wang Ying along and addressing Yining directly. Chapter 113. Helping to the end, the two were quite incensed at the mention of Wang Ying's current part-time job. They had long wished to help her quit this job, which had withheld 3 months of wages and required her to work long hours. They had advised Wang Ying to find another job more than once, but she had always refused. Today, seeing Wang Ying's respectful demeanor towards Yining, as if she regarded him as an elder, they did not expect that under Yining's influence, Wang Ying would finally relent. Fine, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I'll accompany you to ensure everything is settled. Yining nodded slightly, believing in the principle of helping others thoroughly, much like a Buddhist escorting a deity to the West. He often saw his own reflection in Wang Ying. During his school years, he too had juggled work and study, and after graduation, as his mother Zheng Huilan fell gravely ill, he truly understood the warmth of human relationships and the importance of money. They say money isn't everything, but for those genuinely in need, it is absolutely essential. Hence, Yining decided to extend his assistance to Wang Ying at the very least, working at the Rejuvenation Hall, where she could earn a few thousand yuan a month. would alleviate her worries regarding living expenses and tuition. Wang Ying's somewhat slender figure led the way briskly, with Yi Ning and the others following closely behind. The group meandered through a labyrinthine alley, and behind the nursing school lay a residential community. The winding paths caused passers-by to pause and yield whenever they spotted Wang Ying, greeting her with smiles. After about 10 minutes of walking, Wang Ying halted in front of a small clinic. The IT was a modest storefront with the door ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior, and a weathered sign hanging nearby inscribed with the word clinic. As they approached the entrance, a chime signaled their arrival, and a middle-aged woman emerged, clad in cotton pajamas and slippers, her wavy hair tousled. "Wang Ying, why are you here so early today?" The middle-aged woman, with a handful of sunflower seeds and a shell in her other hand, spoke while casting her gaze towards Wang Ni and Xiao Lian. Yi Ning remained composed, standing quietly behind the two women. But Wang Ni and Xiao Lan's faces betrayed their barely concealed hostility, prompting the middle-aged woman to adopt an unwelcoming demeanor. "Annie, I'm here to resign, that I'll be working at a friend's place. So I wanted to inform you." Wang Ying finally mustered the courage to speak. "Resign?" The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow, her voice sharpening slightly, a smirk curling at her lips as she coldly replied. "Well, if you want to resign, then so be it. Starting tomorrow, you needn't come to work. Annie, I still have 3 months' wages that you haven't paid." Wang Ying bit her lip and continued, finally meeting the middle-aged woman's gaze. Her tiny fists clenched tightly. The middle-aged woman scoffed, dismissively saying, "Listen, Xiaoying, if your father hadn't begged me to take you on, I wouldn't have even considered hiring a country bumpkin like you, who was clumsy from the start and didn't even know how to use a thermometer when you first arrived. Now, you want to leave just like that? And you still have the gall to ask for your wages? What sense does that make? Aren't you just making a fuss? Why shouldn't Wang Ying be paid for her work?" Wang and I interjected, displeased as she stepped forward to confront the woman. Xiao Lan chimed in with a cold smile. "No need to get upset. Shout out if she doesn't pay today. We'll take this to court." I refuse to believe that after all this time working, Wang Ying wanted to get her hard-earned wages. As Xiao Lan spoke, her gaze drifted to a legal consultancy sign hanging across from the small clinic. "Ha! You've made my day." The middle-aged woman burst into laughter, looking at Wang Yin and Xiao Lan with disdain. "Fine, do as you please. Wang Ying, if you want to leave, then leave immediately. Don't expect to get paid for this month. A bunch of inexperienced little brats thinking they can challenge me? Let me tell you first, Wang Ying had no labor contract when she started working here. It was your father who begged me to give her a job, and I kindly agreed to pay her a little every month. Second, you think you can just walk away from a job and still expect to settle your wages. Whereas the grace period, you can just leave without a thought and still expect to get paid. Dream on. Get out. You want to sue me? Get out of my sight." The middle-aged woman placed her hands on her hips, growing aggressive. Wang Yin and Xiao Lan's expressions shifted. They had never encountered such an unreasonable woman, and the points she made were not entirely unfounded. Wang Ying bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at the middle-aged woman, softly saying, "Annie, I know I'm not the brightest, but I truly put in my best effort. That I understand you took me in for my own good, but I really need this wage. What can I do to ensure I receive it? Oh, that's simple enough. Just keep working until I find someone to replace you, and then you can leave. That I'll settle your wages then." The middle-aged woman snorted, arching her neck slightly to look at Wang Yin and Xiao Lan, her demeanor triumphant, as if she had won a battle. Wang Yin and Xiao Lan found themselves at a loss for words, not daring to speak up for fear of making matters worse. "Okay, then, Annie Lu, please find someone quickly. That I'll wait until you have a replacement for me before I leave, but you must ensure my wages are settled." Wang Ying said earnestly. Fine, just keep working for now. Do you see those clothes? Start washing them and tidy up the place." The middle-aged woman sneered, shaking her plump body as she prepared to retreat and resume her television viewing. She had no intention of letting Wang Ying go. Finding another diligent and conscientious worker like her was nearly impossible, especially since Wang Ying was currently shouldering nearly all of the workload and acting as a free maid. Wait, as Wang Ying silently lowered her head to fetch the dirty clothes. Yi Ning could no longer watch and called out to her. Ninggu, I'm sorry. You saw it too. Wang Ying turned back, her face filled with remorse as she attempted to explain to Yi Ning. But he merely smiled and nodded at her, his gaze then shifting to the middle-aged woman. What is the matter? Got a problem. Here to see the doctor? The middle-aged woman retorted, tilting her neck and eyeing Yi Ning with a mocking smile. Chapter 114. Do you have an opinion? I merely wish to inquire how much Wang Ying earns each month, Yi Ning replied, smiling faintly as he addressed the woman. 600 yuan a month. For managing the shop and cleaning. What about it? The woman responded with cold disdain, her expression one of arrogance. 600? Upon hearing this figure, Wang and I gasped in shock. Who still pays such a meager wage these days? Even for a temporary job, the minimum wage should be around 1,500. Moreover, Wang Ying was studying at a nursing school and had excellent grades, with sufficient professional skills to handle basic medical tasks and prescriptions, making her worth at least 2,000. This was initially an agreement I reached with her father. We had settled on a monthly wage of 500. However, out of goodwill, I later increased it by 100 after she took over my household chores and cleaning. The middle-aged woman sneered. Do you have any objections? 600 a month. It's merely 1,008 for 3 months. Come on, Wang Ying, let us leave this place. We won't endure such indignity over at Ning Ji's place. The monthly salary is 3,000. Wang and I, furious, pulled Wang Ying away just as she was about to pick up some dirty laundry. The woman's expression shifted. 600 a month for managing the store, cleaning, and handling most patients. Wang Ying's skills were indeed more professional than hers. She was anxious about losing such a capable employee. Wang Ying, wait. I'll raise your salary by another 200 starting next month. The woman's tone softened, her gaze flickering between Yi Ning and the others as she continued. Wang Ying, this is for your own good. If it weren't for your father's request, I wouldn't have been so lenient with you. Just think, as a student, what right do you have to work for someone offering a salary of 3,000 a month? The world is a treacherous place. Don't let yourself be deceived. Wang Ying, taken aback, was surprised at the high salary offered by Yi Ning. But upon hearing the woman's words, her instinctive reaction was to shake her head slightly, saying, Aunt Lu, I want to allow you to speak ill of Mr. Yi, good people. Where are there so many good people in this world? You should understand the simple truth that no one receives benefits without merit. Look at your 2 classmates. I can tell at a glance they are not respectable individuals. One showing her midriff and the other her legs. Who knows? Enough, Annie. Don't speak badly of my friends. Wang Ying's delicate face hardened as she warned the middle-aged woman. Wang and I raised her eyebrows, about to explode, but was interrupted by Yi Ning. All right. Yi Ning interjected, casting a cold smile at the now flustered woman, calmly stating, Indeed, this society is both good and bad, with all sorts of people. However, even if Wang Ying were to work as a waitress or a food runner, she could still earn nearly 2,000 a month. Here, you command her around, paying only 600 a month, and yet you slander us. The deal you think that is justifiable. The woman was about to respond when Yi Ning continued. I don't wish to pursue the earlier matters, nor will I pry into them. Since Wang Ying has accepted the previous agreement, let us settle on 600 a month, totaling 1,008 for 3 months. Add to that the unpaid wages for this month, and you will pay her in full now, allowing her to leave. That we will consider this matter settled. But Yi Ning looked steadily at the woman. The woman was momentarily stunned, taking several steps back, her expression shifting between uncertainty and dismay. Named Lu Guifan, she was a typical shrew of the market, willing to haggle for half a dime on vegetables and to argue over a few yuan in medical fees. Yet standing before Yi Ning, whose calm demeanor and steady voice unnerved her, she felt a sense of unease. At least those who merely blustered lacked such composure and would not speak to her so calmly. Noticing her silence, Yi Ning casually surveyed the surroundings before inquiring, I wonder if your clinic is operating with a valid business license. And if this boss of yours possesses the qualifications to practice medicine, should I make a call to confirm? No, no, no. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifan immediately crumbled. She recalled that Yi Ning was also a clinic owner, although she did not know which clinic or his background. Offering a starting salary of 3,000 was no trivial matter. It indicated substantial wealth, likely a six-figure monthly income. Realizing this, Lu Guifan's demeanor shifted, and she flashed a fawning smile, saying, Hee, sir, I was in the wrong earlier. It is only right to pay for work done. 1,008 for 3 months. And here is 2,000 for you, Wang Ying. I'll get the money right now. With that, Lu Guifan tossed the sunflower seed shells in her hand into a nearby trash can and hurried inside. Wang Ying stood in shock, clearly not expecting Yi Ning to so calmly reclaim her 3 months' wages with just a few words. Ninggu, you were too lenient with her. At least it should be calculated at 2,000 a month. 3 months amounts to 6 or 7,000. Wang and I exclaimed, energized, grasping Yi Ning's arm with admiration etched on her face. But Yi Ning shook his head with a smile, turning his gaze to Wang Ying, who quietly said, Xiao and I, don't say that. Annie has really taken good care of me, that if it weren't for her, I wouldn't know how I would have managed these past few months. As she reminisced about her struggles, Wang Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a monthly salary of 500, she had to live frugally, often still spending more than she earned, accumulating only about 1,800 over half a year. Given that a year of tuition at the nursing school could easily exceed 20 or 30,000, her savings were merely a drop in the ocean. Last year's fees were even covered by Wang and I, leaving her indebted to her friend for over 10,000. Thus, Wang Ying felt immense gratitude towards Wang and I, and was reluctant to owe her more. All right, once you start working at the Huachuntang, just do your best, that I have high hopes for you, Yi Ning said, gazing at Wang Ying with evident admiration. Not only did he appreciate her innocent heart, but he also recognized her capabilities, though Wang Ying might still be inexperienced. Her ability to excel in nursing school was indicative of her potential. Given time, her achievements would surpass those of Wang and I and Xiaolan. Chapter 115. You are biased, Ninggu. You are biased. Wang and I pouted, saying, when you asked me to work, you never mentioned you believed in me. Now that Xiaoying is here, you favor her. Hee. Does that mean you're planning to resign? I'd prefer not to owe anyone wages. Yi Ning remarked with a playful smile that how could I resign? I want to let the good fortune flow to outsiders. Wang and I retorted, her eyes wide. Honestly, I work hard. Ninggu, if you could give her a little raise. She'd be thrilled. With a monthly salary and bonuses nearing 4,000. Wang and I was fortunate for a girl who hadn't even graduated from nursing school. Xiaolan rolled her eyes, clearly eager to undermine the conversation, avoiding eye contact with Yi Ning. Yi Ning chuckled softly, not calling her out on her transparent attempts to ingratiate herself to that moment. Wang Ying emerged from the clinic holding a brown paper bag. Her slightly tanned face was flushed with excitement, and her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with joy. Mr. Yi, thank you. I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reclaim my wages. Wang Ying deeply bowed to Yi Ning, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Once you join Huachuntang, you'll be my employee. There is no need for such formality. Yi Ning replied with a gentle smile. Wang Ying bit her lip, looking up at Yi Ning, and suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, can I call you Ninggu like Xiao and I and the others? Of course, Yi Ning said, a smile playing at his lips as he nodded in agreement. Ninggu! Wang Ying exclaimed joyfully, her eyes forming crescent moons, revealing her first genuine smile in front of the three, showcasing her white little tiger teeth. Subsequently, she handed the brown paper bag to Wang and I, saying, Wang and I, here is your money back. I owe you a total of 18,300. Here are 2,000, so I still owe you 16,003. Wang and I was caught between laughter and tears, immediately pushing the money back. Xiaoying, this is your salary for 3 months. I can't take it. Focus on your job at Huachuntang. You'll be able to repay it in no time. However, Wang Ying firmly refused to accept it. Ultimately, it was Yi Ning who intervened, saying, "All right, Xiao and I, just accept it from now on. Xiao will be working at Huichintang. Everything will turn out well." Wang and I finally accepted the money, her gaze filled with reluctance as she linked arms with Wang Ying, declaring, "Xiaoying, don't worry. As long as I have a meal, you want to go hungry. We'll definitely make something of ourselves." Wang Ying's eyes shone brightly as she nodded earnestly that I in the afternoon. When Yining arrived at Huichintang, Wang and I, Xiaolan, and Wang Ying were already on duty. "Ninggu, you're here. What would you like to drink today? Milk tea, herbal tea, or flower tea?" As soon as Yining arrived, Wang and I beamed and approached him, eager to please, while Wang Ying and Xiaolan greeted him with smiles before returning to their tasks. Herbal tea, please," Yining replied cheerfully, taking a seat at the desk in the consultation area. In the past, whenever he visited, Wang and I and Xiaolan would always sit on one side, engaging in quiet conversations or browsing their phones, leisurely passing the time. However, today, with the arrival of Wang Ying, the diligent young girl transformed the atmosphere of the rejuvenation hall. As soon as she stepped through the door, she busied herself with mopping the floor, dusting, and attracting customers. Consequently, Wang and I and Xiaolan felt compelled to join her in her industriousness rather than sit idly by. Yining had a genuine fondness for the hard-working Wang Ying. This fondness was not romantic, but rather akin to a leader's appreciation for a subordinate, or perhaps a senior's admiration for a junior. "Wang Ying, come here." After taking a seat, Yining smiled and said. Wang Ying, who was in the midst of mopping, promptly set down her mop and hurried over to Yining's side, that while Yining gestured towards a nearby plastic stool and instructed, "Fetch a stool and sit beside me." "All right," Wang Ying replied with a hint of confusion, quickly fetching a stool and sitting down beside Yining, attentively asking, "Boss, do you have any further instructions? You mentioned that from now on I should call you Ninggu, right?" Yining raised an eyebrow. "Ninggu, do you have any further instructions?" Wang Ying immediately smiled, her large eyes sparkling. Wang and I and Xiaolan, who were busily working nearby, were taken aback. Having known Wang Ying for 3 years, today marked the first time they had witnessed such genuine joy on the face of the seemingly simple girl. "From today onward, when I come to consult, you shall sit beside me and observe for your learning. There are Chinese medicine books over there that you may freely browse and study," Yining announced. "Once you have mastered your studies and can independently treat patients, that will be your graduation, and I shall double your salary. You teaching me Chinese medicine is already a great favor. No need for a salary," Wang Ying said, her face filled with gratitude as she hurriedly waved her hands. "I do not take kindly to refusals," Yining replied, raising an eyebrow and adopting a stern expression. "You need only follow my instructions." "Oh, thank you, Ninggu." Seeing Yining's serious demeanor, Wang Ying promptly ceased her protests, expressing her deep appreciation. "Ninggu, I refuse to accept this. I've been working here for over a month and haven't received such treatment. I want to learn Chinese medicine too," Wang and I interjected, clearly displeased, tossing her mop aside. "All right," Yining chuckled, glancing at Wang and I before turning to Xiaolan, who was casting furtive glances towards them. "Both of you are welcome to learn. Just come and sit here to observe for free. Xiao and I, please go over there and bring Mi Shenghan, Zhabinglin, Huangdi Neijing, and Bin Xiaogumu." Wang and I, her cheeks puffed in indignation, walked over to the bookshelf, retrieved the 3 tomes, and, carrying a plastic stool, settled down beside Yining and Wang Ying. Wang Ying's eyes lit up as she immediately picked up Huangdi Neijing and began to read intently, while Wang and I picked up Bin Xiaogumu found herself yawning within 5 minutes, casting a guilty glance at Yining, who was observing her with a calm demeanor. Pouting in defiance, she continued to read. Not long after, a cacophony erupted outside as numerous young people in the old street called out to one another, rushing towards the front. Wang Ying remained obliviously engrossed in her book, while Yining squinted, seemingly meditating and ignoring the commotion. However, Wang and I could not sit still, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 116. The Cold and Ruthless Ultimately. Wang and I could no longer contain her curiosity. With her bright eyes darting between Yi Ning and Wang Ying, she cautiously set down her book, stood up, and tiptoed to the entrance of the medical hall. Xiaolan, what is happening? What is going on? Wang and I excitedly grabbed Xiaolan's arm and asked, "It seems they're filming a movie over there. I heard the old Times crew is here, and Yu Xian has arrived." Xiaolan replied, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon hearing Yu Xian's name, Wang Ni's eyes instantly lit up that Wei Yu Xian was a sensational star, currently at the pinnacle of her fame. I wonder how she looks without makeup. I've heard she is a beauty like no other. Let us go, we must see. Wang and I exclaimed, eagerly clutching Xiaolan's arm. Xiao and I, we're still on duty. Who's going to see patients now? Everyone has gone to see the spectacle. Wang and I insisted, pulling Xiaolan along, that in the end, Xiaolan was swept up in Wang Ni's excitement and was dragged outside. Yi Ning, unbeknownst to him, had already opened his eyes and shook his head slightly at the sight of the two rushing out. Just then, Wang Hu had been keeping watch outside, cheerfully stepped in and called out to Yi Ning. Yi Ning, there's filming going on over there. Yu Xian is here. Today, I finally get to see her in person. She is stunning. Aren't you come to take a look? Yi Ning rolled his eyes. These siblings were indeed cut from the same cloth. He made a gesture for Wang Hu to keep quiet, indicating that he should not disturb Wang Ying's reading. Wang Hu promptly nodded in understanding. And seeing that Yi Ning was not joining them, he merely followed the crowd towards the street, the Old West Street. On the street, a large water truck sprayed water continuously below, as the crew was evidently filming a scene in the rain. The male lead, dressed in a crisp white shirt and tailored suit, was now soaked to the bone in the rain, gazing at Yu Xian, who was holding an umbrella with red-rimmed eyes as he passionately declared, "I'm sorry, we can't be together. I don't love you. Please leave, leave." Yu Xian's shoulders trembled slightly as she prepared to shed tears, her voice quivering as she implored, "Why, Xiao Xian, why did you hide from me the fact that you have a brain tumor? Why must you bear this alone?" The male lead was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reddening in the rain as tears streamed down his face. "Yes, I have a brain tumor. So what? All I wish is to spend my last days in peace. Can you not grant me this small wish?" He cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Finally, Yu Xian broke down, discarding her umbrella and rushing towards the male lead. Surrounding spectators, the men were captivated by the scene, wishing they could be in the male lead's position, while many women, including Wang and I, gazed on with heavy hearts, some even with tears in their eyes at that moment. Wang and I sobbed to Xiaolan beside her. "It's so touching. Why can't lovers ever be together?" Xiaolan rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "Because it's necessary for the plot. Just watch. Next will be the male and female leads embracing, kissing, and then, before Xiaolan could finish her sentence, Yu Xian had already reached the male lead. However, instead of the anticipated embrace and kiss, the male lead unexpectedly pushed Yu Xian away, under the sunshade. The plump director squinted his small eyes in his slits, a confident smile playing on his lips as if to say, "Didn't he see that coming?" This is the new trope, cold and ruthless to the end. According to the plot's requirements, Yu Xian would then fall to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while the male lead resolutely turned to leave, devoid of any feelings. Yet, at the moment the male lead pushed Yu Xian away, a soft crack resounded as Yu Xian's high heel broke. Suddenly losing her balance, Yu Xian fell backward, letting out a startled cry, and then collapsed onto the ground. The crew was stunned, and the cameraman instinctively moved to check if she was injured. However, the plump director leapt into action, shouting, "Everyone get into position, great! That effect was so realistic. Jingyi, well done. That's the surprise we needed, the heartache, the unspoken pain. Turn around, turn around." "Now," the director bellowed at the male lead. Jingyi had intended to help Yu Xian up, but, upon hearing the director's command, halted his movement, his lips trembling as he turned to leave. Click. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Perfect. This shot is flawless. This accident is just what we wanted. This is the effect we needed." However, the jubilant director had barely enjoyed his moment when a script was abruptly slapped against his face. Gu Xiaowen, dressed in professional attire, approached with a dark expression, swiftly chastising the director before adding, "Get someone to check if Miss Yu is injured." And you, ignoring the actor's injury and forcing the shot. "If anything happens to Miss Yu, prepare for a lawsuit." Gu Xiaowen shot a fierce glare at the plump director before quickly rushing over to assist the unconscious Yu Xian. It was only then that they realized she had fainted. Witnessing this, the plump director sighed in regret. "What a shame. If we had just captured a close-up of the female lead fainting, it would have been perfect. What a loss. Truly a pity. What are you all standing around for? Call an ambulance," Gu Xiaowen barked, glaring at the day's crew members. That moment, a bystander chimed in. "Miss, Dr. Yi from the Rejuvenation Hall on Old West Street is highly skilled. You should hurry to see him." "Yes, I had an ailment that the hospital couldn't cure after 6 months, but Dr. Yi treated it effortlessly. We should go to the Rejuvenation Hall. Miss Yu has fainted, and waiting for an ambulance will take at least half an hour. It's just a few minutes to the Rejuvenation Hall." Indeed, Dr. Yi is undoubtedly capable of curing ailments with ease. A chorus of residents from Old West Street eagerly recommended Hui Chuntang. Yi Xiaowen's expression fluctuated. And with decisive authority, she commanded, "All right, you all, carry Miss Yu Xian to Hui Chuntang for emergency treatment. If she recovers, splendid. If not, we shall prepare for the worst. Call for an ambulance immediately." Gu Xiaowen took matters into her own hands, swiftly picking up Yu Xian and rushing toward Hui Chuntang. Before long, they arrived at Hui Chuntang, with Gu Xiaowen leading the charge, bursting through the door and gently laying Yu Xian on the examination bed. Her gaze swept the room until it landed on Yi Ning. "You, where is the attending physician? Summon him. We need treatment for Miss Yu Xian." Chapter 117. Interception of him. "That would be me," Yi Ning replied, standing up and focusing on Yu Xian. That moment, she was still clad in the red gown from her filming, completely drenched, her exquisite figure on full display. "You?" Gu Xiaowen frowned at Yi Ning, seeing his gaze fixed on Yu Xian. Unable to contain a sneer, she retorted, "Are you jesting? How can a young physician like you possibly be qualified to attend to patients? It appears you are merely trying to take advantage of Miss Yu." Yi Ning was taken aback, acknowledging that Yu Xian indeed possessed an angelic visage and an almost flawless figure. However, the reason he had lingered on her for a moment was purely to assess her condition. Time was of the essence. Her situation was dire, with intracranial bleeding posing an imminent threat to her life. "Miss, I must emphasize that every second we delay could jeopardize the patient's life. Spare me your alarmist rhetoric. I have already called for an ambulance. The doctors will arrive shortly." Gu Xiaowen interrupted coldly, asserting, "We are merely resting here. The fee for the bed will not be a burden." Dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Wang Yan'ai interjected, unable to tolerate the unfolding scene. The residents of Old West Street chimed in, urging, "Miss, Dr. Yi is indeed the attending physician at Hui Chuntang. His medical skills are exceptional." "Exactly. We, the residents of this entire street, can attest to Dr. Ye's credentials." "Humph. It's better not to save someone with such disdain," Old Sun grunted, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Xiaowen, adding, "Dr. Yi, young people should maintain a bit of spirit. If you refuse to help, just wait for the ambulance to come collect her remains." This exchange left the group, escorting Yu Xian into Hui Chuntang momentarily stunned. Ji Xiaowen's face flickered with astonishment. She never anticipated that her words would incite such collective ire. True, Yi Ning appeared rather youthful. Typically, any respectable TCM clinic would have attending physicians who were either elderly or at least composed middle-aged men. She had indeed never encountered such a young attending physician. Yet, despite her slight disrespect, so many had come forth to defend him, even directly chastising her, while some among the crowd might have been hired by Hui Chuntang. It was improbable that they all were. Thus, despite her shock, Gu Xiaowen had to concede to Yi Ning's status as an attending physician. Upon acknowledging Yi Ning's identity and recalling his earlier statement about Yu Xian's precarious condition, Gu Xiaowen could no longer remain passive. She turned to Yi Ning, her eyes filled with uncertainty, asking, "You truly are the attending physician here?" "Indeed," Yi Ning affirmed calmly with a nod. "Very well. Dr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I implore you to save Miss Yu Xian." Guxiuan immediately adopted a serious tone, humbly acknowledging her mistake before Yi Ning. Yi Ning nodded slightly, his impression of her shifting somewhat, that he approached Yu Xian, refraining from immediate action, instead addressing Guxiuan. "Please assist me by turning Miss Yu Xian onto her side, but take care not to jostle her head." "Understood." Guxiuan promptly agreed that Yi Ning's refusal to exploit the situation improved her perception of him further. Perhaps he truly was the miraculous physician everyone spoke of. Yi Xiuan carefully turned Yu Xian onto her side, exposing her back to Yi Ning, who now wore a serious expression. He swiftly retrieved silver needles, heating and sterilizing them before piercing them into the acupoint at the base of Yu Xian's neck. Wang Ying had been closely following, her eyes riveted on Yi Ning's actions as the needle penetrated. A trickle of dark crimson blood began to flow from Yu Xian's neck. Yi Ning turned to Wang Ying with a smile, inquiring, "Wang Ying, do you know the name of this acupoint?" "Feng Fu," Wang Ying replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "Correct." Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Guxiuan, unable to contain her anxiety, urged, "Dr. Yi, please expedite your efforts to save Miss Yu Xian." "She's already fine," Yi Ning replied with a gentle smile, just as he predicted. As the dark blood continued to flow from her neck, Yu Xian groaned softly and began to stir, gradually regaining consciousness. "Xian, you're awake at last. How do you feel? Are you in any discomfort?" Guxiuan rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "Jijia, I'm fine now," Yu Xian responded, her complexion still pale, a shiver escaping her as she spoke. "There's a changing room inside. Miss Yu, you should take a hot shower and change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill," Yi Ning suggested with a smile. "Go on quickly. Xian, you should change into dry clothes. It was this Yi who saved you," Guxiuan said, retrieving a set of dry clothing from a staff member, ASA star. Yu Xian often carried spare outfits while filming. Hearing Guxiuan's words, Yu Xian smiled at Yi Ning, showing no signs of star arrogance. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. Just doing my duty," Yi Ning replied with a casual wave of his hand. Seemingly unconcerned, Yu Xian followed the staff into the changing room, and the crowd surrounding Hu Chintang began to disperse. Just then, the sharp sound of sirens pierced the air as several ambulances arrived hastily. Halting at the entrance of Hu Chintang, the doors swung open, and a group of medical personnel clad in white coats hurriedly exited, with Tony leading the charge. "Where is Miss Yu? What is her condition?" Tony entered, immediately inquiring with urgency. "My apologies, but it seems your services are no longer required. Yi has already revived Miss Yu. She is perfectly fine now." Guxiuan responded with a smile, her spirits lifted at Yu Xian's recovery. Tony was momentarily taken aback, his gaze landing on Yi Ning beside Guxiuan. Yi intervened. "Could it be this very Yi Ning? Again, Yi Ning?" Tony furrowed his brow deeply, having contacted Yinqing Hospital upon learning that the injured party was the popular star Yu Xian. He hurried over, hoping to seize the opportunity to get closer to her, only to find himself thwarted once more by Yi Ning. "Ah, Miss Go, this is merely a small clinic. Many of the examinations lack authority, and there may even be hygiene issues. Germs abound everywhere. I still recommend that Miss Yu accompany us to the hospital for a thorough examination." Chapter 118. Heading to the hospital, our medical equipment has been thoroughly sterilized with ultraviolet rays. Wang and I glared at Tony with hostility, retorting, "You claim our place is dirty, but I reckon it's some people's hearts that are filthy." Sharp-tongued, Tony narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at Wang and I, and solemnly stated, "The patient's safety is paramount. Sister Wen, I suggest you allow Miss Yu to board our vehicle immediately and proceed to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, though we cannot take any chances with Miss Yu's safety." Upon hearing Tony's words, Guxiuan's expression shifted, and she met Yi Ning's calm gaze. She offered an awkward smile. "Dr. Yi, I apologize. Combining Eastern and Western medicine is the safest approach that I have decided to take Miss Yu to the hospital for a full examination. Rest assured, I will not skimp on your consultation fee. Each acupuncture session costs 30. Please pay at the reception. Yi Ning cheerfully indicated towards Wang Hu, who was seated at the payment desk. Ji Xuan nodded and proceeded to settle the payment. Shortly after, a pale-faced Yu Xian emerged, having changed into dry clothes and refreshed her appearance. It was undeniable that women value their looks. However, with her makeup restored, Yu Xian appeared radiant, though she pressed a hand to her chest. As if feeling a lingering ache, her complexion still somewhat wan, yet possessing a delicate allure. Dr. Yi, was it you who saved me? Thank you so much. I still feel a bit unwell. Yu Xian smiled at Yi Ning, acknowledging him, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Tony's derisive laughter. Miss Yu, we have arrived now. This fellow is merely a barefoot doctor, that if he were truly capable, you would have been cured immediately. Perhaps your discomfort stems from his improper treatment earlier. Tony smirked coldly and spoke. Therefore, I suggest Miss Yu accompany me back to the hospital, Yunqing Hospital. We will certainly conduct a comprehensive examination for you. And should any issues arise, we will arrange for immediate treatment. Rest assured, the remedy will be effective. It was only then that Yu Xian noticed a group of doctors in white coats who had already arrived. Gu Xiuwen, who had just finished paying, quickly stepped forward, grasped Yu Xian's arm, and whispered, Xiao Xian, this young doctor has a point. We should really go to the hospital for a thorough checkup to put our minds at ease. Well, all right. Yu Xian hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Miss Yu, it was Ning Ge who saved you when you were unconscious. With just one injection, you woke up. You should trust him now. Wang and I said anxiously that a look of uncertainty crossed Yu Xian's face as she turned her gaze towards Yi Ning. Yet, Yi Ning remained calmly seated in front of the hall, showing no inclination to intervene. Miss Yu, do you see? This fellow cannot save you now. If he had any confidence, he wouldn't have let you leave for treatment. Tony interjected with a cold sneer. Once again, I reiterate, perhaps your current discomfort stems from this fellow's earlier missteps. Tony continued, rest assured, if we determine that your current ailment is in any way related to the clinic, I will have it shut down tomorrow. From the moment Tony laid eyes on Yu Xian, his heart raced. She was undeniably a rare beauty. Even in comparison to Yunqing's most renowned beauty, Zhou Xinran, she was equally captivating. Thus, his resentment towards Yi Ning, who had stolen his thunder, only deepened. You dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Wang and I exclaimed in exasperation that Yi Ning finally furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards Tony, narrowing his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. So you're Tony that I have no intention of targeting you. Yet you seem determined to oppose me at every turn. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Tony, who met his stare unabashedly, raising his chin defiantly. The atmosphere grew tense. However, Yi Ning suddenly smiled faintly and turned to Yu Xian, asking Miss Yu, if you wish to go to the hospital, by all means do so. But if the hospital cannot cure your ailment, feel free to seek me out afterward. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Yu Xian felt reassured and smiled at Yi Ning, nodding in acknowledgement. His selfless dedication to saving others endeared him to her. Ji Xuan, standing nearby, also regarded Yi Ning with newfound respect, having expected him to keep Yu Xian for his own glory. But instead, he had shown such clarity of thought by allowing her to leave. What more do you have to say? Dr. Yi just revived Miss Yu right before my eyes. Do you doubt me as well? Gu Xiuwen's expression darkened as she glared at the relentless Tony, her voice icy. Tony had just claimed that saving lives required enticement, and since Yu Xian had stepped out of the changing room, he had been trying to ingratiate himself with her while undermining Yi Ning, all of which did not escape Gu Xiuwen's notice. Not to mention his medical skills, in terms of character, Tony was not even in the same league as Yi Ning. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tony fell silent, quickly gesturing for Yu Xian and Gu Xiuwen to get into the car. Once they had left, Tony shot Yi Ning a dark glare before swiftly departing. Ning Ge, are you really just letting Yu Xian go off with that, Tony? He looks shifty. I can tell he is not a good person. Wang and I exclaimed in frustration, pouting at the calm Yi Ning seated before him. Yi Ning merely smiled faintly, saying, "What is the rush? They will return shortly." Wang Ni's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at Yi Ning, her curiosity piqued, wanting to inquire further. However, Yi Ning picked up a book on the treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases and began reading. Observing this, Wang Ni's cheeks flushed, and she turned away in a huff, muttering, "If you won't say anything, then fine. I could just take on an apprentice. I, Wang Xiaoni, am naturally beautiful. I'm not worried about not being wanted." The suitors lined up from Old West Street to East Main Street. In the ambulance, racing towards Yuncheng Hospital, Yu Xian's delicate hand remained pressed against her chest as the vehicle jostled along. The dull ache in her chest intensified, akin to being pricked by needles, leaving her restless. Could it be that she was suffering from some incurable disease? The thought only deepened her fear. "Miss you. Rest assured, with me here, you will be fine," Tony assured her with a gentlemanly nod. Moreover, Yuncheng Hospital boasts the most advanced medical equipment and the most professional team in the city. That I promise to do everything in my power to uncover the issues with your health and ensure your swift recovery. "I hope so," Yu Xian replied softly, her face still clouded with worry. The pain in her chest made it difficult to feel at ease, and Yi Ning's visage kept flashing through her mind. Especially during her departure, Yi Ning's calm demeanor suggested he understood that the hospital would not be able to cure her ailment, as if he wanted her to return to him after facing obstacles at the hospital, so she could leave with peace of mind. Upon arriving at Yuncheng Hospital, they underwent blood tests, urine tests, temperature checks, blood pressure measurements, heart rate assessments, and ultrasound examinations. A barrage of examinations overwhelmed them. Yi Xian stayed by Yu Xian's side, observing her every step of the way. Although the checks were thorough and professional, they were also mentally exhausting. Initially, Tony had provided targeted guidance, but as the results began to show that Yu Xian's health was entirely normal, he became increasingly flustered. After a whole afternoon, Tony had nearly facilitated every examination at the hospital, and all the results simply read normal. As a popular artist, Yu Xian had a personal health consultant and was meticulous about her diet and lifestyle, which kept her in excellent health. However, she felt the pain in her chest showing no signs of abating, and as the completely normal test results piled up, her anxiety only heightened. What was happening to her? What was wrong with her body? "Miss Yu, please do not fret. Our traditional Chinese medicine department at Yuncheng Hospital is among the finest in the city. Allow me to take you there. Perhaps they can diagnose your condition," Tony said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Whether from busyness or anxiety, he could not tell, yet he still managed to muster a strained smile for Yu Xian. Yu Xian and Gu Xiaowen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a good idea. In the traditional Chinese medicine department of Yuncheng Hospital, an elderly physician named Li Chongqing, wearing thick reading glasses and a white coat, sat quietly in his office, engrossed in a medical book of considerable thickness, leisurely turning the pages. Tony and the others rushed in. Li Lao. "Please, take a look at Miss Yu's condition," Tony exclaimed urgently as they burst in. Li Chongqing, focused on his book, frowned slightly without raising his gaze, replying curtly out. Knock before entering. The faces of the three changed immediately, with Yu Xian and Gu Xiaowen instinctively looking at Tony. Tony's face flushed. As a high-achieving overseas returnee, he had quickly risen to the position of attending physician at Yuncheng Hospital within half a month, enjoying considerable prestige. Even the vice president would greet him with a smile, offering him respect. However, the traditional Chinese medicine department was an exception. The old doctors there were notoriously proud, and if they took a disliking to you, they would disregard even the Zhao Kongjin's authority. Thus, even though he wished to showcase his abilities in front of the beautiful Yu Xian, he dared not act arrogantly in front of Li Chongqing and could only lower his head slowly, saying to Gu Xiaowen and Yu Xian, "Let's step outside. I admit my rudeness." Yu Xian nodded silently, exiting without a word, while Gu Xiaowen's face displayed clear displeasure, but she obediently followed Yu Xian out of the office. Tony also stepped out, carefully closing the door behind him before knocking again. Enter. Li Chongqing's calm voice came from within. This time, Tony did not dare to be presumptuous. He carefully opened the door and, with gentle steps, led the two inside. "Director Li, this is Miss Yu Xian, a friend of mine. She is unwell, and we are unsure of her illness. Previously," Tony began politely, but his words were interrupted by Li Chongqing. "You here to seek treatment?" Li Chongqing finally lifted his eyes, casting a disinterested glance at Yu Xian before stating bluntly, "Register and queue. Don't you understand the rules here?" Tony stood dumbfounded, his expression darkening. This Li Chongqing was showing him no respect. "Director Li, I as a junior should not be disrespectful to you, but as a physician, saving lives is paramount. Now that the patient is before you, why maintain such an aloof demeanor? What kind of behavior is this? You are lacking in medical ethics." Gu Xiaowen could no longer hold her tongue and spoke up, her voice grave. "When Jia, let it go." Yu Xian gently tugged at Gu Xiaowen's sleeve, speaking softly. "What a lack of medical ethics." Li Chongqing let out a cold laugh and directly stated, "Without rules, there can be no order. This is Yunqing Hospital. If you wish to seek medical attention, you must first register. After that, a doctor will naturally conduct a diagnosis for you. Who do you think you are to demand that I personally intervene?" Gu Xiaowen's brows instantly knitted together, taken aback by Li Chongqing's arrogance and obstinacy, that I in a moment of desperation. Yu Xian hastily suggested, "Sister Wen, perhaps we should return to consult that Dr. Yi. I feel he might have discerned the issue with my condition." Gu Xiaowen sighed, seemingly resigned to this course of action. However, upon hearing the name Yi Ning, Tony's anger flared, and in a moment of urgency, he declared, "Li Chongqing, as a renowned physician of Yunqing, do you not understand the principle of saving lives as if they were on fire? Now that a patient is before you, you still maintain your airs and refuse to examine her. I see you are merely a coward, incapable of discerning Miss Yu's ailments." With a thud, Li Chongqing slammed the heavy medical tome on the table, glaring at Tony, and sneered, "You, a citizen of Longhua, choose to study foreign medicine. And if that weren't enough, you proudly adopt an English name. What do you consider yourself? I will treat this young lady right now, and if I manage to alleviate her condition, you shall submit your resignation to the hospital tomorrow and leave Yunqing Hospital. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Tony was instantly rendered speechless. The position of attending physician at Yunqing Hospital came with substantial benefits and status, and he was loath to relinquish it. Yet, under the scrutiny of Yu Xian and Gu Xiaowen's disdainful gaze, Tony gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I accept your challenge, that if you can cure Miss Yu, I will resign without hesitation." "Dr. Tony, why must you go to such lengths?" Yu Xian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Tony to act so impulsively on her behalf that a smile broke across Tony's face, as if every sacrifice he made was worth it for Yu Xian's concern. "Miss Yu, rest assured, you are my patient, and I will take full responsibility for your care." Chapter 120. Losing Composure, Little Girl. "Come here." Li Chongqing snorted coldly, directing his gaze toward Yu Xian with a wave of his hand. Yu Xian gratefully nodded at Tony and slowly approached Li Chongqing. He furrowed his brow as he examined her. Earlier, he had instructed them to register and queue because he had already gleaned a preliminary understanding of her condition from her complexion. She appeared completely healthy, with no discernible issues. Li Chongqing placed his hand on Yu Xian's wrist, closed his eyes, and felt for her pulse. After a prolonged moment of concentration, he still found nothing amiss and furrowed his brow further, saying, "Stick out your tongue. Let me see the condition of your tongue coating." Yu Xian complied, and after a brief examination, Li Chongqing nodded slightly before she withdrew her tongue, that a hint of embarrassment crossed Li Chongqing's face. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, and a seasoned practitioner can often ascertain a patient's ailment through mere observation, but he had intended to identify the issue directly. Yet after scrutinizing Yu Xian for some time, he still could not determine what was wrong, and her pulse showed no abnormalities. This was perplexing. "Young lady, where do you feel discomfort? Do you have any unusual sensations?" Li Chongqing inquired. "Did I feel a stabbing pain in my chest, as if being pricked by needles or pounded by a blunt object, It comes in waves and seems to be intensifying. Yu Xian replied, her face showing distress that Li Chongqing regarded her with suspicion, and said, I observed your complexion was flushed, your blood energy robust, your hands and feet warm, your qi ample, your tongue coating smooth, and your pulse unobstructed. These are not signs of illness. Are you perhaps toying with me? Yu Xian could only shake her head in disappointment, while Gu Xiuwen scoffed, with such airs. You claim to be the premier expert of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Yinqing Hospital, yet you are nothing but a quack. All right, Xiao Xian, let us go find Dr. Yi. I declare she is not ill. Li Chongqing shouted, his face reddening as he raised his voice. Outside the office, numerous doctors paused in their tracks, drawn by Li Chongqing's raised voice. Li Chongqing, the chief expert of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Yunqing Hospital and its honorary vice president, was usually calm and composed, exuding an air of superiority. Today, however, he was losing his composure. Gu Xiuwen sneered. How can you assert she is not ill when you are not the patient? The fact that Xiao Xian is in such pain is undeniable. On what basis do you speak so casually? Do you treat patients solely with your words? You, Li Chongqing, enraged, pointed at Gu Xiuwen, his body trembling as he struggled to articulate a response. Clearly, this nearly century-old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was not adept at verbal sparring. Sister Wen Li Lao, please, let us not argue. Tony interjected, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward to halt their bickering, that he then turned to Li Chongqing and explained in a serious tone, Li Lao. The situation is as follows. Miss Yu experienced an emergency while filming and immediately contacted the hospital that I promptly organized a team to assist her. But upon arrival, a barefoot doctor named Yi had already begun treating her. After his intervention, Miss Yu began to experience this chest pain, which has not subsided. Before leaving, he even instructed her to return to him if she found nothing wrong at the hospital. Therefore, I suspect that the unusual symptoms Miss Yu is experiencing may be the result of that Dr. Ye's actions. Li Lao, do you believe there is any possibility in that? As he spoke, a sly smile crept onto Tony's face as he glanced at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing slapped his forehead and declared, Absolutely. I may not know what methods or principles that young man employed to cause this young lady's chest pain, but her pulse and complexion indicate she is very healthy. Something unusual must have occurred. And it is certainly the doing of that Dr. Yi. Blaming others for your own incompetence. Gu Xiuwen retorted, though internally she felt some wavering. She remained relentless in her verbal assault. Li Chongqing slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, Very well, I shall accompany you to confront this Dr. Yi. Although I cannot discern what methods he employed, I will personally observe how he resolves this young lady's condition and surely uncover the truth. With that, Li Chongqing stormed away from his desk, his anger palpable as he exited the office. Tony immediately stepped forward and said to Yu Xian, Miss Yu, let us hurry. That Dr. Yi surely harbors ill intentions. And we must confront him. Keep your hands to yourself. Gu Xiuwen interjected, frowning as she saw Tony attempting to assist Yu Xian. She stepped forward herself to support Yu Xian. Tony wore an awkward smile, silently walking ahead. The group hurriedly exited the hospital. Sister Wen, Dr. Yi is a good person. He would never harm me. Yu Xian expressed her worries, clutching Gu Xiuwen's arm, her face etched with concern that my foolish sister. In this world, one cannot judge a person's heart by their appearance. One must remain vigilant against the intentions of others. Gu Xiuwen said, gazing at Yu Xian with tenderness as she supported her outside. She had deliberately provoked Li Chongqing, knowing that he was a well-respected figure in traditional Chinese medicine. With him watching, if Yi Ning had indeed employed any underhanded tactics, he would surely see through them. If not, all the better. However, Gu Xiuwen secretly leaned more toward trusting Li Chongqing, though she did not voice it. The group hastily made their way to Hua Chuntang, and upon entering, when they beheld Yi Ning seated in the main hall, Li Chongqing's expression shifted. Yi Ning, the divine doctor. In Yunqing, Even the most venerable and aging traditional Chinese medicine practitioners refrained from calling themselves divine doctors. Yet Yi Ning was revered as such by many outside the field. The last time Yi Ning treated a patient publicly and miraculously revived Xie Xiaoyu, who was on the brink of brain death. Li Changqing had been away attending an academic conference and thus had not witnessed it firsthand. However, he had heard countless praises from his old colleagues about Yi Ning's prowess, which left him quite displeased that in traditional Chinese medicine, lineage and experience are paramount, that it typically takes 5 years to learn the basics, 10 years to achieve modest proficiency, and decades to avoid challenging fate, merely adapting to circumstances to survive. This was the fate of ordinary practitioners in the secular world, and thus, to Li Changqing, the barely 20-year-old Yi Ning was merely a novice, hardly worthy of recognition. Yet, Yi Ning was an anomaly, that it was precisely this attention garnered by Yi Ning's interventions that elevated him to the status of a miracle worker. Li Changqing had always dismissed this notion with a laugh. Had it not been for Yi Ning's timely rescue of the Zhou family patriarch that made headlines, he might not have even recognized Yi Ning's name upon seeing him today. Ah, so it is Yi Ning. The esteemed physician. Upon entering, Li Changqing let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed ominously upon Yi Ning as he mockingly remarked that Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the unexpectedly added lean old man in the Huichun Hall. Unable to comprehend the situation, and couldn't he help but inquire, "Sir, do you seek medical attention? I am not here for treatment. Rather, I have come to witness your practice," Li Changqing retorted with a sneer. Just then, Yu Xian, Gu Xiuwen, and Tony hurriedly arrived, bursting into the Huichun Hall to Yi. "Regardless of how your peers outside have exalted you in my eyes, you are merely an inexperienced youth," Li Changqing sneered, narrowing his eyes as he continued. "You are but a petty individual with misguided intentions. I say, old man, what grounds do you have to slander Ningguo when he bears no grudge against you? Is it you, the pretentious foreigner, who has been gossiping behind his back?" Wang and I interjected, visibly displeased and standing her ground. However, Tony shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. "If one wishes to keep secrets, one must not act inappropriately. Yi Ning, you intentionally employed dubious means to cause Miss Yu unbearable chest pain, compelling her to return to you for treatment, did you not? Otherwise, explain why both Director Li and I found her in perfect health after examination, yet she still suffers from pain," Tony proclaimed, a triumphant smile on his face. "You must rectify her condition immediately and kneel to apologize. Perhaps I will overlook this matter." "Overlook?" Li Changqing interjected before Yi Ning could respond, his contempt palpable. "Such a morally corrupt scoundrel is merely a blemish on society, unworthy of the title doctor. Today, I shall cleanse the field of traditional Chinese medicine of your filth. I will not only expose your vile actions to the public, but will also shut down your clinic to prevent further harm." "Is it so simple to shut down Huichun Hall? You must first inquire whether the weapon in my hand agrees." A figure sitting at the entrance, glaring discontentedly at Li Changqing and his companions, jumped up first, unable to restrain himself. The nearby neighbors also began to speak in defense of Yi Ning. Yet Yi Ning remained unfazed, slowly rising to his feet, raising a hand to silence the crowd, and smiling at Tony as he began. "Let me first address your inquiry regarding why Miss Yu exhibited symptoms that eluded your diagnosis. This only reflects your own lack of skill and incompetence." Yi Ning then turned his attention back to Li Changqing, his brows furrowing slightly as he spoke solemnly. "As a senior practitioner of medicine, it is rather unfortunate that after decades of practice, you have achieved so little. However, your reliance on seniority has only contributed to your arrogance. There are those who excel in their fields, and must we declare our ages before practicing medicine? Is youth incompatible with the art of healing?" His words garnered nods of agreement from the surrounding neighbors. Yi Xiuwen felt a sense of relief. She had contemplated much, but had momentarily forgotten the solidarity of the neighbors. Their support for Yi Ning indicated that he was indeed a person of integrity. Thus, Gu Xiuwen stepped forward earnestly to say, "Dr. Yi, Miss Yu is still suffering from her ailment. Please, assist her in her treatment. Umph, this young lad certainly has a sharp tongue. Yet, I am here, and he dares not publicly aid this young lady. Li Chongqing sneered, his voice heavy with disdain. That I admit I have not discerned his methods, but should he act, I shall undoubtedly see through his tricks. Such underhanded tactics are beneath contempt. The neighbors looked on eagerly at Yi Ning, clearly hoping he would take action to clear his name. They fully believed in Yi Ning and felt indignant at the unjust accusations against him. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Ning glanced at Li Chongqing, shaking his head slightly. You have already stated that you have seen nothing. What confidence do you possess to question me now? His words momentarily stunned Li Chongqing, who realized that he had indeed failed to perceive any wrongdoing on Yi Ning's part. Merely assuming guilt based on his own ignorance was hardly honorable. Nevertheless, he maintained his stern demeanor, his gaze fixed on Yi Ning in silence. Despite his questionable approach, he was still a reputable physician with years of experience. Unwilling to relinquish his pride, the Yi Ning chose not to prolong the discussion, directing his gaze toward Yu Xian and saying, Miss Yu, please step forward. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's eyes brightened, and she quickly approached. Before proceeding, Yi Ning smiled at Wang Ying beside him and said, Wang Ying, why don't you assess what ailment Miss Yu is suffering from and see if you can discern any clues? Wang Ying nodded earnestly. Having previously worked in a small clinic, she had studied traditional Chinese medicine and possessed some experience in treating patients. Common ailments such as colds, fevers, and imbalances were well within her capabilities. However, after examining Yu Xian, she too could not determine the nature of her ailment. Turning back to Yi Ning with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion, she remarked, I can't quite understand what illness she has. Yi Ning smiled gently, saying, Since you cannot discern it, stand aside and watch as I take action. Today is your first lesson. Wang Ying respectfully nodded and stood aside, her full attention on Yi Ning. Li Chongqing and the others narrowed their eyes, not daring to blink. Fearful of missing any detail of Yi Ning's actions, the Yi Ning approached Yu Xian calmly and instructed, Miss Yu, please follow my directions. Understood. Yu Xian nodded earnestly. Raise your right hand. Yi Ning commanded. Lift it as high as you can. As everyone looked on in confusion, Yu Xian indeed raised her right hand, seemingly attempting to reach higher. Stretching her body. Now lift your left foot. Yi Ning continued instructing. Following his command, Yu Xian slowly raised her left foot and stood on one leg, slightly wobbling as her body swayed. Everyone watched in bewilderment. Unsure of Yi Ning's intentions, was this truly a method of treatment? Did it not require acupuncture or medication? Was he merely exercising? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Yi Ning suddenly called out with a sharp and forceful voice, Stamp your foot. Without hesitation, Yu Xian instinctively stamped her raised left foot down hard. Ah, she exclaimed, feeling a sudden sharp pain in her chest. Miss Yu, are you all right? Tony rushed forward, concern etched on his face as he glared angrily at Yi Ning, exclaiming, Yi Ning, this is madness. Utter madness. Is this how you treat patients? If anything happens to Miss Yu, you'll be facing jail time. However, before he could finish, Yu Xian lifted her head in shock, disbelief written all over her face as she exclaimed, Dr. Yi, I feel completely well. The pain in my chest has vanished. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished at this turn of events. Tony was left dumbfounded. What had just transpired? What exactly was Miss Yu suffering from? What bizarre treatment method had Yi Ning employed? Incredulity filled the air as Yu Xian's ailment seemed to have vanished, as if it were a mere jest. In the midst of his astonishment, Tony turned to glance at Li Chongqing, eager to witness his reaction and whether he had grasped the underlying truth. To his surprise, Li Chongqing's expression mirrored his shock, yet that astonishment swiftly transformed into realization, followed by overwhelming guilt as he lowered his head, his face flushed at my heavens. Yi, the divine physician, you truly are a marvel. Even exercise can heal. Elder son grinned widely, rising to mimic Yu Xian's actions by lifting his hand and stamping his foot. After a few repetitions, feeling a tingling in his calves, he grinned and asked Yi Ning, divine physician, what sort of health exercise is this? What benefits does it offer? Why do my legs feel numb? The neighbors all turned to Yi Ning with puzzled expressions. Yi Ning smiled faintly, then turned to the contemplative Wang Ying and cheerfully inquired, "Did you comprehend the method?" "I understand." Wang Ying nodded earnestly, her large eyes still reflecting thoughtfulness. "Then enlighten everyone," Yi Ning encouraged. Wang Ying nodded again, addressing the crowd before her. "Previously, Miss Yu suffered from a concussion due to a head injury that caused internal bleeding. It was Dr. Yi's timely acupuncture that relieved the pressure and saved her life. However, Miss Yu also experienced a secondary issue, which, to be precise, was not an ailment, but rather a result of her previous trauma causing a disruption in her breath. Dr. Yi's recent movements merely helped her realign her breathing." Upon hearing Wang Ying's explanation, the crowd experienced a collective moment of clarity that a few neighbors looked at the somewhat dejected and limping elder son. Chuckling, "Old man, with such robust health, why are you still engaging in health exercises? What is it? Do you still wish to boldly assert that a single pear tree can overshadow the begonia?" "Ha ha!" Old Master Sun is in high spirits. Upon hearing these words, Old Master Sun's face flushed crimson, and he hobbled homeward, exclaiming, "I'm off to have my dinner. Unlike you idle folks, who merely loiter and gossip." "Ha!" Laughter erupted from the neighbors behind him. "All right, dear neighbors, it's time for you all to disperse." Yi Ning waved at the crowd, who gradually began to scatter. "I always said that Dr. Yi is young and accomplished, handsome and kind-hearted. Surely he is not a hypocritical scoundrel. Then why were you so anxious just now?" The neighbors chatted animatedly as they departed in groups of 2 or 3. "That Miss Yu's ailment has been resolved. You should all take your leave. This is a medical establishment, and I shall not welcome you for your next visit." Yi Ning smiled as he glanced at Yu Xian and Gu Xiuwen. Hearing this, Yu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Thanking Yi Ning, "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Gu Xiuwen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, beaming as she addressed Yi Ning. "Dr. Yi, you mustn't forget about the consultation fee. I am truly grateful to you today. Please name your price." As she spoke, Gu Xiuwen produced a check, ready to inscribe the amount. In the past, she often harbored a sense of superiority at such moments, muttering to herself that any issue solvable with money was no issue at all. However, today, she felt genuinely compelled to repay Yi Ning. As soon as he stated a figure, she would undoubtedly sign it without hesitation. Yi Ning, however, was taken aback and promptly gestured. At the Rejuvenation Hall, it is customary to charge no fees for consultations. We treat all patients equally. Well, since you have spoken, I shall not press the matter. Gu Xiuwen nodded, smiling as she continued. Coincidentally, the Old Times film crew is shooting in the old street these days. That if you wish for some publicity, I could request the crew to feature the Rejuvenation Hall in a few scenes that I believe Xiao Xian would be more than willing to perform a comedic skit. Of course, with Dr. Ye's remarkable skills. I hope more people come to know about the Rejuvenation Hall, allowing more patients to recover their health swiftly. Yu Xian chimed in cheerily, feeling lighthearted since Yi Ning had cured her ailment. Shedding all her defenses against him like a neighborly girl, Yi Ning couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, inwardly praising her as a once-in-a-millennium beauty. He bid farewell to Yu Xian and Gu Xiuwen with a smile, while Tony's expression darkened as he shot a venomous glance at Yi Ning, surprised that this time, Yi Ning had unwittingly succeeded again. However, at that moment, he had no face to linger, silently retreating toward the door. Just as he had taken 2 steps, a crisp voice rang out from behind. "What is this? Trying to act tough, and then flee? Such good fortune cannot be had." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, noticing Tony, who was attempting to sneak away but had been caught by Wang and I. Tony smirked coldly and replied in a low voice, "You're merely lucky. If I had your kind of fortune, I'd be just as successful. A mere rib cramp, nothing more." Tony, gnashing his teeth in hatred, glared fiercely at Yi Ning, growling, "You better wait. This matter is far from over. I'm leaving now, but I want to see who dares to touch a hair on me. Slap! Just as Tony was blustering, Li Chongqing could no longer bear it and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Tony's face. Chapter 123. Jealousy, I've taken action against you. What will you do about it? Li Chongqing towered over Tony, looking down at him with disdain, stating, envious of the talented and eager for quick success, we at Yun City Hospital have no place for scum like you. Yi Ning was taken aback. Not expecting Li Chongqing to intervene first, Director Li, we were all humiliated by this brat today. A rib cramp. How can that be called an ailment? Tony stared at Li Chongqing in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Li Chongqing sighed deeply, turning his gaze to Yi Ning, respectfully clasping his hands together as he smiled. The fault of today lies with me. I failed to heed your wise words earlier, and now I realize I truly wasted my years. Li Chongqing's face bore a look of shame as he nodded with a wry smile. There is no need for you to blame yourself, old sir. Recognizing one's mistakes and working to correct them is of utmost importance. Furthermore, you have diligently practiced medicine for decades, saving countless lives. You are indeed a model for us all. Yi Ning returned the gesture of respect to Li Chongqing to owe him. Li Chongqing was equally deserving of admiration. Even though Yi Ning now considered Li Chongqing's medical skills elementary, the fact that he had dedicated decades to healing and saving lives warranted Yi Ning's respect. Ha! Splendid, splendid. Li Chongqing smiled at Yi Ning, nodding repeatedly. You are young, accomplished, humble, and composed. Dr. Yi is indeed an outstanding talent in our field of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Yi, in a few days, we shall have a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference in Yun City. I wonder if you would be interested in attending? Li Chongqing gazed at Yi Ning with a countenance akin to that of a mentor guiding a younger colleague. Although Yi Ning could not yet be deemed a divine doctor in Li Chongqing's eyes, he genuinely admired his character and medical ethics, thus feeling inclined to offer mentorship. Excellent. Thank you, Elder Li, for this opportunity. Yi Ning's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted that IT was not a mere pretense. Prior to today, he would have had little interest in such medical exchange conferences. However, now that Wang Ying was involved, he wished to nurture her, and this conference would undeniably present an invaluable opportunity for her to learn and engage. Haha, wonderful, wonderful. Li Chongqing laughed heartily, repeatedly nodding. 3 days later, at Yun City Hospital's traditional Chinese medicine division, I shall await your arrival. Dr. Yi. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, he strode away to ask for Tony. He stood there like a lost dog, completely at a loss, even unaware of how he exited the rejuvenation hall, his heart racing with anxiety. This moment, he was no longer concerned about how to curry favor with Yu Xian. His mind was consumed with worry over his job. If he were to lose his qualification as a chief physician at Yun City Hospital, all the efforts he had put into his career since returning from abroad would be rendered futile. He was now only focused on quickly returning to Yun City Hospital to ascertain whether he had indeed been dismissed. However, before he could even reach Yun City Hospital, the hospital director Zhao Kongjian had personally called him. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tony felt no longer the previous sense of privilege, but only a jolt of fear. Ningguo, you truly are the boss of Old West Street. Did you just agree so readily to that old bamboo stick to attend that so-called exchange conference? ISNT that lacking in face. After Li Chongqing left, Wang Yin furrowed her brow, asking in confusion. This is a rare opportunity. Wang Ying, you should come with me to broaden your horizons. Yi Ning smiled, responding, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for 5,000 years. Even I am not omniscient. Only by embracing the strengths of many can one find greater room for improvement. Learning is endless. Wang Ying immediately nodded earnestly. Wang Yin and Xiaolon instantly understood. It turned out that Yi Ning was so eager to participate in the exchange conference for Wang Ying's sake. No, we must go too. Wang Yin quickly chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. All right, we shall all go together. Yi Ning nodded with a smile, not minding at all at 8 o'clock in the evening. After work, Wang Ying, Wang Yin and Xiaolan boarded their shared Land Rover. Wang and I and Xiaolan had already rented an apartment in an old residential building behind Old West Street, and they could return home in just a few minutes after work together. However, Wang Ying still resided in the school dormitory, and Yining had merely intended to escort her back. Unexpectedly, Wang and I immediately followed suit, getting into the Land Rover and pouting, "No, Ninggu, you cannot show favoritism. We must accompany you to see Xiaoying home." Yining rolled his eyes in exasperation. How was that not showing favoritism? Moreover, after driving to the nursing school, the two would have to return to Old West Street, making it hard for him to comprehend Wang Ni's intentions. Wang Ying, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, nearly opened the car door to leap out and refuse Yining's escort that in the end. It was Yining's stern demeanor that prevailed as he declared, "Enough of this. Wang and I and Xiaolan. I shall take you home first, then I will escort Wang Ying." "All right." Wang and I pouted, her big eyes darting around, clearly dissatisfied with Yining's arrangement, but saying no more. After dropping off Wang and I and Xiaolan, Yining then took Wang Ying back to the school. With only Yining and Wang Ying left in the Land Rover, Wang Ying finally mustered the courage to speak timidly. "Ninggu, thank you. I think I'll go back by myself tomorrow. I feel like Xiao and I is a bit upset." Wang Ying pressed her lips together, speaking softly. "You and Wang and I are both like my little sisters. You need not overthink it," Yining reassured her, shaking his head slightly. Wang and I was quite sharp-witted and energetic, but her thoughts often wandered astray, leaving him perplexed at that moment. Wang and I and Xiaolan had already arrived home, with Wang and I sitting on the sofa, looking gloomy. "What's wrong? Little and I, are you feeling jealous of Xiaoying?" Xiaolan regarded Wang and I with a somewhat sly expression, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Brothers are like limbs, and sisters are like clothing." Wang and I tilted her head, her demeanor earnest as she replied, "You and Xiaoying are my closest sisters that I wouldn't mind sharing Ninggu, but I must take the lead." Upon hearing Wang Ni's solemn declaration, Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking her head in disbelief. Who determines who is the leader? Isn't that for Yining to decide? Moreover, while Yining treats them both well, Xiaolan understands that such kindness is akin to a boss's regard for an employee, or perhaps a brother's meticulous care for his younger sisters. Yet it is not romantic love. Although Wang and I is a beauty and has never lacked admirers, she has never been in a romantic relationship. Perhaps, in her eyes, love is simply encapsulated in the straightforward notion of, from now on, the man belongs to the elder sister. Chapter 124. Heart disease after finally escorting Wang and I and the others home. Yining returned to his new residence in the Wulong Villa area. The Land Rover slowly entered the estate, halting before the villa, where the porch light still illuminated the entrance. Upon entering, Yining noticed Zheng Huilan busily dusting around the house. A cloth in hand, her movements brisk and industrious. "Mom, you should take a break. It's quite late. I can hire a housekeeper to help out another day," Yining couldn't restrain himself from saying. Zheng Huilan shot him an exasperated glance, chastising. "Xiao Ning, do you understand the value of thrift? Just because you have money now doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. Back in the day, your father." At this point, Zheng Huilan's voice trailed off abruptly. "What about my father?" Yining inquired, a smile on his face as he looked at her, since he could remember his mother had solely raised him. And whenever his father was mentioned, Zheng Huilan would always advise him not to harbor resentment, citing that every family has its own struggles. This led Yining to bear no animosity toward a father he had no memory of. Instead, he became the sole man in the household, maturing early and taking on part-time jobs that it's nothing. Let's not dwell on it. Zheng Huilan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently shook her head, adding with a smile, "Xiao Ning, you've become successful now. Not only can you support yourself, but you can also take care of your mother. I'm so happy for you, Mom. You should go to bed early. It's getting late," Yining reassured her. "Tomorrow, I'll hire a housekeeper, so you won't need to worry about these things anymore." All right. Zheng Huilan nodded in agreement, fully aware that Yining's current financial situation allowed him to afford such luxury. and she had no intention of insisting otherwise. Especially when the topic of Yi Ning's father arose, her interest in continuing the conversation faded as she approached the bedroom door. Zheng Huilan suddenly halted, turning to face Yi Ning and asked, "Xiao Ning, do you hate your father?" "Not at all." Yi Ning replied with a gentle smile, contemplating for a moment before responding earnestly, "Mom, I actually have no impression of my father. Even if I were to meet him now, he would just be a stranger. Therefore, since you do not hate him, I have no grounds to hate him either. Our lives are gradually improving now. Are they not? Silly child, how can blood ties make one a stranger?" Zheng Huilan chuckled, shaking her head, yet she was quite satisfied with Yi Ning's response as she turned and returned to her room. "Xiao Ning, I'm waiting for you. Once you make a name for yourself, perhaps there is still hope of seeing your father again." Once inside, Zheng Huilan leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face. Yi Ning was correct. That man had become a stranger to her, disposable and inconsequential. However, Zheng Huilan could not help but constantly think of him, that in the past, family reunions had only been a distant wish, an unattainable dream, but now, it seemed there was hope. Yi Ning sat alone in the living room, letting out a sigh. Perhaps this father, who left no impression, was a source of worry for his mother. When he had the time, he wouldn't mind investigating. Once the lights in Zheng Huilan's room extinguished, Yi Ning rose and returned to his bedroom. After altering his appearance, he stealthily climbed out the window. Vanishing into the night, in the Wulong Villa area, at Villa Number 1, Qin Shui sat cross-legged, practicing her breathing exercises. After days of training, she was astonished to discover that the breathing technique Yi Ning had imparted was remarkably effective, even capable of replacing sleep. After a night of practice, she felt invigorated, not a trace of fatigue visible. Consequently, she had gone several days without sleep. With a calm expression, Qin Shui suddenly furrowed her brow, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she moved like lightning, darting toward the northeast corner of the courtyard. "Who is it?" Qin Shui whispered sharply, her attack swift and lethal. However, in the next instant, her slender wrist was seized by Yi Ning. Impressive. Your perception, speed, and strength have all noticeably improved, but there is still some room for growth. Yi Ning nodded with a smile, taken aback by Qin Shui's progress. The spiritual energy in the Wulong Villa area was indeed far richer than outside. "Master, I apologize, it's my fault." Qin Shui hurriedly bowed her head in apology, but Yi Ning waved his hand to interrupt her. "It's fine. Continue your practice. I came over to check on your progress and to inform you that this place is the most spiritually abundant area within a 10-mile radius. I will also be practicing here every night from now on," Yi Ning stated, already settling down on the ground, preparing to meditate. "Master, I have something else to discuss." Qin Shui quickly spoke, her expression somewhat troubled. "Oh, what is it? Is it about the two individuals in the room?" Yi Ning slowly closed his eyes, not paying much attention. As he inquired, he had already sensed the presence of two individuals in the room, a woman and an elderly man. The area surrounding Villa No. 1 was also guarded by numerous hidden sentinels. However, it was currently effortless for Yi Ning to slip into the Wulong Villa unnoticed. The reason he hadn't questioned Qin Shui earlier was that the backyard, where she practiced, was still safe and under no surveillance, indicating that these individuals likely had a good relationship with Qin Shui and at least a modicum of respect for her. "Yes," Qin Shui nodded, explaining, "that elderly man is my grandfather. He is here in Yun City on business and will be staying for a few days." Understood. That Yi Ning nodded slightly, having closed his eyes again. Qin Shui bit her rosy lip, hesitating to speak, but ultimately sighed and said, "Additionally, Master, there are rumors in the outside world that I am your—" At this, Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, finally opening his eyes that he had never cared about outside rumors. And Qin Shui was not the type to live in the eyes of others. She had long since gotten used to doing her own thing. However, seeing Qin Shui's current distressed demeanor, Yi Ning immediately thought of the elderly man and woman in the villa. "Is your grandfather making things difficult for you?" Yi Ning asked. "That he wants to meet you. That I had initially intended to clarify the misunderstanding." But Chen Shui hesitated, her voice filled with concern. Then tomorrow morning, I will explain everything to your grandfather. Yi Ning nodded slightly, smiling as he said, Don't worry, it will be fine. Chen Shui nodded slightly, not elaborating further, though her expression remained anxious. Zheng Ning, a young master with a burgeoning reputation in Yun City, possessed a mysterious identity and appeared and disappeared without a trace. Therefore, if Zheng Ning continued to remain absent, Chen Shui wouldn't worry when her grandfather returned home after finishing his business in a couple of days. However, with Zheng Ning's sudden appearance, her concerns began to grow. Remembering her grandfather's temperament, Chen Shui felt increasingly troubled and restless, unable to calm herself. She decided to stand by Yi Ning's side, assisting him in his cultivation. Chapter 125. You are unworthy. As Yi Ning entered a meditative state, Chen Shui was astonished to find that the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a mighty river. Yi Ning's body seemed to act as an insatiable black hole, continually absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Now that Chen Shui was just a step away from becoming a master, she felt a profound shock. Could this be the phenomenon caused by a master's cultivation? Surely, everyone had underestimated Yi Ning's strength. The following morning, just as the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, an elderly man clad in martial arts attire stepped out of the villa, making his way to the backyard, where he immediately spotted Chen Shui, who had not slept a wink the previous night. Chen Shui, you haven't slept all night, the elderly man remarked, his brow slightly furrowed as he approached. Glancing at the respectfully standing Chen Shui before his gaze was drawn to Yi Ning, seated on the ground. Grandfather, this is the master I told you about. Zheng Ning, Master Zheng. Chen Shui spoke softly. Oh, the elderly man raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Yi Ning, his gaze taking on a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. So you are the famed Zheng Ning, Master Zheng? The elderly man sneered. Indeed, Yi Ning replied calmly, rising to meet the elderly man's gaze. Did I ask there a problem? Umph. The elderly man let out a cold laugh, fixing Yi Ning with a stern stare as he declared, Young man, you have tarnished my granddaughter's reputation. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Shui is still a virtuous maiden, I would have had someone eliminate you yesterday. Now that I see you, you appear even younger than I imagined. That I will offer you this chance. Marry into the Chun family and become my granddaughter's husband. For you, this would be a glorious opportunity. The elderly gentleman is named Chun Ying, a figure once renowned in Kyoto, whose brilliance ultimately led to his downfall when he inadvertently offended a powerful individual, resulting in his departure from the city. However, when compared to the Zhou family, the Chun family possesses far greater strength. Despite his cultivation being rendered useless, Chen Yiheng's mastery and experience in martial arts remain invaluable. Consequently, the Chen family has firmly established itself in the southwestern region of Shu, evolving into a prestigious and influential clan over many years. The members of the Chen family have practiced martial arts for generations, which is also the reason behind Chen Shui's remarkable skills. Upon hearing Chen Yiheng's words, Chen Shui turned pale with fear and quickly cast her gaze toward Yi Ning, exclaiming, Master, my grandfather, silence. Chen Yiheng interrupted her, his eyes narrowed, and coldly declared, How could my Chen family produce such a disappointing descendant? This young man is of your age. What right does he have to be your master? Now, the entire Yun City is calling you his kept woman, and you still have the audacity to be shameless. Chen Shui, nearly brought to tears, found herself torn between her grandfather and her savior, now also her master. She dreaded the thought of either side being harmed. The Yi Ning, too, was incensed by Chen Yiheng's arrogant demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance at him, he retorted with a cold smile. What a grandiose Chun family! You dare to enter my home uninvited and threaten to kill me. I stand here. Dare you to lay a finger on me and see if anyone here can leave Yun City alive today. Chen Yiheng erupted into laughter, finding Yi Ning's words amusing, and after a moment, he turned his attention back to him. Young man, just because you have a bit of achievement at a young age does not mean you are free from the existence of those more accomplished. How dare a mere master challenge me? Chen Yiheng, grandfather. In a moment of desperation, Chen Shui knelt before Chen Yiheng, pleading, Grandfather, I beg you, my master is completely innocent, and he saved my life. Please, for the sake of my savior, show mercy and do not make a move. Upon hearing her words, Yi Ning furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly displeased. What did she mean by showing mercy? Chen Shui's actions made him feel diminished, yet seeing her in tears, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger without speaking. Humph. Chen Yiheng coldly snorted, shaking his head with a sigh. Chen Shui, your current state is a fault of mine. The Chen family's tradition of passing down martial arts only to males must be reconsidered. Had you received the direct teachings of your uncles in your youth, you would not be so ignorant now, reduced to being a disciple of a mere boy. After we settle this, return home with me. I will personally take you as my disciple and guide your training. Do not interfere further. Grandfather, no, Yi Ning is my savior. I plead with you, enough. Chen Yiheng's cold snort echoed, and with his voice, a gust of wind swirled within the courtyard. As a figure clad in white robes appeared, this individual had been lurking in the shadows to ensure Chen Yiheng's safety, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, slender in build, exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon revealing himself, the middle-aged man wasted no time and headed directly toward Yi Ning. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Yi Ning's path. It was Chen Shui. Miss, what are you doing? The middle-aged man exclaimed, startled, as he gazed at Chen Shui blocking Yi Ning. As so young, a young master, is hiding behind a woman all you can do? Chen Yiheng, too, was filled with rage, bellowing an inquiry at why Yi Ning's side, observing Chen Shui's heartbroken expression, and spoke softly, You may rest assured, these individuals cannot harm me. However, have you considered whether you will continue as my disciple or return home with him? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui turned, resolutely kneeling before Yi Ning, stating with determination, In this lifetime, Chen Shui shall have only one master, Mr. Zheng, absolutely no second. Chen Yiheng's face darkened, as if water could drip from it, while the middle-aged man opposite Yi Ning narrowed his eyes. Speaking coldly, Boy, I had initially intended to teach you a lesson out of consideration for your arduous training, but your arrogance leaves me no choice but to give you a lesson you will not forget. Heh. Yi Ning merely smiled faintly, directing his gaze at Chen Yiheng, and slowly spoke. Old man, Chen Shui is my first and only disciple, so I wish to keep this matter from escalating too far. Shall we make a wager? What wager? Chen Yiheng narrowed his eyes, inquiring in a low tone. You claim I am unworthy of being her master. Then allow me to demonstrate Chen Shui's current prowess. Yi Ning replied, a smile gracing his face, exuding calmness. This person is unworthy to be my opponent. He then pointed at the middle-aged man, adding with a smile, However, he might make for a decent opponent for Chen Shui. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled. If she could resolve the conflict between her grandfather and her master, it would be ideal. You sly boy, the middle-aged man retorted angrily, knowing full well I cannot harm the young lady. You dare to speak such nonsense, claiming I am unworthy to fight you. What gives you such audacity? I see you as nothing but a cowardly rat. Chen Yiheng also sneered, shaking his head, his gaze toward Yi Ning laced with disdain. Boy, I initially held you in higher regard, but it seems you are not fit to be a son-in-law of the Chen family. Alas! Yi Ning sighed helplessly, looking at the middle-aged man whose chest was heaving with anger, and said calmly, What gives me the right to say this is simply that I stand here. I arrived last night and practiced here for an entire night, and you were utterly oblivious. I could kill you as easily as one would a chicken. The middle-aged man's expression soured in an instant, while Chen Yiheng's gaze sharpened, his body instinctively tensing that if you find my proposal unreasonable, then how about this? You strike, and Chen Shui will defend that if she can withstand 3 strikes, it counts as her victory. What say you? Fine. This time, before either could respond, Chen Shui, brimming with excitement, eagerly agreed, her fists clenched. Ready for action. The middle-aged man, named Luo Qingfeng, was the third strongest in the Chen family that I in the past. Chen Shui would not have stood a chance against him, but Yi Ning's words had filled her with newfound confidence. The expressions of Chen Yiheng and Luo Qingfeng darkened further, and for a moment, no one spoke. Chen Yiheng turned his gaze toward Luo Qingfeng, their eyes meeting, and finally, Luo Qingfeng nodded firmly, stepping forward, announcing, "All right. Boy, I will take your bet. However, the rules must be amended for half a stick of incense. I will face the young lady, that if she cannot defeat me in that time, I win, that if I lose, it counts as your victory." Very well. Yi Ning readily agreed without a second thought. Wait, Chen Yiheng interjected, frowning. What if you lose, and what if you win? If I lose, you may deal with me as you wish, that if I win. Then from now on, Chen Shui shall be my disciple, and the Chen family shall have no authority to interfere in her life or decisions. Yi Ning stated with a smile that a gentleman's word is his bond. Luo Qingfeng's eyes gleamed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. His martial arts were based on Tai Chi Bagua, and if he focused on defense, half a stick of incense would be a walk in the park. He had no doubt that Chen Shui could not defeat him within that time. He was destined to win. Good. Yi Ning nodded slightly, gesturing for Chen Shui. Chen Shui, somewhat astonished, looked at Yi Ning before resolutely nodding. Tension coursed through her body as she instinctively clenched her fists. She was surprised that Yi Ning would confidently proclaim that if he lost, he would accept any consequence over the past few days. Under Yi Ning's guidance, she had indeed made significant progress. Yet he had not taught her even a single move that in a confrontation, she would still rely on her previous skills and techniques, leaving her feeling uncertain. Observing Chen Shui's reaction, Yi Ning's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what he wanted, to make Chen Shui anxious and fully committed. Thus, even if she was not yet a master, her formidable physique, enhanced by breathing techniques and the 5-animal play, would still hold the advantage. Miss, please make your move. The middle-aged man, Luo Qingfeng, had already lit the half-stick of incense, gesturing to Chen Shui with a calm demeanor. Without waiting for his words to finish, Chen Shui lunged forward, fierce as a tiger, agile as a monkey, graceful as a crane, and powerful as a bear. In the heat of battle, Chen Shui's moves were already ruthless. And with her recent rigorous training in the 5-animal play, her attacks became even more ferocious and unpredictable. Luo Qingfeng's gaze sharpened as he finally understood the source of Yi Ning's confidence at the moment Chen Shui struck. Chen Shui had undergone a complete transformation, yet he had no time to ponder. Chen Shui was already upon him, her offensive like a tidal wave. Luo Qingfeng hastily employed the Bagua palm technique to defend. But for a moment, he found himself continuously retreating, caught in a perilous situation. Even Chen Yiheng, who stood by, changed his expression. Although Chen Shui was not yet a master, the ferocity of her strikes was such that even a master would not dare to underestimate her. Among the younger generation of the Chen family, even the so-called elite would find themselves no match for Chen Shui. With a resounding thud, Luo Qingfeng's body was sent crashing against the surrounding wall. In desperation, Luo Qingfeng let out a fierce roar, and a gust of protective wind surged around him, showcasing the strength of a master. Nevertheless, Chen Shui's expression remained serious, and she launched a powerful punch towards Luo Qingfeng's face. The protective wind before Chen Shui's fist was effortlessly shattered, as if it were but tofu. Her fist struck heavily against Luo Qingfeng's arm. With a dull sound, Luo Qingfeng's defenses crumbled instantly. Like a mountain collapsing, Chen Shui seized the moment to press her advantage, her attacks relentless, while Luo Qingfeng could only struggle to defend himself, his stance in utter disarray. Ultimately, Chen Yiheng's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head slightly, saying, "Chen Shui, cease your attack. Do you wish to take your uncle Luo's life?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shui finally withdrew her hand, scratching her head awkwardly as she said, "Uncle Luo, you have lost? I have lost." Luo Qingfeng's face flushed red with embarrassment. He could hardly bear to look at the incense that had barely begun to burn. In just a few breaths, he had been thoroughly defeated. Old man. What now? Yi Ning turned his gaze toward Chen Yiheng, a cold smile playing on his lips. The other party had been unreasonable, directly invading his villa and showing utter disregard. Naturally, he had no intention of treating them kindly. If you insist on having me intervene personally, I would be more than willing to indulge you, but you must bear the consequences. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Chen Yiheng's face turned awkward, and he sighed deeply before bowing respectfully. The wise man speaks truly. In less than a month since Chen Shui began following a master, she has undergone a complete transformation. As mere mortals, how can we be qualified to engage with a master? It is I who have been blind. Yi Ning was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the arrogant old man would yield so quickly. In truth, Chen Yiheng was not only conceding, but was genuinely grateful to Yi Ning. Despite their earlier disrespect, the master still showed mercy. How could he not feel thankful? The master sparing my Chen family is a kindness I shall never forget. It is a great honor for my Chen family to have Chen Shui as a disciple. In the future, I shall be sure to repay your kindness. Chen Yiheng spoke earnestly. In the future? Yi Ning scoffed, shaking his head, his gaze cold as he looked at Chen Yiheng, saying slowly, "You probably do not have many days left to live." Chapter 127. Killing you is like killing a chicken. You dare curse Elder Chen. Luo Qingfeng immediately erupted in fury, ready to charge at Yi Ning in a desperate attempt to fight. "Stop!" Chen Yiheng hurriedly interrupted Luo Qingfeng, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he stared at Yi Ning, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master, since you can see that my days are numbered, do you have any way? Leave my villa at once with your people, or bear the consequences." Yi Ning's expression remained calm, his voice stern as he issued an eviction order. They had intruded into his villa without permission, spoken arrogantly, and even attempted to threaten his life. Now they expected him to heal them. It was simply shameless. Chen Yiheng's face turned pale instantly. The despair of a glimmer of hope before the abyss was far worse than despair itself, a solitary lighthouse amidst a dark sea. Appearing within reach yet miles away. Elder Chen. Could it be? Luo Qingfeng's expression also shifted dramatically. In 2 days, there was to be a Chinese medicine exchange in Yin City. Was it possible that Chen Yiheng had come specifically to seek treatment at this exchange? At this thought, Luo Qingfeng's body trembled. It was said that Elder Chen had already been a master at the age of 30, entering Beijing alone, having no rivals among the younger generation. In a fit of youthful bravado, he had injured a certain wastrel in Beijing, leading to lifelong disability. The other party had used family power to invite experts to suppress him. Back then, that expert defeated Chen Yiheng within 3 moves. After depleting his cultivation, he had not killed him, but merely coldly smiled, saying he would suffer greatly in the future and would not live beyond 10 years. Despite this, Chen Yiheng did not wallow in despair. Instead, he went to Sichuan, where renowned doctors helped him survive for over 20 years. Was he now truly at the end of his rope? At this realization, Luo Qingfeng turned to Yi Ning again. Frowning as he said, "Master Zheng, if you have the means to treat Elder Chen, please do so." "Why should I?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips as he looked down at Luo Qingfeng. "Qingfeng, do not be rude," Chen Yiheng quickly interjected. However, Luo Qingfeng shook his head slightly, asserting, "Patriarch, concerning your safety, even if it costs me my life, I must fight for this today. Moreover, even if he is a master, can he withstand a hail of bullets?" As his words fell, a group of black-clad bodyguards lurking around the villa revealed themselves, brandishing several dark handguns aimed directly at Yi Ning. "Qingfeng." Chen Yiheng was taken aback. In the presence of a true master, firearms were utterly useless. Even though Zheng Ning was young, under just a few days of guidance, Chen Shui had already made astonishing achievements, And did his true strength really need further elaboration? Elder Chen even speculated that this so-called young master had surpassed the realm of masters, touching upon a more mysterious and elusive domain, the innate realm. However, Luo Qingfeng had evidently made up his mind. Even if it meant facing death today, he was determined to fight. Surround him. Escort Elder Chen out first, Luo Qingfeng declared sternly. Elder Chen, if I survive to see you again, it will be a success. If not, take care. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward to support Chen Yiheng, leading him away from the scene. Uncle Luo, what are you doing? You just lost, Chen Shui exclaimed in shock, only to be interrupted by Luo Qingfeng. Indeed, I have lost that I, Luo Qingfeng, am willing to accept defeat. From now on, you shall be Master Zheng's disciple, and I will not interfere in your life or decisions. However, Master Zheng, if you wish to avoid bloodshed today, it would be best to treat Elder Chen obediently. Otherwise, ha! Yining burst into laughter, utterly taken aback by Luo Qingfeng's audacity to threaten him. Even a bodhisattva has a limit to their patience, let alone a young master. Chen Shui's tears streamed down her face as she looked imploringly at Yining, only to receive his icy voice in return. Get lost. You have two choices now. Either leave with that old fool, and we sever all ties, or obediently return to the villa and play dead. Chen Shui was stunned, staring at Yining's sullen face, finally realizing that her master had been provoked to anger. At the Black Dragon Cup, amidst the gathering of masters, he had taken Xiao Su's life. At the Wulong Villa, in full view of Kunlun, he had consecutively slain 3 master-level experts. Zheng Ning had never been known for his good temper. If he chose to act, it would certainly be with thunderous force. In an instant, Chen Shui's face turned pale. She had no options left. The courtyard was steeped in a chilling silence, and ultimately, Chen Shui slowly walked into the Wulong Villa. As her figure disappeared into the villa, Luo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Yining. Master Zheng, is there truly no room for negotiation? Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingfeng's eyes widened in horror. Yining's figure had vanished from before him. I warned you, killing you is not much harder than killing a chicken, that if you don't believe me, feel free to try. The next moment, Yining's calm voice echoed behind Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng stared in shock, his eyes widening as he felt a light touch on his back, a surge of powerful true energy flooding into his body. His internal organs were instantly tossed about by that overwhelming energy, causing catastrophic damage. Luo Qingfeng felt as if his very essence was being drained. Blood slowly trickled from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed helplessly. All around, the black-clad bodyguards, guns raised, were left in utter astonishment. They had not even seen Yining's movements, and Luo Qingfeng had quietly met his demise. Heaven shows mercy to the living. If you lay down your weapons now, your death sentence may be commuted. Yining stood at the center, his voice steady yet resonant like a bell, his feet planted firmly atop Luo Qingfeng's corpse. This once mighty master of the Bashu region had perished in an instant. The bodyguards, terrified to the core, dropped their weapons, surrendering in fear. Clear this place out and take his body away. Yining's calm voice rang out again, without so much as a glance at them. As he turned and walked into the villa, the bodyguards only dared to move after Yining had entered the villa, hurriedly lifting Luo Qingfeng's lifeless body, some even hastily cleaning up the scene before fleeing in disarray. Can you blame me? Inside the villa, Yining gazed at Chen Shui, who stared blankly out the window, and asked no. Chen Shui slowly lowered her head, saying, the weak must possess self-awareness. Furthermore, Master has given him numerous chances. He was merely reaping what he sowed. The corners of Chen Shui's mouth twisted in bitterness, her voice tinged with desolation. The Yining pursed his lips. At this moment, he did not know what to say. However, he certainly did not regret his actions. Such a person deserved to be eliminated. Chapter 128. The commencement of the symposium Yi Ning did not linger at Wulong Villa for long. The time was nearing 7 o'clock in the morning, which meant that Zheng Huilan was likely already awake. Upon his hurried return home, he indeed found Zheng Huilan already up, tending to the flowers in the courtyard. After altering his appearance, Yi Ning entered the house directly. Zheng Huilan, taken aback by the sight of her son dressed in sports attire returning from outside, exclaimed, "Hey, Mom, I just went for a morning workout. What as for breakfast? I'm starving," Yi Ning inquired with a smile. "Hurry and wash up. I'll prepare a bowl of Yanchun noodles for you," Zheng Huilan replied cheerfully. The following 2 days passed uneventfully, with Wang Ying trailing closely behind Yi Ning, seemingly intent on documenting every one of his actions with meticulous attention. Wang Yanai and Xiao Lan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a burgeoning irritation. 2 days later marked the commencement of the medical symposium, by 8 o'clock in the morning. Wang Ying, Wang Yanai, and Xiao Lan had gathered in front of Huachuntang. Yi Ning drove his Land Rover to pick them up, heading straight for the traditional Chinese medicine division of Yun City Hospital. Before they even arrived at the TCM division, they could see a large red banner from afar proclaiming, "Wishing the 32nd Medical Symposium a resounding success." A grand circular arch had also been erected, flanked by flower baskets that stretched for hundreds of meters, each adorned with names, showcasing vibrant blooms that Yi Ning couldn't help but be impressed by the spectacle. He had heard tales of the symposium's grandeur, but despite its annual occurrence, it was only hosted in Yun City once every 5 years, making it a nationwide event. The significance of Yun City, a modest second-tier city, in hosting such a gathering was closely tied to its reputation as a medicinal hub. Each year, Yun City contributes a substantial portion, approximately 30%, of the traditional Chinese medicine market in the entire Long Country, with several local herbs such as astragalus and angelica being of the highest quality, alongside 3 unique indigenous medicinal herbs exclusive to Yun City. Hence, the city earned its privilege to host the event. The TCM division of Yun City Hospital was gleaming with freshness, every window sparkling as though recently polished. Hospital leaders had arrived early to welcome guests, with 2 rows of uniformed nurses standing by, each one quite charming in both figure and visage. Luxury cars rolled in one after another, rendering Yi Ning's Land Rover rather inconspicuous by comparison. After parking, he casually glanced around, noting the full parking lot with license plates from various regions, including several from the capital. Once you 3 enter, remember to observe and absorb as much as you can. Such an opportunity is rare, Yi Ning advised Wang Ying and the others. They nodded in agreement. Even Wang and I, who had previously displayed some disdain, now seemed much more compliant, clearly impressed by the grandiose setting. As they approached the hospital, a voice called out to them, "Wang and I, Wang Ying, Xiaolan, why are you just arriving? Hurry and change your clothes." They turned to see their classmate Xiaoya from the medical school, dressed in a nurse's uniform and holding a welcome banner, her large eyes filled with curiosity. "We're here to attend the symposium," Wang and I chuckled awkwardly, offering a brief explanation to Xiao. Yi Ning smiled and nodded at her before continuing on without pause. Xiaoya watched them leave, astonished that Yi Ning had the qualification to attend the symposium, especially with 3 apparent novices in tow. That a tinge of jealousy crept into her heart. If only she could work at Huachuntang. She wouldn't have to volunteer today and could participate in the symposium as an equal, even if it was just for the sake of broadening her horizons. Under Xiao Ye's eager gaze, Yi Ning and his companions reached the front of the hospital. "Ah, Dr. Yi, your presence truly brings us honor," exclaimed Zhao Kongjian, the hospital director, beaming with joy as he extended his hands for a formal handshake. "Director Zhao, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to participate in this symposium," Yi Ning responded, exchanging pleasantries before heading into the TCM division, while Zhao continued to greet incoming guests. As the 4 entered the lobby, a melodious voice rang out beside them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." A girl emerged from the registration desk, wearing a red badge labeled Guide, clearly another volunteer. Upon seeing Yi Ning, she momentarily froze at why Ning raised an eyebrow. Recognizing her as the helpful Xiao Lu from the medical school, Mr. Yi, it's you. Xiao Lu exclaimed with delight that I should have anticipated that someone as capable as you would attend the symposium. Please, follow me. Wang and I observed the transformation in Xiao Lu's demeanor upon seeing Yi Ning, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took a sharp breath and quickened her pace to keep up. Mr. Yi, you left so suddenly last time that I didn't even get your number. Can we add each other on WeChat? That way, if I have any questions, I can ask you directly. Xiao Lu inquired cheerfully that why Yi Ning was about to agree when he felt Wang Ni's icy glare from behind. Turning around, he found Wang Ni staring at him with an intense frown, while Wang Ying kept her head down, focused on her toes, and Xiao Lan gazed at the ceiling, as if to say, do as you wish, but we'll see how it goes. Wai Ning scratched his head, realizing that bringing these three along might have been excessive. In fact, just Wang Ying would have sufficed. He resolved not to indulge Wang and I so easily next time. Ahem, perhaps we should skip the WeChat for now. Let us just exchange phone numbers, he suggested with a nervous chuckle. Xiao Lu appeared momentarily taken aback, but nodded, retrieving her phone. Mr. Yi, what is your number? She asked. I'll keep yours. Wai Ning quickly pulled out his phone and replied, you can give me yours. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Xiao Lu's face, but she smiled nonetheless as she recited her number. Yi Ning noted it down. All right, Mr. Yi, this is our rest area for the Yun City TCM division. This morning is primarily for welcoming guests, while the banquet will take place at the Yun City Grand Hotel in the afternoon. The symposium will officially commence tomorrow. Upon reaching a door, Xiao Lu informed Yi Ning with a smile. Wai Ning nodded, watching her depart before entering the room. Chapter 129. Ejected. Look at you. Your eyes are practically glued to her. Wang and I muttered under her breath from behind. Wai Ning paused, turning back with a frown as he cautioned, have you forgotten my instructions? If you can't behave, you might as well head home. Wang and I immediately pursed her lips, her large eyes silently protesting. Only then did Yi Ning step inside. The room was a conference hall, filled with seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, many of whom were over 50. A few younger individuals occupied the resting spots along the walls. Dr. Yi, you've arrived. The first seat was occupied by Li Chongqing, who stood up with a smile upon seeing Yi Ning enter. Allow me to introduce. This is Dr. Yi, the resident physician at Huachuntang, and a prominent figure among the younger generation in our TCM community. Ah, Dr. Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Several senior practitioners chimed in, some expressing a hint of envy at his accomplishments at such a young age. The younger generation is truly pushing the boundaries. And it seems we old-timers are becoming less relevant. Dr. Yi, who are these three? Li Chongqing asked, gesturing for silence. Once the room quieted, he turned his attention to Wang Yanai and her companions. Wai Ning pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. These three are my colleagues from Huachuntang. I brought them along to broaden their horizons and enhance their skills for the future. Li Chongqing nodded slightly, though his brow furrowed slightly. Most of the older practitioners had brought their own apprentices or disciples, recognizing the value of such a rare opportunity for observation and learning. However, given that Yi Ning was a young man, bringing along 3 employees seemed somewhat trivial. But he had invited Yi Ning to the symposium with the intent of nurturing his potential, hoping he would gain insights into the depth of the field and the presence of formidable peers. It was disheartening to see him arrive with 3 burdens instead. Dr. Yi, it is already a privilege for you to attend the symposium. Yet you bring along 3 employees? Isn't that a bit disruptive? Li Chongqing's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. Young man, while some arrogance is acceptable, certain matters must be treated with seriousness. This is not a game. Send them back, and you may stay, or else you all can leave together. Yi Ning was taken aback, surveying the younger crowd observing from the sidelines. Why should his companions be deemed inadequate? Why can they all participate, but not the people I brought along? Yi Ning pointed towards a few young individuals seated nearby and spoke directly. This exchange meeting is fundamentally an opportunity for communication and discussion. A chance for mutual progress. That is it wrong for me to bring my employees here to learn and improve? How is this not serious? Humph. Nowadays, young people seem to have made little progress in their abilities. Yet their arrogance is becoming increasingly rampant. An elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful face coldly snorted, his displeasure evident as he stated, "When one is but a half-filled bottle," making a clattering sound, "they should not presume to take on apprentices and come here. If such individuals are to sit at the same table with me to discuss matters, then I shall not attend this exchange meeting." Exactly, what a disgrace! Another elder cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ning and sneered at Li Changqing sighed deeply, shaking his head slightly as he remarked, "Dr. Yi, you should just go back. You are not welcome here. You do not deserve to attend the medical exchange meeting. Ninggu, perhaps we should leave now. You focus on participating in the exchange meeting." The faces of Wang Yan'ai and the others were filled with guilt. Especially Wang Yan'ai, who, driven by jealousy, insisted on accompanying Yi Ning, resulting in the unfortunate expulsion instead of him bringing along the obedient Wang Ying. However, Yi Ning raised his hand to signal Wang Yan'ai to refrain from speaking, then furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the sneering elders. These individuals were among the top scholars in the traditional Chinese medicine community of Yunqing, rarely seen and seldom treating patients. Only those with significant stature in Yunqing could summon them from their seclusion. As such, the expert Zhao Kongjian had invited for learning and consultation previously did not include these few, and they were largely ignorant of the rumors surrounding Yi Ning, having no understanding of who he truly was. Only Li Changqing, still holding the title of head of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Yunqing Hospital, had more contact with the outside world. Hence Yi Ning's name often echoed in his ears, though it was clear he had not taken it seriously. "You think you can simply bar my participation?" Yi Ning frowned and spoke in a low voice. "Heh," Li Changqing replied with a cold smile, stating bluntly, "At least, our Yunqing branch will not accept you. This room cannot accommodate you. I still hold that authority. If you do not leave now, I shall have someone escort you out," Li Changqing said straightforwardly. Wang Yan'ai and the others glared at Li Changqing, furious at this unreasonable old man, yet felt helpless. Ultimately, Yi Ning could only shake his head slightly, leading the three women out of the conference room. He had not come to cause trouble, especially at a medical exchange meeting of this significance, and did not wish to create any issues due to a momentary outburst. "Ninggu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." After leaving the conference room, Wang Yan'ai immediately expressed her remorse to Yi Ning, unable to meet his gaze. "It's nothing." Yi Ning replied nonchalantly, "My purpose for attending this exchange meeting was primarily to broaden your horizons and learn skills. If I had come alone, I wouldn't have bothered to make the trip." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the guilt expressed by Wang Yan'ai and the others visibly lessened. Yi Ning did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the entrance, contemplating whether to seek out Zhao Kongjian for an opportunity to observe. Although he could not attend as an expert, surely observing would not be a problem. Just as Yi Ning reached the doorway, he was spotted by Xiao Lu from the registration desk. Xiao Lu hurriedly ran out, her expression peculiar as she inquired, "Dr. Yi, why are you all out? The exchange meeting has yet to commence." Wang Yan'ai and the others immediately felt a bit embarrassed. However, Yi Ning's expression remained unchanged as he straightforwardly replied, "We were looked down upon and directly expelled at Ah." Xiao Lu was taken aback, not only by the news, but also by Yi Ning's seemingly casual delivery of such a significant matter. Chapter 130. One thing overcomes another. "It's nothing." Yi Ning smiled and said, "I came here to bring these employees from Chunchuntang for a visit and learning experience. Although I cannot attend as an expert, there should still be opportunities to observe. I want to say much more. You can return to your duties." As Yi Ning spoke, he was about to head out to find Zhao Kongjian. "Dr. Yi, wait a moment. If you only wish to observe, I have a way." Xiao Lu flashed a sweet smile and said to Yi Ning. Although Yi Ning verbally acknowledged her suggestion, he continued toward the door, which in her opinion seemed somewhat stubborn and prideful, prompting Xiao Lu to quickly assist him. That would be wonderful. If you can help, I would be most grateful. Yi Ning's eyes lit up as he said, Great, I will ask on your behalf right away. Xiao Lu beamed and dashed off to in the lounge on the first floor. Xiao Lu quickly found her grandfather, Wu Zhendong. Xiao Lu, what's the hurry? Wu Zhendong smiled as he set aside his newspaper, asking, Grandpa, could I request a few observation seats for the exchange meeting? Dr. Yi is here and needs a few observation spots, Xiao Lu stated directly. Dr. Yi? Wu Zhendong was taken aback. Then his eyes brightened as he said, Is it the same Dr. Yi who cured my old ailment last time? Yes. Xiao Lu smiled at Wu Kun, the principal of Yunqing Health School and one of the co-organizers of the medical exchange meeting, had certain privileges, although not as extensive as those of the main organizing body. Yunqing Hospital, securing a few observation seats was certainly feasible. All right, I will cover those observation spots, Wu Zhendong declared. It is truly a pity that a talented young man like Dr. Yi does not receive an expert seat. What is so impressive about those old scholars? Even Jin Xiangnan could not cure my old ailment, but in the end, it was young Yi who resolved it effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu could only smile awkwardly. Refraining from sharing the full story, that Yi Ning had initially been invited as an expert, but was scorned and expelled. Compared to the busy Zhao Kongjian, Wu Zhendong was indeed much freer, personally welcoming Yi Ning. Since Yi Ning was no longer attending as an expert, he was also ineligible for the afternoon banquet. He initially intended to greet Wu Zhendong and head home, but Wu Zhendong led him to the backyard. The backyard of the traditional Chinese medicine department of Yunqing Hospital was originally a space the size of a football field, designated for patient activities and exercise. Now, it had been divided into sections, with small vendors setting up stalls in each area, all of whom were merchants specializing in selling Chinese medicinal herbs. Yi Ning's interest was piqued, and he decided to leisurely explore, his gaze sweeping over the various stalls. Following the earlier incident, Wang and I had quieted considerably, obediently trailing behind Yi Ning like a loyal follower. When Yi Ning's eyes fell upon an elderly man in a tank top with dark skin at a nearby stall, they brightened noticeably. The old man had a pile of muddy yam on display, which was noticeably longer and slimmer than the one sold in the market, clearly wild yam. What caught Yi Ning's attention was a piece of dark red glimmering amidst the yams. This item was evidently not ordinary. Yi Ning felt a surge of curiosity and approached. Elder, how much do you sell this yam for? Yi Ning directly inquired. The old man raised his hand and gestured 5. Speaking lazily, 51 per pound, no bargaining. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. This old man had some character. The market price for yam was around 10 yuan, while wild yam could reach 30, but the quality of the wild yam before the old man was excellent. And collecting wild yam was quite challenging. Since yam grows deep underground, each piece displayed was over a meter long, requiring digging about 3 meters to retrieve it completely. Therefore, Yi Ning had no intention of haggling. Smiling slightly as he replied, All right, 51 per pound, I'll take them all. The old man glanced at Yi Ning with some surprise, then nodded repeatedly, his face showing delight. With nimble hands, he began to pack them up. However, as he bent down, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he discreetly reached into the pile of yams and pulled out a dark red blood gourd, slipping it into his pocket without missing a beat. Yi Ning, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned and quickly exclaimed, Wait, Elder, what did you just take from there? I have already purchased this entire batch of medicinal materials. They are now mine. Haha, boss, you didn't say that? The old man chuckled slyly, grinning as he replied, You just said you would take this batch of yams. The 51 also applies to the yams, but it does not include this treasure in my pocket. Yi Ning was taken aback, initially thinking the old man was a simple herbalist, only to realize he was quite shrewd. The blood gourd was merely a ruse. Fine, Elder. How much for the blood gourd? Name your price. Yi Ning shook his head helplessly and asked directly. Yes, Elder, name your price. I'll take that blood gourd. However, at that moment, an elderly voice resonated behind Yi Ning. Both individuals were taken aback and turned to locate the source of the sound, which belonged to none other than the elder who had previously expressed disdain at sharing a seat with Yi Ning in the conference room. Jin Xiangnan. Hey, old man, do you not understand the notion of first come, first served? Wang Yan'ai, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain her frustration. She furrowed her brow and directed a disapproving glance at Jin Xiangnan. Jin Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, surveying Yi Ning and the others. Evidently surprised that they had not yet departed, with a cold smirk, he remarked, "Transactions are, of course, a matter of mutual consent. Do you intend to engage in coercive buying and selling?" This gentleman's words hold merit. This blood gourd is truly exceptional. I have spent years foraging in the mountains, and such a treasure is rare indeed. The old man grinned widely, seizing the moment to commence his sales pitch. Sighing softly, Yi Ning resigned himself to the unfolding events, which had indeed conformed to his expectations. After Jin Xiangnan's unwelcome intervention, it was clear the old man would not squander such a golden opportunity. The elder's voice boomed as he produced the blood gourd from his embrace, brandishing it before the passers-by. Immediately capturing numerous gazes, it appeared the old man was intent on conducting an impromptu auction, aiming to reap substantial profits. Chapter 131. Priceless medicinal material. A triumphant smile spread across the old man's face as he called out to the gathering crowd. Most of those present were likely physicians, and they gazed in awe at the blood gourd in the elder's grasp. Such specimens were indeed rare, and this particular one was of remarkable quality. The old man grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile, as he showcased the blood gourd to the onlookers, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess, I have foraged for medicine for many years, and this is the largest blood gourd I have ever encountered. I am not greedy. I will start the bidding at 500. Who will offer 500? Laughter erupted among the crowd as the old man's words rang true. The blood gourd was of excellent quality, and one could argue that it was priceless. Assessing its value, 500 was laughably low. 5,000 or even 50,000 would find eager buyers. The old man, appearing simple-minded, was actually using 500 merely as a starting bid. Keenly observing how the crowd would respond, Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. While the blood gourd was indeed valuable, he would not make a purchase should the price escalate excessively. Jin Xiaonan grinned widely, observing the old man with amusement. This brother's starting bid is quite reasonable. Very well, 500. I will take this blood gourd. I ask you all to indulge me upon finishing his statement. He cast a cold glance around, causing the crowd to shift uneasily. Hearing Jin Xiangnan's name, several faces paled as they hesitated to speak up. Moments ago, a few had been eager to bid, but now they fell silent, glancing nervously at one another. The old man, holding the blood gourd, was taken aback. He had anticipated a profitable day, but had not expected Jin Xiangnan's mere utterance to extinguish everyone's enthusiasm. Jin Xiangnan coolly extended his hand. "What is the matter, brother? I bid 500. Does this blood gourd not belong to me now?" The old man gaped in shock, unable to articulate a response. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Yi Ning, forcing a dry laugh. Young brother, did you not express interest in this blood gourd just now? Do you no longer wish to claim it?" Yi Ning chuckled softly, while Wang and I behind him rolled her eyes. Both Jin Xiangnan and the selling old man were far from admirable characters. "What do you think you are? Since I, Jin Xiangnan, have made an offer, you of course would not dare to contest me that if you do not sell the blood gourd to me today, I fear it would be rather unpleasant. Wouldn't you agree?" Jin Xiangnan declared with a smug expression, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Ning. Yi Ning, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow, but allowed a hint of a smile to appear on his lips. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet it seemed to find him nonetheless. He did not wish to embarrass anyone, yet some individuals persistently thrust their faces into the fray, begging him to act. "This blood gourd is mine. As for you, Jin Xiangnan, I care not whether you are from the south or the north. The highest bidder prevails." Having made his decision, Yi Ning stepped forward, stating calmly, I bid 600,000. The old man's face lit up with delight at Yi Ning's generosity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jin Xiangnan's expression darkened, his gaze towards Yi Ning now tinged with hostility as he intoned. Kid, do you dare contest me? Do you know who I am? Do you believe that I could have you ostracized from the world of traditional Chinese medicine with a mere word? Ha! Yi Ning erupted into laughter, utterly astonished that a mere quack would have such audacity. And what if I do contest? If your so-called world of traditional Chinese medicine allows someone like you to dominate, then it is high time to overturn that realm. You! Jin Xiangnan seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Ning, unable to fathom that Yi Ning would be so brazen. His teeth ground together in fury. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly retorted, I bid 600,000. This blood gourd is mine. 600,000. Yi Ning shot back without hesitation, a mocking glint in his eye as he regarded Jin Xiangnan, that I must say, Jin Xiangnan, you are a figure of some repute. Yet to merely increase the bid by 1,000 or 2 is beneath your dignity. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers began to murmur excitedly, speculating about Yi Ning's identity, that it was not uncommon to encounter wealthy heirs who treated hundreds of thousands as trifling sums. But few would dare to disregard someone like Jin Xiangnan, at least. Such audacity was rare in the realm of Yun City. Jin Xiangnan's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as he regarded Yi Ning. Feeling his confidence wane, 600,000 was no trifling sum. Should he raise the bid further and Yi Ning refrained from countering, he would face a significant loss. Contemplating this, Jin Xiangnan's mind grew increasingly perplexed. Very well, kid. You are indeed ruthless. 600,000 for a blood gourd. I shall not stoop to your level. Ultimately, Jin Xiangnan conceded defeat, muttering a few perfunctory remarks before turning to leave. The murmurs and snickers of the crowd made him wish for a hole to hide in. Just moments ago, he had attempted to leverage his age and reputation to force a sale. Yet now, a few words from Yi Ning had stripped him of his bravado. While Yi Ning was the ultimate beneficiary, he had still parted with a hefty sum of 600,000, resulting in a few individuals in the crowd even applauding him. Young brother, I truly thank you that it appears I was overly greedy. Had it not been for you, my blood gourd, the old man, clad in a sweat-stained shirt, regarded Yi Ning with a look of guilt, chuckling awkwardly. In truth, I would have been satisfied selling this blood gourd for 500. How about this? You give me 500, and I shall sell it to you. Yi Ning offered a faint smile in response, stating firmly, 600,000, not a penny less. However, you must tell me where you unearthed this blood gourd. All right, no problem. It was found on the back mountain of Wulong Mountain. I shall guide you there another day. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied eagerly that Yi Ning nodded slightly. I need to attend the medical exchange conference in the next few days. After it concludes, I will come to find you. As for the payment, I shall provide you with half up front, 300,000. Once you guide me to the location, I will pay the remaining 300,000 in full. Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. The old man's face beamed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Yi Ning smiled and promptly transferred 300,000 to the old man. Before parting ways, they exchanged phone numbers, with the elder meticulously jotting down his home address. Watching the old man depart with a beaming smile, Wang and I couldn't help but scrunch her adorable little nose, exclaiming, I don't trust that old man. Ningo, what if he runs off? Those phone numbers and addresses could be unreliable. Yi Ning chuckled softly. 300,000 is no small sum. That avaricious old man will certainly not let go of this opportunity. The old man's earlier willingness to settle for 500 was merely a reflection of his uncertainty. Considering that 600,000 was indeed a considerable amount, Yi Ning was not one to shy away from a confrontation, especially when it came to standing up against someone like Jin Xiangnan. Chapter 132. The clever Wang Xiao and the old man, had also felt that securing 600,000 from Yi Ning was somewhat precarious. Hence his initial offer of 500, however, Yining's willingness to pay 600,000 without hesitation clearly indicated his determination. Due to the ongoing medical exchange conference, Yining did not return to the rejuvenation hall for his shifts. Later that evening, upon returning home, he received a call from Li Hiaizai, but Wai Yining was somewhat surprised. After parking his car, he chose to take the call outside the villa. "Haizi, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Yi, Miss Chen Shui is anxious to see you," Li Haizi replied with a smile. Da Wai Yining raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. "What is the matter?" "Speak." "She wishes to visit Old Chen. That I have heard that Old Chen fell gravely ill last night and turned white-haired overnight." Li Haizi's tone carried a sense of inquiry as he spoke. "All right," granted. That Yining nodded affirmatively before hanging up the phone. Old Chen's dire condition and his sudden aging were likely linked to Luo Qingfeng's demise. Chen Shui's desire to see the old man one last time was a request he had no reason to deny. Chen Shui was absent, and that night Yining, as usual, arrived at Wulong Villa to practice, spending the night in silence. The following day, the medical exchange conference finally commenced its main agenda. The conference was divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved consultations, where each medical expert set up a station to provide free medical services. The second stage was dedicated to discussions, featuring lectures from the experts sharing their insights. And the final stage was the consultation phase, where all experts gathered to deliberate on various complex medical cases. Today was a splendid sunny day. Wang and I donned a cool tank top and shorts, while Xiao Lan sported a mature pink skirt, accessorized with oversized sunglasses and a sun hat, presenting the image of an urban beauty. Only Wang Ying appeared somewhat dowdy. Wai Yining drove his Land Rover to pick up the others, heading straight to the conference venue. I in the lobby of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Yunqing Hospital. Each consultation room displayed a nameplate and photograph of an expert, accompanied by a brief introduction. By the time the 4 arrived, the place was already teeming with people. Naturally, the majority of this bustling crowd comprised patients, with some reporters lurking among them, hoping to capture candid moments. Wai Yining felt fortunate to have previously secured a few observation slots from Wu Zhendong. Otherwise, even if they could easily slip into the hospital, gaining access to the various departments would have been utterly impossible. Those qualified for observation wore specially issued red badges, and Yining had obtained 4 from Wu Zhendong yesterday, 1 for himself and 3 for Wang Yanai and her companions. However, Yining was taken aback to find that all the experts were conducting consultations inside their rooms. This was his first time attending such a conference, and he had assumed the consultations would take place in an open area, making it easier for them to observe. Since everything was confined indoors, he led his companions in a brief exploration, eventually stopping in front of a door marked with the name Su Hechuan. Su Hechuan, a national treasure of Longhua, was someone Yining had frequently seen on traditional Chinese medicine forums, eloquently sharing his wisdom. Within Longhua, few could rival Su Hechuan's expertise. Yet upon peering into the room, Yining was left dumbfounded. It was already packed with people, and all he could see from the doorway were backs and heads, rendering it impossible to discern the situation inside. Yining found himself in a predicament. Wang Ying could only watch helplessly, softly encouraging him. "Ninggu, why don't we check out other rooms for observation?" Yining felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to witness the practice of a national treasure and gauge the standards of top-tier traditional Chinese medicine. However, given the current circumstances, squeezing in would prove as challenging as trying to wrest a bundle of discounted scallions from the hands of a dozen middle-aged women at a market. Even merely observing was beginning to feel daunting. Nearby, several other observers who could not gain entry exchanged smirks and shook their heads, silently mocking. "If we can't get in, what makes you think you can?" Just as Yining was about to turn away and seek out other experts, Wang and I, with a playful smile, looked at him and said, "Ninggu, if you want to observe Su Hechuan's consultation, I have a way." Cough, cough, Xiao and I do want to see, but I can't let you take risks. "Can I? If you squeeze in among this crowd, you might get hurt. That's simply not worth it." Yining chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. "Did I have a plan? You just have to agree to one condition." Wang and I said, her large eyes sparkling with mischief, a triumphant grin adorning her face. Seeing the smile on Wang Ni's face, Yi Ning felt reassured, knowing she was full of clever ideas. However, he was curious about what condition she would propose. "Ninggo, don't worry. I promise I won't make it difficult for you. Just agree to one condition." Wang Ni insisted, playfully tugging at Yi Ning's arm with a pleading look. Xiaolan rolled her eyes, thinking that even with such antics, she wouldn't want to enter that room. Wang Ning looked at Wang Ni with wide eyes, clearly puzzled about her intentions. "All right then." Yi Ning finally relented, clenching his teeth. Having come all this way, it would be a shame not to observe, regardless of what condition Wang Ni might propose. After all, whether she could even get in was another matter entirely. Wang Ni beamed at Yi Ning's agreement, exclaiming, "Hee Ninggo, you're the best." With that, she began rolling up her sleeves and took off her observation badge, tucking it in her pocket, cheerfully instructing the others, "You guys step back a bit. Just watch." Yi Ning and the others obediently stepped back, eager to see what Wang Ni would do next. Approaching the entrance, Wang Ni cleared her throat and addressed the gathered observers. "Ahem, dear brothers and sisters, could you please make some space? I'd like to enter. I'm a patient. Could everyone step aside and let me go through?" As expected, upon hearing Wang Ni's words, everyone turned to look, their expressions shifting. Particularly the young men, upon seeing Wang Ni's cherubic face, felt a surge of sympathy and immediately called out, "Everyone make way! This little sister is a patient. Let her in." A commotion ensued among the crowd, and shortly thereafter, to the astonished gazes of Yi Ning and his companions, Wang Ni stood at the entrance, effortlessly creating a pathway through the throng. Only then did she enter the room. While Wang Ni really has a knack for this, Yi Ning couldn't help but mutter under his breath that, of course, Sister Wang Ni is a genius. Wang Ying exclaimed, her face lighting up with admiration, clearly in agreement with Wang Ni's method. Chapter 133. Provocation. Wang Ni thus swaggered into the room, the acupuncture room of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Originally the largest room on the first floor, was now overflowing with people, leaving a tiny space of less than 5 square meters in the middle, just enough for a small table. Seated at the small table was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a simple white robe, visibly sweating, a white towel draped around his neck. The old man was none other than Su Huchuan. "Patients are here! Patients are here! Su Guosho, the patients have arrived. Old Su. The patients are here!" Someone softly announced, prompting a chorus of murmurs in response, the sounds echoing like ripples on a tranquil lake within the cramped room. Wang and I took a seat directly across from Su Huchuan. "You are a patient? Come, let me check your pulse," Su Huchuan said, his breathing somewhat labored as he struggled to swallow. "Old Su, I've been feeling weak in my limbs these past few days, sometimes experiencing dizziness, a tight chest, and at night, my hands and feet feel icy. What could be the cause?" Wang and I replied, her eyes darting as she spoke, refraining from extending her hand. Although she wasn't well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she had been exposed to it for quite some time at Huachuntang and had a basic understanding of symptoms and ailments. Upon hearing Wang Ni's words, Su Huchuan paused, then smiled, saying, "Little girl, you have anemia, low blood sugar and qi deficiency. As for the underlying cause, I need to check your pulse for confirmation." "Oh dear, old Su, I suddenly feel a bit short of breath. Why is it so stuffy in here?" Wang and I exclaimed, clutching her chest, her breathing quickening as she spoke with difficulty. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of concern. Su Huchuan hastily rose, exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly help the patient outside. The patient is already weak, and in this stifling heat, it's akin to a sauna. She certainly can't endure it." At his words, the crowd erupted into chaos. After half a minute, the people finally cleared a path, and Su Huchuan supported Wang and I as they hurried out of the room. Huff, huff. Wang and I exaggeratedly gasped for air, smiling at Su Huchuan. "Old Su, you truly live up to your reputation as a national treasure." I already feel so much better. Su Huchuan, however, frowned and glared at Wang and I, angrily retorting, "You little girl tricked me. When you stepped out, I already checked your pulse. It was robust and steady. How could you be anemic or qi deficient? Are you here to cause trouble?" These old fellows have learned quickly to flatter and ingratiate themselves. Quickly tell me who sent you here as a ruse to butter me up. I'm not senile yet. The onlookers who had followed also furrowed their brows, their gazes toward Wang and I taking on a slightly hostile tone. Wang and I shrank back, saying, "Old Su, I'm not a ruse sent by anyone. I pretended to be ill just so you and all these people wouldn't have to suffer in this heat. Look at you, with such amazing medical skills, why not conduct consultations outside in the open air? Not only would it spare you from discomfort, but it would also allow more people to observe that, don't you agree?" Su Huchun frowned upon hearing this. The current situation indeed indicated a lack of consideration on the part of the organizers. However, if he were to conduct consultations outside, it would seem rather unconventional that as Su Huchuan hesitated, the crowd began to voice their opinions. With the misunderstanding cleared, they felt no animosity toward the adorable girl, especially since Wang and I's suggestion was quite reasonable. In no time, several individuals stepped forward to support Wang Ni's proposal. All right then. Ultimately, Su Huchuan could only nod helplessly. Now, if he insisted on continuing to consult indoors, it would seem rather inconsiderate. Since everyone has suggested it, let us find an outdoor space for the consultation. Really? That would be splendid. Wang Ni's eyes sparkled with delight, while a small hand discreetly formed an okay gesture towards Yi Ning from behind her back. Xiao Lan, witnessing this, wore a knowing smile and remarked lightly, "She's quite clever, isn't she?" "What is the matter?" Yi Ning asked Xiao Lan, suspicion etched on his face. "Let us go. There is nothing more to see here. Let us head outside," Xiao Lan declared, striding out of the corridor. The spacious lobby, blessed with air conditioning and several rows of chairs for resting, caught Xiao Lan's attention, and she exclaimed, "Let us sit there." Yi Ning and Wang Ying were pulled along by Xiao Lan to take their seats in the front, ROW that moment. Wang and I had already brought Su Huchuan over, upon seeing the lobby's environment. Both Wang and I and Su Huchuan's eyes lit up. "Yes, this is quite nice." Su Huchuan spoke first, noting that the space was significantly larger than the previous small room. Wang and I, perceptive as ever, promptly led Su Huchuan towards the direction where Yi Ning and the others were seated. Consequently, Su Huchuan found himself sitting beside Yi Ning, and Wang Ying, to why Yi Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wang and I was indeed resourceful, and with Xiao Lan's cooperation, it was a seamless arrangement. The traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference attracted a considerable number of patients seeking treatment, and Su Huchuan quickly fell into his work mode after emerging. Taking pulses, prescribing medicine, performing acupuncture, and massage, Su Huchuan truly embodied the essence of a national master. Exuding a sense of mastery in his every move, displaying an encyclopedic knowledge of remedies and an eclectic approach to healing that in just half an hour, he had already attended to 7 patients. Wang Ying watched intently, cherishing this invaluable opportunity to learn that Yi Ning nodded inwardly, recognizing that even if he were to treat these patients, his techniques would bear a striking similarity to Su Huchuan's. It was undeniable that Su Huchuan's title as a national master was well-deserved. As Su Huchuan showcased his skills, soft applause occasionally erupted from the crowd, and a long, orderly line of patients formed, patiently waiting for the national master to attend to them. Meanwhile, other doctors in the adjacent rooms began to sense something amiss. The patients had dwindled, and fewer observers were present to watch them treat and save lives. Finally, someone stepped out to investigate the situation and was greeted by the sight of Su Huchuan surrounded by admirers, along with a long queue of patients waiting for his attention. It seemed that nearly all the patients had gravitated towards Su Huchuan. Exchanging glances, the doctors couldn't help but smile wryly. As the saying goes, there are always those who come before and those who follow. Each profession has its own specialties, yet Su Huchuan was a polymath, one they could only admire from afar. However, The doctors did not dwell on this matter for long. With nothing else to do, they joined the crowd to observe Su Hechuan in action. Chapter 134. The ignorant are fearless, my esteemed colleagues. What brings you here? Su Hechuan exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who had been consulting in the adjacent room to emerge and stand behind him. It's nothing. Just continue with your work, Su Lao, that we are merely here to observe and learn. One learns throughout life. An elder physician chuckled, though there was a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Experts in traditional Chinese medicine. They knew that Su Hechuan's skills and status far surpassed their OWN. I must admit, my actions were rather thoughtless. Su Hechuan quickly regained his composure and addressed the patients waiting in line. Ladies and gentlemen, these are esteemed experts in traditional Chinese medicine, each with over 30 years of experience, having saved countless lives. This is Mr. Kong Qingchuan, the mastermind behind the detoxifying and beautifying elixir. Su Hechuan proceeded to introduce each elder physician to the patients, then added with a smile, "So please, do not all seek me out, as I can hardly attend to everyone by myself. We shall all be here together to consult with you. Everyone, please come forward." With Su Hechuan's words, the elder physicians felt a renewed sense of dignity and began to welcome patients with smiles. Among them was Jin Xiangnan, who, upon arriving, immediately noticed Wang Ying sitting beside Su Hechuan, earnestly explaining the efficacy of the prescriptions Su Hechuan had just provided. Seeing this scene made Jin Xiangnan feel quite displeased, and he coldly remarked to Yi Ning, "Oh, if it isn't doctor. Yi, what brings you here?" Jin Xiangnan's voice drew immediate attention, and Su Hechuan turned his gaze towards Yi Ning. Upon realizing that Yi Ning was merely a young man, he nodded slightly and returned his focus elsewhere. However, Jin Xiangnan continued, "If memory serves, you tried to infiltrate our group of experts yesterday, but were promptly expelled by me and several others. How do you still have the audacity to remain here? Where I choose to be is none of your business. Worry about your own affairs." Yi Ning frowned and shot Jin Xiangnan a disdainful glare. The patients and onlookers around them turned their attention to Yi Ning, and murmurs of discontent began to circulate in the context of a medical exchange conference. It was evident that these traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were the main attraction, and Yi Ning's open defiance towards Jin Xiangnan was perceived by many as excessive. However, many were unaware of the full context of the situation. Jin Xiangnan's smile grew more arrogant. He had taken an immediate dislike to Yi Ning upon first sight, and yesterday had only deepened his resentment. If not for Yi Ning's interference, he would have certainly acquired the blood gourd for $500. Thus, his irritation towards Yi Ning only intensified. Young man, your words are misguided. This is a medical exchange conference, and even the observers here possess some medical knowledge. I find your presence among us akin to a foul fish in a pot of soup." Jin Xiangnan sneered, "So I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall contact the organizers and have you removed." Suddenly, the discussions around them grew louder, with many pointing fingers at Yi Ning and the three young women accompanying him, Xiaolan, Wang Yanai, and Wang Ying. All three were strikingly beautiful, leading many to mistakenly believe Yi Ning was merely a frivolous young man seeking to flirt with them, now found mingling in a medical exchange conference. "Old Jin, enough already. You should hold your tongue." At that moment, Su Hechuan interjected, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Yi Ning. "Regardless, it's not a bad thing for a young man to show interest in traditional Chinese medicine. He has sat beside me this entire time without causing any disturbance. Why target him? Come, let us continue. The exchange conference shall proceed." Su Hechuan's words diverted the topic entirely. Jin Xiangnan's expression darkened as he shot Yi Ning a glare. Su Hechuan's intervention only fueled his anger further. "You stand up. I want that seat," Jin Xiangnan demanded, stepping towards Yi Ning and glaring at him coldly. "You, get up. Jin Lao is a renowned physician. He needs that seat to attend to patients. You should be accommodating." A voice from the crowd echoed this sentiment, and soon, many voices chimed in agreement. that in an instant, nearly everyone urged Yi Ning to relinquish his seat. After all, the true stars of the day were the elder physicians. However, Yi Ning remained seated, casting a cold gaze at Jin Xiangnan. The latter's repeated provocations had worn thin his patience, and he was not inclined to endure any longer. "Let you have my seat? You are not worthy." The crowd erupted in astonishment at Yi Ning's words. This time, even Su Huchun raised an eyebrow, urging gently, "Young man, Jin Lao needs to sit to treat patients as if you were merely here to observe. It would be courteous to yield your seat." Yi Ning instinctively pressed his lips together. Having sat beside the amiable Su Huchun for so long, he felt a genuine respect for the elderly physician. Though his own skills far surpassed Su Huchun's, he regarded Su Huchun as one of the most adept practitioners he had encountered, possessing invaluable experience cultivated over decades of treating countless patients. Yet, Yi Ning was still Yi Ning. Even when faced with formidable opponents, he had never backed down. Today, even with his respect for Su Huchun, he could not allow Jin Xiangnan's bullying to go unchecked. Young man, what do you mean by that? You think you're worthy? Why don't you give it a try and treat a patient?" Jin Xiangnan, far from angered, chuckled at Yi Ning's words, his disdain palpable as he shook his head. So young, and yet so arrogant, utterly oblivious. The crowd quickly echoed their support for Jin Xiang. In fact, my purpose for attending this so-called exchange conference was merely to broaden the horizons of my subordinates and allow them to learn. Yi Ning smirked derisively. "The only reason I'm not intervening is that I fear that once I do, you mediocre doctors will have nowhere to hide." Jin Xiaonan erupted into a hearty laugh as if he had just heard a particularly amusing joke. Shaking his head at Yi Ning, "You young fool, your ignorance truly knows no bounds. It is futile to utter such words. Why not showcase your skills for everyone to see?" Chapter 135. Huangjiu as Medicine Nonsense. The slightest error in diagnosing or treating a patient can lead to disastrous consequences. A moment's deviation can cost lives. How dare you treat this matter so lightly? Su Huchun thundered, directing his ire towards Jin Xiangnan and his companions. The expressions of the group darkened, perplexed as to why Su Huchun was singling them out while sparing Yi Ning from any rebuke. Undeterred, Jin Xiangnan insisted, "Old Su, with so many of us present, I assure you there will be no mishaps. Let us witness the prowess of the younger generation. Young man, this is a rare opportunity for you to shine." Behind Jin Xiangnan, Li Changqing and others stepped forward. "Old Su, this lad's arrogance may indeed be indicative of substantial skill. Allow him to demonstrate." "I initially considered your youth and potential worthy of a helping hand, yet you have proven to be utterly ungrateful." Li Changqing sighed, shaking his head in disappointment as he regarded Yi Ning. With a cold smile, Yi Ning surveyed the surroundings and calmly announced, "At the Huachentang, I, Yi Ning, shall be offering consultations today that if anyone is unwell, feel free to approach. I shall treat you free of charge." Upon hearing the name Huachentang, many in the crowd paused, their gazes toward Yi Ning shifting subtly. Huachentang had garnered a formidable reputation in Yun City, not solely due to Yi Ning's exceptional medical skills, but also because of the clinic's policy of providing free consultations. This novelty spread rapidly, captivating many. Although Yi Ning did not rely on this gimmick for profit, his genuine desire to save lives was evident. That it is not an exaggeration to assert that the impact of offering free services far surpassed the allure of Yi Ning's medical expertise. After all, many came not because of hearsay regarding his skills, which could be rather superficial, but due to the tangible benefit of free treatment. Thus, when Yi Ning invoked the name of Huachentang, a wave of eager patients began to emerge. At that moment, the first brave soul stepped forward, a venerable gentleman in his 70s, who approached Yi Ning, trembling, and took a seat before him. "Young man, please examine me," he said with a smile that Yi Ning wasted no time and commenced taking the old man's pulse. Jin Xiangnan and his companions were taken aback that someone was indeed seeking Yi Ning's services, and they watched with keen interest, anticipating his potential failure. Even Su Huchuan could not resist glancing in their direction. After a brief examination, Yining addressed the old gentleman. "You are experiencing dizziness, palpitations, fatigue, yet unable to sleep, and frequent awakenings at night. Remarkable! How did you discern my symptoms?" the old man exclaimed, astonished and delighted. "Sir, you are suffering from nerve weakness coupled with insufficient blood that I prescribed 1 pound of danshin, 2 pounds of huangqi, and 2 pounds of jininhua, infused in 5 pounds of huangjiu. Consume 2 ounces before bed and 2 ounces in the morning. I assure you, you will enjoy restful nights. And after finishing the 5 pounds of infused liquor, your ailment will be cured." "Excellent. Young man, I shall procure the medicine and the wine immediately." The old gentleman nodded enthusiastically and departed. Jin Xiangnan and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern that Wei Ning had quickly diagnosed the old man's condition and provided a straightforward remedy, employing a simple trio of herbal ingredients whose efficacy in clearing heat and detoxifying, as well as nourishing the blood, was well known to anyone with a modicum of knowledge in traditional medicine. The highlight was the use of huangjiu as a medicinal base, a feat beyond their capabilities. Even Su Huchuan's eyes glimmered with admiration as he murmured, "What a brilliant application of huangjiu in medicine." This ingenious touch enhanced the efficacy of a formula that would typically require months of gradual adjustment, yielding immediate results. That Wei Ning waved his hand lightly and said, "Is there anyone else? Please continue." With the endorsement of several experts and Yi Ning's composed and adept performance, more individuals began to approach him for treatment. The Wei Ning welcomed each one, swiftly alleviating their ailments. Throughout the afternoon, Su Huchuan hardly intervened, his focus entirely on Yi Ning, to Su Huchuan's astonishment. Yi Ning, despite his youth, displayed a level of proficiency in diagnosis that rivaled seasoned practitioners. Each diagnosis and suggestion he offered was enlightening, that Su Huchuan found himself reluctantly conceding that for some patients, Yi Ning's methods were more direct and effective than his own. It was no exaggeration to say that as Yi Ning demonstrated his skills, Su Huchuan felt like a mere onlooker, a novice in the presence of a master. As he witnessed Yi Ning's effortless handling of patients, Su Huchuan felt a sense of inadequacy wash over him. He had always practiced medicine to benefit humanity, believing that skill should not be ranked. Yet witnessing Yi Ning's approach today left him feeling outclassed. Reflecting on the time he spent diagnosing patients earlier, while Yi Ning had simply sat nearby, quietly instructing a girl taking notes, Su Huchuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Ning spoke nothing but the truth. He was indeed there to guide a student in broadening her horizons. To offer critiques to Yi Ning was beyond his current expertise, as Yi Ning continued to treat patients. Each one departing satisfied, the number of individuals seeking his help grew. Observers around them began to take notice, some even comparing Yi Ning to Su Huchuan, engaging in hushed debates. Each time Su Huchuan heard these murmurs, his face burned with shame. That as dusk descended and the surroundings grew dim, Yi Ning finally concluded his consultations with the last patient, breathing a sigh of relief as he relaxed, noticing that the crowd had thinned considerably. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly midnight. Engrossed in treating the patients, he had momentarily lost track of time. That Dr. Yi, you've worked hard. Yi Ning was enjoying a cup of milk tea bought by Wang and I when a voice broke through his reverie. Turning, he saw Su Huchuan, who had remained by his side, now surrounded by a gathering of people. The observers from earlier had been replaced by a new group led by Zhao Kongjian, the esteemed members of Yun City Hospital. Why are you all still here at such a late hour?" Yi Ning inquired, glancing around in confusion. "Forgive my presumption, Dr. Yi. I have gained invaluable insights from your consultations today and would not miss such a splendid opportunity. In terms of medical skill, I concede, I am no match for you." Su Huchuan expressed sincerely that Wei Ning merely smiled gently, holding a deep respect for the venerable traditional Chinese medicine master, especially for his candid acknowledgement of his own shortcomings. In contrast to others who might hide behind their status, long since vanished. Chapter 136. The seminar begins, Dr. Yi. You are truly a benevolent healer, a master of revival. Zhao Kongjian stepped forward, his face filled with admiration. Zhao Kongjian had long known of Yi Ning's remarkable medical abilities and had heard the rumors of Hua Chuntang's free consultations. However, witnessing Yi Ning in action, treating each patient without an air of superiority, treating everyone equally, was a revelation. What began as a small segment of a medical exchange turned into a profound demonstration of skill. Many traditional medicine experts typically handpick patients to showcase select cases minimally, merely for formality. Yet, Yi Ning labored tirelessly until midnight, determined to heal every patient. Zhao Kongjian was the first to take a seat behind Yi Ning, followed by an array of doctors and experts from Yun City Hospital who also formed a queue behind him. You flatter me, Director Zhao. Healing is merely a physician's duty. There is nothing worthy of praise in that, Yi Ning said with a casual smile. Da-da, what a noble perspective. Su Hechuan's eyes sparkled as he nodded earnestly, somewhat wistfully remarking, talents emerge in every generation. It seems it is time for this old bone of mine to step aside and make way for the youth. Old Su, you jest that in truth, I have gained much from observing your diagnoses this morning. Yi Ning humbly replied. Su Hechuan laughed heartily, shaking his head vigorously. Young man, had I not witnessed your techniques with my own eyes, I might have believed you only partially. Your medical expertise and skills leave even me in awe. Spare me the pleasantries. At this, Yi Ning could only awkwardly scratch his nose, offering a sheepish smile. Wang Yan'ai, Xiaolon, and Wang Ying stood patiently behind Yi Ning, having become accustomed to his medical practice. However, witnessing such a grand assembly of esteemed professionals offering high praise was a first for them, particularly for Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolon, who gaped in astonishment, realizing for the first time the true extent of Yi Ning's remarkable abilities. Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Ning's profile. Utterly entranced, as they prepared to depart, Su Hechuan personally requested Yi Ning's contact information, jotting it down in a small red notebook. When the four of them exited the traditional Chinese medicine division of Yun City Hospital, it was already nearing 1 in the morning. Zhao Kongjian offered to drive Yi Ning home, but Yi Ning declined. Having arrived by car himself, tomorrow the medical exchange conference will continue. After Yi Ning takes Wang Yan'ai and the others to their residences in succession, he will drive home. The next day, the medical exchange conference resumes. Early in the morning, as Yi Ning and the 3 others arrive, his phone rings. It is a call from Su Hechuan himself. That's Su Lao. So early. Yi Ning answers the call with a polite smile. I have already arrived at the venue. Dr. Yi, please come directly to the multifunctional hall on the top floor, that today's exchange conference will be held there. Su Hechuan's voice comes through the phone. Understood. Yi Ning replies and promptly heads to the top floor. The second day of the medical exchange conference primarily features a presentation session, where numerous medical experts will have the opportunity to deliver speeches and reports, as well as engage in some brief public discussions. Naturally, all topics will pertain to medical practices, with the venue designated as the multifunctional hall on the top floor. Concurrently, this presentation will be broadcast live nationwide. Prestigious institutions such as Yunqing Medical University, Capital Medical University, and Bashi University, along with various renowned hospitals across the country, and even television stations, will cover the event. The scale is indeed quite significant. Upon arriving at the venue, Xiao Lu, who is at the entrance wearing a work badge, spots him immediately. Dr. Yi, over here. Xiao Lu enthusiastically waves and gestures towards a corner at the back left of the hall. Dr. Yi, do you see that? My grandfather is over there, at the Yunqing Health School position. You can go sit there. Oh, thank you. Yi Ning expresses his gratitude to the thoughtful young girl, scanning the hall. The top floor hall of the Yunqing Hospital's traditional Chinese medicine branch is not small, accommodating nearly 1,000 people. The front 2 rows are occupied by medical experts, followed by a host of leaders from Yunqing Hospital, along with professors from Yunqing Medical University. Notably, his mentor, Professor Lin Yongla, is seated among them, alongside Chen Ning, a star student from Yi Ning's cohort. who is reportedly pursuing a combined master's and doctoral degree and has remained at the school as Lin Yongli's direct disciple. Each of these individuals has a red name tag indicating their name and position to in contrast. The seats allocated for Yinqing Health School are tucked away in a corner, almost as an afterthought. Yining says nothing further about this, merely indicating the location where Wu Zhendong and his group are seated, smiling at Wang Ying and the others. You can go sit there in a bit. The three of them promptly nod in agreement. Indeed, as soon as Yining steps into the hall, Su Huchun approaches him with a beaming smile. Dr. Yi, you've arrived. Come sit next to me. Yining nods with a smile. He has already noticed his designated seat at the entrance. That IT is a spot that Su Huchun had specifically arranged for him this morning, marked simply with the words Yunqing, Yining, placed beside Su Huchun. Yining does not hesitate and takes a seat next to Su Huchun, while subtly nodding towards Wang Ying and the others, who understand and head towards Wu Zhendong's direction. That Wu Zhendong, noticing Yining's arrival, is taken aback to see Yining seated beside Su Huchun while Wang Ying and the others approach. He recalls that just the day before, Yining had asked him for an observation pass. Now, he finds Yining being treated as an expert, even receiving personal attention from Su Huchun. Meanwhile, the teachers behind Wu Zhendong begin to stir. They are all faculty members from Yinqing Health School, which is relatively small. The presence of beauties like Wang Ni and Xiao Lan is unforgettable, particularly since Wang Ying has been the top student for 7 consecutive years at Yinqing Health School, prompting several teachers to recognize them as students from the institution. Old Wu, didn't you just say that Dr. Wun Ti come to sit with us? Now he has brought 2 students to sit together with us. Doesn't T that imply a lack of respect for us? One lecturer frowns, looking at Wu Zhendong with dissatisfaction. Indeed, even if that Dr. has achieved great success and looks down upon us, sending a few students to humiliate us is unnecessary. We are teachers and high-ranking officials of the school. Another basic subject teacher from Yinqing Health School also frowns, speaking with a touch of arrogance that Wu Zhendong feels awkward, realizing that he had warned the lecturers behind him as Yining entered, hoping they would not make any rude remarks that might offend him. However, Yining has chosen to sit in the front row, leaving only Wang Ying and her companions approaching, since that surname Yi is disregarding you. Old Wu, I see no reason we should offer him any respect, remarks the administrative director of the health school beside Wu Zhendong with a cold snort. Moreover, according to the rules, there are no student seats in this hall today. 2 teachers are standing aside due to the tight seating arrangements. The director continues, these 4 seats are more than sufficient for the 2 of them. Wu Zhendong's face turns somewhat red, realizing that this is the only course of action that he decides to let the 2 teachers sit, while the remaining 2 positions are designated for Wang Ying and her companions to divide among themselves. The reason these 4 seats could be freed up was primarily due to Wu Zhendong mentioning that Yining was his benefactor, having cured him of a decades-old ailment. However, now that Yining has chosen not to sit himself and instead brought 3 health school students to occupy the seats, even Wu Zhendong feels uncomfortable asking the teachers to stand while giving all the seats to the students. That Wu Zhendong contemplates and shakes his head, while the group of health school teachers continues to express their dissatisfaction. 2 teachers standing aside to observe are being directed towards seats when Wang Ying and her companions are unexpectedly intercepted. 3 young ladies. Over here. This way. The dean of Yinqing Hospital, Zhao Kongjian, smiles widely, gesturing to Wang Ying and the others, indicating 3 prime seats in the 5th row near the center. Wang Ni's eyes light up immediately, responding cheerfully, Uncle Zhao, we're coming. Wang Ying pulls Wang and I aside, whispering, Sister Wang and I, Ninggu just told us to sit over there. Wouldn't he be impolite if we don't go now? Plans change unexpectedly. Wang and I chuckles, looking at Wang Ying. Those corner seats are just for listening. We won't see anything. How could they compare to these? Exactly. Xiao Lan agrees, nodding as she takes Wang Ying's other hand, adding, besides, look over there. Only 2 of the 4 seats remain now, that if we go over, it would be awkward, wouldn't it? Since there are seats here, let us sit. Wang Ying glances back and sees that indeed, Only 2 of the 4 seats previously reserved beside Wu Zhendong are now left. She then follows Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan toward Zhao Kongjian and takes a seat beside him. That in an instant, Wu Zhendong and the surrounding teachers exchange glances, their faces flushed just moments ago. They had scrutinized the health school students, believing they were unworthy of seats. Yet now the students appear indifferent to their presence, being invited to sit in the front row while they remain in a secluded corner. Wu Zhendong is momentarily stunned, watching Wang Yan'ai and her companions being led to the front row by Zhao Kongjian, chatting and laughing with him, that a phrase suddenly flashes through his mind. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When the wind and clouds arise, they transform into dragons. Indeed, how could Yi Ning, a miraculous doctor capable of curing his decades-long illness with a single stroke, remain obscure forever, in just a few short days? Even if he wished to curry favor with Yi Ning, the latter might not even deign to acknowledge him. That as the exchange conference commences, the format resembles that of a university class or report presentation. However, instead of young or middle-aged lecturers, elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, nearing 100 years of age, take to the stage, each holding prepared materials and lecture notes to present. The entire hall falls silent, with everyone attentively listening. That as one elderly practitioner concludes his lecture and steps down, Yi Ning's expression remains calm, yet he cannot help but feel a twinge of reflection. The insights shared by the elderly practitioners are indeed based on experience, but fundamentally, their principles can be traced back to various medical texts. They merely combine theory with practice and share case studies. While this may provide some assistance to many present, it feels somewhat elementary to him. He glances back at Wang Ying's direction and sees the young girl fully engrossed in the lecture, leaning forward, pen swiftly jotting down notes. Observing this, Yi Ning smiles and nods, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The exchange will last for 6 hours without a break. Finally, as the conference approaches its conclusion, Su Huchuan is set to take the stage as the grand finale when an incongruous voice interrupts. Wait! Everyone turns to see the speaker is Jin Xiangnan. Jin Xiangnan smirks at Yi Ning and coolly states, "Today, all of our experts have presented their reports, but dear Yi Ning, sitting among the experts, why don't you come up and give a speech? If you have any academic questions or confusions, do share them with us, so we can all benefit from your insights." With Jin Xiangnan's words, all eyes in the hall converge upon Yi Ning. In fact, many had already taken notice of the remarkably youthful Yi Ning, who today suddenly appeared among Su Huchuan and a host of esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. However, it was Jin Xiangnan's remark that propelled Yi Ning into the spotlight. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, I can personally vouch for Dr. Ye's medical expertise. He undoubtedly deserves this esteemed position. Su Huchuan furrowed his brow and interjected. However, since he arrived at the last minute and had not prepared or organized his thoughts, it would be inconvenient for him to give a speech today. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning subtly nodded to Su Huchuan in gratitude, clearly appreciative of the gesture that helped him out of a tight spot. The assembled crowd expressed their astonishment. This young doctor had the venerable Su personally endorsing him and stepping in to assist him. In the audience, Su Ning slightly furrowed his brow, turning to meet the gaze of Lin Yongle, both of whom recognized the shock reflected in each other's eyes. That it was only at this moment that they confirmed that the Yi Ning seated beside Su Huchuan was indeed the graduate from Yinqing Medical University from years past. Su Lao, you see, this is rather inappropriate, Jin Xiangnan remarked with a faint, cold smile. You cannot deny Yi the opportunity to speak, since you hold him in such high regard, and we all witnessed his medical prowess yesterday. Why not invite Yi to the stage to share his insights? After all, this young and accomplished doctor, despite lacking preparation, could surely astonish us with his brilliance. Chapter 138, Master of Life and Death. Jin Xiangnan's words immediately garnered the approval of several elder practitioners present, who nodded in agreement, eager for Yi Ning to take the stage and share his thoughts. Young Dr. Yi, I observed your adeptness yesterday. Your techniques were both seasoned and impressive, exuding a certain grace. An elderly practitioner with a face full of wrinkles chuckled, saying, "Since you are here now, we are all eager to engage in an exchange of knowledge. Sharing insights is always beneficial." In no time, voices of agreement echoed throughout the hall. Su Huchuan furrowed his brow and finally turned his gaze to Yi Ning. Yi Ning merely smiled slightly, slowly rising. Nodding to Su Huchuan, then directing his gaze towards Jin Xiangnan and the other elder practitioners, stating, "Since everyone wishes for me to speak, I shall gladly take the stage." With that, Yi Ning walked directly to the podium. A triumphant smile crept onto Jin Xiangnan's lips, for today he intended to expose Yi Ning's shortcomings. Every individual who stepped onto this stage had thoroughly prepared, yet here was a young novice. Unprepared, only to court ridicule. Once on stage, Yi Ning surveyed the audience, refraining from speaking immediately as he patiently awaited the murmurs below to subside. Only after the chatter had quieted did he clear his throat and begin with a smile. "My name is Yi Ning, as in the leaf of a tree and the tranquility of peace. In essence, I am simply an ordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine." In the audience, Su Ning and Lin Yongle exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Ning's opening was strikingly reminiscent of Lin Yongle's past speeches. However, since everyone has invited me to say a few words, I shall do so, though today I do not wish to delve into medical techniques. Instead, I would like to share my genuine reflections on attending this exchange conference after listening to everyone's presentations. My sentiment can be summed up in 2 words: tedious. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in an uproar. Yi Ning, undeterred, focused his gaze on an elderly man seated in the front row, pointing at him and saying, "Take, for instance, this esteemed elder, Tong Yuxian, a nationally renowned expert in traditional Chinese medicine, whose mastery of Tui Na is said to work wonders. His ancestral craft, the 13 ancient techniques. Yet what did he discuss at the conference? He spoke of the Yijin Shungu, which bears little relevance to the 13 ancient techniques. The theoretical foundations could be entirely traced back to the Huangdi Neijing. Go home, read the Huangdi Neijing, and after a few years of wandering, one could easily become a competent practitioner without any formal guidance. How is that not tedious?" Among the younger attendees, some expressed discontent at Yi Ning's audacious demeanor. But many seasoned participants in the field of traditional Chinese medicine began to recognize the truth in his words. That Su Ning, witnessing Yi Ning's performance on stage, stifled a laugh, noting how akin it was to Lin Yongle's past demeanor. "What a laugh!" Lin Yongle gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. "I faced a group of undergraduates barely out of their teens back in my day. This young man, however, is flaunting himself before the nation's top traditional medicine experts. Can it truly be compared?" Only then did Su Ning manage to suppress his amusement, striving to maintain a semblance of seriousness. "Tong Lao, please do not take offense. I merely used you as an example, with no ill intent. Moreover, others present, particularly that fellow surnamed Jin Xiangnan, correct, you are even less impressive than he. You merely recited the textbook." Yi Ning glanced at Tong Yuxian, whose face was flushed with anger, and then pointed at Jin Xiangnan, unabashedly declaring, "Do you believe this is an appropriate venue? To treat such a significant report with such levity, are you not concerned about your own embarrassment?" In that moment, Yi Ning, a mere youth before a gathering of elder practitioners, exuded the air and demeanor of a seasoned master addressing a group of inexperienced novices, leaving the audience blushing with shame. Sigh. Yi Ning sighed deeply, continuing, "Yet this cannot entirely be blamed on you. Traditional Chinese medicine has flourished for 5 millennia, a treasure trove of human wisdom. Yet it now finds itself suppressed by Western medicine, largely due to internal factions, rigid traditions, and the reluctance of various schools to share their true knowledge for mutual growth and learning." After a long sigh, Yi Ning shook his head in lament. "However, I hope all of you can engage in open dialogue, learn from one another, and present genuine insights. That if we can achieve this, traditional Chinese medicine will undoubtedly flourish and stand proudly in the world." That concludes my thoughts. I have said my piece, and I encourage you all to strive together." Yi Ning rose, elegantly waving his hand as he prepared to leave the stage. "Wait!" Jin Xiangnan, however, rose in indignation, glaring at Yi Ning, and spoke sternly. "Young man, it seems you are left with nothing but your silver tongue. You claim that the various factions of traditional Chinese medicine hoard their knowledge. Yet is your own presentation not overly vague? Why not show us something substantial to broaden our horizons? Otherwise, leaving in this manner seems rather trivial." The audience erupted in derisive laughter. Yi Ning had indeed shot himself in the foot. Yi Ning regarded Jin Xiangnan, whose lips curled into a sardonic smile, and after a moment's pause, he began to laugh as the crowd looked on. Perplexed, Yi Ning remarked, "You wish to learn? Yet you are not worthy." In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. Yi Ning did not step down from the podium. Having come this far, he had no intention of concealing his talents any longer. He casually picked up a potted gentleman's orchid that had just withered and held it aloft before the audience. As he raised the plant, he addressed the assembly. "In all things, the myriad transformations can be distilled into the fundamental principles of yin and yang. When yin prevails, yang diminishes. When yang flourishes, yin retreats. Mastering the interplay of yin and yang grants one access to the gateways of life and death." As Yi Ning's words echoed, the withered gentleman's orchid began to regain its vibrancy. The once faded blossoms slowly shed their petals, blooming anew from the remnants of decay. The audience gaped in astonishment, and those who had previously dismissed Yi Ning fell silent, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. In the midst of laughter, the withered would find spring again. Such is the essence of a medical sage. Yi Ning gently set the newly blossomed orchid back on the podium, scoffing lightly as he looked down at the astonished Jin Xiangnan, declaring in a deep voice, "You think you are worthy of seeking my counsel." With that, he turned and strode away. In that moment, the entire hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Even after Yi Ning had exited the venue, not a single sound broke the stillness. The elder practitioners wore expressions of disbelief and subsequently revealed looks of embarrassment, smiling wryly. They had initially thought him a mere ignorant youth spouting nonsense. Yet it was he who was the true master. Indeed, who among them was worthy to seek his guidance? Chapter 139. The Divine Physician Yi? Ultimately, Su Huchuan managed a wry smile, his gaze growing resolute as he discarded the lecture notes he had prepared. Stepping onto the stage, I believe what Yi just expressed holds great merit. We should indeed engage in open dialogue and strive for mutual advancement. Su Huchuan scanned the audience, taking a deep breath before solemnly stating, "I have decided to take the initiative and share the 9 needles to restore vitality with everyone for collective research and discussion." Having showcased his true abilities, Yi Ning had no intention of lingering and promptly exited the conference. Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan discreetly followed suit. "Why are you two following me?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired. "Ninggu, you called it tedious, so of course we came out for some fresh air." Wang Yan'ai replied with a grin. Beside her, Xiao Lan chimed in, her face adorned with a smile. "Ninggu, with you being such a true divine figure, why would we want to associate with those mediocre practitioners? Be careful with your words." Yi Ning quickly adopted a serious demeanor and then turned to Wang Yan'ai with a smile, saying, "Wang Yan'ai, you won the bet yesterday, and I can grant you one request that I happen to have some time today. So what would you like to eat tonight? Do tell, as I shall treat you all to a grand feast." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'ai rolled her eyes dramatically and pouted, replying, "I don't want that." "Don't worry, Ninggu. I must seize this rare opportunity. As for what request to make, I haven't quite decided yet." Yi Ning could only manage a dry laugh. This little girl was rather uncooperative. That evening, Yi Ning took Wang Yan'ai and Xiao Lan to Bei Lai Shun seafood buffet, where they enjoyed a splendid meal. Unbeknownst to them, the medical exchange conference continued uninterrupted until they finished their meal. Originally, after Su Huchuan's final presentation, everyone was supposed to disperse, but he changed his mind and began to delve into the 9 needles of resurrection, engaging everyone in a thorough study. Several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners also contributed their expertise generously. What was initially planned to conclude in 6 hours extended into a marathon session lasting over 10 hours, finally breaking up in the dead of night. Wang Ying stood at the hospital entrance. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, her thick notebook filled with notes, undoubtedly the person who gained the most from today's conference. In terms of learning ability, Wang Ying was undoubtedly among the top in attendance as the conference concluded late into the night. Lin Yongle and Su Ning emerged from the venue. Glancing around at the now empty hospital, a wave of nostalgia washing over them. They had not anticipated Yi Ning's remarkable success and expertise. On the third day of the exchange conference, it approached its conclusion, focusing on practical case discussions. The venue was in a VIP ward at the headquarters of Yuncheng Hospital, where an emaciated elderly man was surrounded by numerous needles and tubes, with various instruments flickering and whirring around him. Several doctors in white coats busily attended to him. The elderly man was none other than Chen Yiheng. Chen Shui and a beautiful woman stood watch at the ward's entrance, with Chen Shui maintaining a stoic silence while the woman wept softly, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. At 8:30 a.m. sharp, Su Hechuan, leading a group of esteemed traditional Chinese doctors, arrived at the ward's entrance. Mr. Su, you have finally arrived, the beautiful woman exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Su Hechuan, as though she had found a pillar of hope. Su Hechuan nodded slightly, assuring her, Madam Chen, rest assured, we discussed a treatment plan overnight, and I am 30% confident in curing Mr. Chen. Quick, let us in and have a look. Following their in-depth discussions from the previous night, the doctors felt their skills had significantly improved. Even the esteemed Su Hechuan was no exception. However, the beautiful woman hesitated at his words. Madam Chen, time is of the essence. Mr. Chen's condition is precarious. You cannot afford to hesitate any longer. If we miss the optimal treatment opportunity, the situation will only worsen, urged Luo Xingzhong, a renowned physician from Bashu. Just then, the ward door swung open from the inside, and a young man stepped out. His name was Chen Song, the heir of the Chen family, who had rushed to Yuncheng upon learning of his father's sudden illness. Enough. Chen Song frowned and shut the door behind him, glaring at the assembled doctors, his voice low and tense. You are all going to kill my father with your meddling. Luo Lao, Su Lao, you have already treated my father, yet all you did was treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. Now my father is gravely ill, and you expect him to travel from Bashu to attend this so-called medical exchange conference. And now you come here with feigned compassion, claiming that saving lives is urgent. What were you doing 2 days ago? His words left the esteemed doctors visibly remorseful. In truth, they had already treated Mr. Chen, but had seen little success until last night's discussions led to a potential new approach, prompting their hasty return. Little did they know that the Chen family had lost faith in them. Xiao Chen, we were previously limited in our capabilities, but now, united in purpose, we truly have a feasible method we wish to try. Luo Lao, what do you take my father for? A guinea pig for your experiments? Chen Song scoffed, his voice heavy with disdain. Now that Professor Hage is here, he is guaranteed he can cure my father's illness. So you may leave. With that, Chen Song turned and re-entered the ward, the door slamming shut behind him, leaving the corridor once again in silence. The elderly doctors wore solemn expressions, none daring to speak. I sincerely apologize, esteemed seniors. Xiao Bing spoke without thought. Please forgive her. The beautiful woman quickly stepped forward to mediate, urging, you should all leave now. However, none of the doctors made a move to depart, their gazes fixed on Su Hechuan, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Alas, Chen Song is right. We have indeed erred. Su Hechuan sighed, acknowledging their misjudgment, that we had a more reliable method at our disposal, yet we persisted in pursuing a risky course of action. That was unwise. Upon hearing this, the group frowned, having spent an entire night devising a compromise method, only to be told by Su Hechuan that there was a more reliable solution. Suddenly, Someone in the crowd had a realization and exclaimed, "That's right. The divine physician is right before us. Why should we seek far and wide?" "Yes, yes. Where is Dr. Yi? Quickly summon Dr. Yi. His miraculous hands will surely restore health," as one person spoke up. The other esteemed doctors began to awaken to the idea. Upon hearing the name of the divine physician, Chen Shui's otherwise placid face revealed a flicker of emotion. "The divine physician you speak of. Is it Yi Ning from Hui Chun Tang?" she queried suddenly. "Precisely." Su Hechuan confirmed that if Dr. Yi can personally intervene, Mr. Chen will likely recover swiftly. Chen Shui's eyes brightened at this revelation, though she found it hard to believe that Yi Ning could earn such esteem from so many top traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The priority was to seek Yi Ning's assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shui dashed out of the hospital, intending to find Yi Ning at Hui Chun Tang. Just as she reached the hospital entrance, a familiar Land Rover appeared before her. Chen Shui paused, and indeed, Yi Ning, Wang Ni, Xiaolan, and Wang Ying emerged from the vehicle. "Dr. Yi," Chen Shui exclaimed, rushing toward him. "Oh, Officer Chen." Yi Ning instinctively touched his face, confirming his identity before slowly speaking. "What a coincidence that you are here." Before he could finish, Chen Shui unexpectedly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Dr. Yi, I implore you to save my grandfather." "Officer Chen, what are you doing? Please stand and speak." Yi Ning was taken aback by Chen Shui's sudden act, hastily reaching out to help her up. Yet, she remained steadfast on her knees, her gaze unwavering as she looked up at Yi Ning. Pleading earnestly, "Divine Physician Yi, I beg you, please intervene and save my grandfather. If you can save him, I, Chen Shui, owe you a life debt." Her determination was palpable, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Ning. "Pfft, your life debt is worth less than money. I see you just want to latch on to Ning Ge." At this critical moment, Wang and I assumed the role of a little detective, scrutinizing Chen Shui with a dissatisfied pout. "Well, I can pay. Just name your price. And I, Chen Shui, will ensure you receive every cent, as long as you can save my grandfather." All right, I agree, but please rise." Yi Ning relented, feeling somewhat conflicted. After all, Chen Shui was still his disciple, and seeing her so readily offering her life for a relative stirred complex emotions within him. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to help Chun Yiheng, if only for his foolish disciple. As for the fee, Hui Chun Tang has its own rules. We do not have a precedent for consultations, travel expenses, labor costs, and consultation fees must all be accounted for. Wang Ni interjected promptly that Yi Ning could only smile wryly and shake his head as Chen Shui led him to the ward that a group of elder physicians anxiously awaited outside the ward. And upon seeing Yi Ning arrive, they rushed forward. "Divine Physician Yi, you have finally come. Dr. Yi, your presence is a relief." Their faces lit up with smiles as they greeted him. The once somber atmosphere among the elder doctors dissipated. For at that moment, Yi Ning was their savior. "Miss Chen, please, hurry and lead Dr. Yi to save him. With Dr. Yi here, Mr. Chen is sure to recover," Su Hechuan urged excitedly. Chen Shui nodded and said to Yi Ning, "Dr. Yi, please follow me." Yi Ning nodded slightly, leaving Wang Ni and the others outside as he followed Chen Shui. She knocked on the ward door before pushing it open, with Yi Ning closely behind. Inside the ward, the rhythmic beeping of machines filled the air, and several doctors in white coats were bustling about. Chen Song was frowning as he whispered in English with a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. "Professor H." Chen Shui and Yi Ning's sudden intrusion interrupted their conversation, prompting Chen Song to scowl at them. "Chen Shui, what are you doing barging in here?" "Uncle, I have brought a doctor to attend to Grandpa. Dr. Yi possesses remarkable medical skills and will surely be able to cure his ailment," Chen Shui hurriedly explained. "Heh." Chen Song let out a cold laugh, narrowing his eyes disdainfully at Yi Ning, who stood beside Chen Shui. "Chen Shui, it is because of you that the old man has fallen ill. Even the esteemed Master Luo Qingfeng of our clan met his demise because of you. Your guilt cannot be absolved, no matter the circumstances. Now, in your eagerness to prove yourself, you ought at the very least have found a respectable physician. You truly believe this boy here is superior to those renowned Chinese medicine experts outside. If they are at a loss, what makes you think this lad can heal Grandpa? Uncle, I acknowledge my faults, and I am prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. But dear why he truly can save Grandpa. I implore you to trust me. Enough. Qin Song interrupted Chen Shui, not sparing her another glance, and stated flatly, "The old man requires tranquility. You must leave at once. Otherwise, I shall have someone forcibly remove you." "Uncle." Chen Shui attempted to protest, but an elderly man clad in a black robe had already approached her, gesturing for her to leave with indifference. "Miss Chen, please." A flicker of despair crossed Chen Shui's eyes. Yet when she turned back, she saw that Yi Ning had inexplicably moved to Chen Yihang's side, deftly removing several needles from him. Yi Ning performed this action, a series of urgent, piercing alarms blared from several machines in the room. "Stop! Restrain him!" Only then did Qin Song notice Yi Ning's actions, exclaiming in shock. The black-robed elder standing before Chen Shui also tensed, his gaze sharpening as he lunged toward Yi Ning. With lightning speed, Yi Ning struck Chen Yihang at several points, then swiftly turned to slap the approaching black-clad elder. The elder, taken aback, retreated in alarm, stumbling backwards several steps before managing to regain his footing. "A master!" A thought flashed through the elder's mind. The seemingly simple slap from Yi Ning filled him with an overwhelming sense of inescapability and insurmountable power, causing a surge of fear to compel him to withdraw. "Chen Shui, you ungrateful descendant. Are you intent on killing the old man?" Chen Song's eyes widened in shock and fury as he glared at Chen Shui, preparing to order the immediate execution of both her and Yi Ning, when a voice of astonishment rang out beside him that, "Oh, my goodness!" Hage exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he leaped from his chair and hurried to the machines to check Chen Yihang's vital signs. His astonishment deepened as he turned to Yi Ning, gazing at him incredulously. "Remarkable man from the Dragon Country, what method did you just employ? It resembles the acupoint techniques of your skilled practitioners. Does it not? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? It is simply astonishing. Without any medicinal assistance, you managed to stabilize the patient's condition. How did you accomplish this?" Hage spoke entirely in English, and though Yi Ning had a basic grasp of the language, the urgency of the situation made Hage's rapid speech unintelligible to him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced at Chen Shui. Officer Chen, what was he just rambling on about?" Chapter 141. Taking action to save lives. Chen Shui's expression was peculiar. Yet the unexpected intervention by Hage and Yi Ning's sudden actions brought an immediate stillness to the atmosphere in the ward. Chen Shui translated Hage's words to Yi Ning, who nodded slightly and replied, "It is acupoint therapy, a technique of traditional Chinese medicine. Tell him that the symptoms of Elder Chen are rather unique, and I must personally intervene. He should instruct these individuals to stand aside. Additionally, all unrelated personnel must wait outside." As Yi Ning spoke, he gestured towards the Western doctors in white coats standing nearby. Chen Shui quickly relayed Yi Ning's message to Hage, who shook his head slightly. "No need, I understand." Hage did not respond to Yi Ning immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "The patient's condition is indeed somewhat unusual that if surgery is performed, I can ensure he does not perish, but there is a significant risk of brain death, resulting in a vegetative state. How confident are you in your abilities?" Yi Ning turned his gaze toward Chen Shui, who hastily translated, but Qin Song could no longer contain himself, rising to address Hage anxiously. "Mr. Hage, you must not abandon my father. Traditional Chinese medicine is utterly impotent against his affliction. So many renowned practitioners have failed. How could this unknown young man possibly? That single action he just performed is beyond the capability of Western medicine." Hage cut Qin Song off, his expression serious. "This is the miraculous art of traditional Chinese medicine. I have my own analyses and considerations, and do not require your instruction. Chen Song opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. A smile finally graced Chen Shui's face as she hurriedly conveyed Hage's words to Yi Ning. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning declared, "As long as I intervene, even the king of hell cannot claim him." "Is that true?" Hage's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, "May I observe? I wish to see how the miraculous traditional Chinese medicine creates miracles." After Chen Shui translated, Yi Ning promptly agreed to Hage's request. Hage nearly leaped with excitement, swiftly ushering the bewildered doctors out of the ward. Chen Song's expression darkened. He had no faith in Yi Ning's ability to save Chen Yiheng. However, with Hage's obstinate insistence, he felt powerless against the Western elder. "Chen Shui, if this lad fails to save Grandpa, you will pay with your life." Before exiting, Chen Song shot a narrowed-eyed glare at Chen Shui and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's brow furrowed slightly. He had acted in good faith for Chen Shui's sake, yet Chen Song's repeated unjust accusations against her had become intolerable. That if Chen Yiheng were to perish, what if I were to save him instead? Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Chen Song as he questioned sternly, "This is a matter of the Chen family. It concerns you not." Chen Song snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes at Yi Ning, and replied, "You should focus on treating my father. Should you succeed, I will ensure you are rewarded, but should my father meet his end, my family shall not spare you." With that, Chen Song turned and departed. Once everyone had exited the ward, only Yi Ning, Hage, and the unconscious Chen Yiheng remained. Chen Yiheng had indeed fallen ill due to the grief over Luo Qingfeng's death. But the root of the problem lay in old injuries. Years ago, he had suffered a severe blow, causing his meridians to reverse flow. For many years, he had relied on traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture to manage his condition. Yi Ning casually produced a set of silver needles and began to untangle Chen Yiheng's meridians through acupuncture. With each silver needle piercing the acupoints, Chen Yiheng's meridians were gradually restored. Hage, like an eager child, watched intently, not missing a single detail of Yi Ning's movements, which he found utterly astonishing. The ease with which Yi Ning inserted the silver needles, their tips quivering, was mesmerizing. After a while, Yi Ning finally withdrew his hands, drenched in sweat, and Chen Yiheng began to stir, slowly opening his eyes. Awakening, Chen Yiheng was filled with astonishment. The once cold and weak limbs were now flooded with warmth and strength. His entire body brimmed with youthful vitality. "Young friend, did you just save my life?" He laughed heartily, speaking with newfound vigor. Free from the frailty he had previously exhibited, Yi Ning nodded, replying nonchalantly, "It was I." Hage, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in shock, "My heavens, traditional Chinese medicine is simply miraculous. To think that a few simple needles could bring someone back from the brink of death." However, as Hage rambled on in English, neither Yi Ning nor Chen Yiheng understood him. Chen Yiheng merely frowned at Hage before retracting his gaze, appraising Yi Ning with a smile. "Ha. Splendid, splendid, indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. So many so-called esteemed physicians were unable to remedy my stubborn ailment. Yet now, with your deft touch, it is truly as if Hua Tuo has returned to the world." Outside the ward, Chen Song and the others heard the commotion and rushed in. "Grandpa." Upon seeing Chen Yiheng, now revitalized and full of spirit, Chen Shui was overcome with joy, throwing herself into his embrace. Chen Yiheng tenderly stroked Chen Shui's hair, sighing as a glimmer of affection shone in his eyes. "Father, you are well, completely well." Chen Song, rushing in, was astonished to discover that not only had Chen Yiheng awakened, but the previously reversed flow of his meridians had also been entirely rectified. Indeed, it is all thanks to this young miracle worker. From now on, this young miracle worker shall be a distinguished guest of the Chen family. Chen Song, this young miracle worker has not only saved my life, but has also cured my long-standing ailment. His kindness is akin to a rebirth, and you must express your gratitude properly. Chun Song nodded immediately, retrieving a blank check and presenting it to Yi Ning, arrogantly stating, "Kid, this check has a limit of 10 million. Write whatever amount you desire." Yi Ning frowned, not accepting the check. "What, kid, do you find this amount insufficient?" "Here, take this." Chun Song frowned as well, irritated, and pulled out a stack of blank checks, tossing them in front of Yi Ning, that at least 20 pieces, which amounts to a staggering 200 million in value. Yet, Yi Ning refrained from accepting, letting out a cold chuckle. "How much do you believe your father's life is worth?" As soon as these words escaped Yi Ning's lips, the atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. Chun Song, with the check still suspended in midair, flashed a glint of coldness in his eyes and replied indifferently, "Dr. Yi, I must admit, I had some misconceptions about you earlier. It was only outside. Upon encountering several renowned physicians that I came to know your esteemed name." Chapter 142, Apology with Prostration. So, because you were unaware of my identity just now, if I were to falter in my attempt to save someone, I would have to pay with my life. A hint of scorn played at the corners of Yi Ning's mouth as he spoke coolly. "By your reasoning, having just saved your father's life, should you not also owe me a life in return? No fault in that." Haige nodded seriously, surprisingly uttering a phrase in Chinese. Chun Song's expression darkened, just as he was about to speak, when Chen Yiheng, standing behind, suddenly interjected, "Dr. Yi, Chun Song is merely young and impetuous, acting out of concern. Do not hold it against him. Today, I have arranged a banquet in honor of Dr. Yi. Might you be gracious enough to attend?" "I have no time," Yi Ning interrupted Chun Yiheng's words with an indifferent tone, coldly stating, "Whether young and impetuous or concerned and confused, if I cannot save you today, do you believe I could leave this door unscathed? Your grandfather, having just recovered from a serious illness, thinks he can simply brush this off with a few words. Dr. Yi, you are the savior of my grandfather, and whatever it takes to satisfy you today, do not hesitate to voice it. I, Chen Yiheng, shall comply without reservation." Chen Yiheng's demeanor grew serious as he sat upright, earnestly gazing at Yi Ning. In that moment, Chun Song's face also shifted. For Yi Ning was merely a young doctor whom he had previously dismissed, yet these words from Chun Yiheng bore significant weight. "Apologize, prostrate in apology." Yi Ning's gaze fixed directly on Chun Song as he spoke calmly. Chun Song trembled violently, glancing towards Chun Yiheng, who remained as calm as a still lake, his voice cold. "Did you not hear Dr. Ye's command? Kneel." With his legs giving way, Chun Song fell to the ground. Humiliation etched across his face as he stared at Yi Ning, before suddenly bowing his head and forcefully striking it against the hard hospital floor. Observing this, Yi Ning let out a faint, satisfied snort and nodded approvingly. Chen Shui watched this scene with a complex expression and spoke to Yi Ning. "Dr. Yi, I am grateful to you. Please state your consultation fee, and I will ensure it is paid in full. For acupuncture, it ranges from 30 to 300, and with the house call, the total is 500. Yi Ning pondered momentarily before stating, "All right." Chen Shui promptly retrieved her wallet and paid the 500 without hesitation. Witnessing this, Chen Yiheng exhibited a contemplative expression. As Yi Ning prepared to leave, Chen Yiheng turned his gaze to Chen Shui and smiled. "Chen Shui, did you invite Dr. Yi? Do you know each other?" "Yes, grandfather, we had some previous interactions, but since I became an apprentice, we have lost contact." Chen Shui answered without hesitation. Chen Yiheng nodded, revealing a thoughtful expression as he spoke softly. "I previously promised you that I would no longer interfere with your decisions. Acknowledging Zheng Ning as your master, that a promise made is a promise kept. I shall depart for Sichuan first thing tomorrow morning. As for your future, the decision rests with you. Thank you for your understanding." "Grandfather." After days of gloom, Chen Shui finally wore a smile. As Chen Song rose from the floor, his face was stormy, and he furrowed his brows. "Father, this cannot be. If it were not for Chen Shui, you would not have been in such a critical condition, on the brink of death." Chen Shui can barely be considered to have atoned for her sins. Moreover, old Luo died because of her. Silence. Chen Yiheng's voice thundered, stating solemnly, "Upon returning to the family, you shall face the wall for reflection. You are not permitted to step beyond the threshold for 6 months." Chen's song froze, his face paling. After leaving the ward, Yining politely declined the invitation from Su Hechuan and others for dinner that evening. His objectives for this medical exchange had been achieved. Wang Ying had greatly benefited, and he estimated that it would not be long before she could independently handle cases, at which point he could free himself from his duties at the Huichun Hall. As he exited the Yun City Hospital, Lin Yongle and Su Ning were waiting at the entrance, both wearing smiles upon seeing Yi Ning. Why Ning, it's been just 3 days, and you've transformed remarkably. I hardly recognized you. Su Ning greeted him with enthusiasm. Indeed, Yi Ning, among the cohort of students back then, you were the most unassuming. It's astonishing how much you've changed in just a few years. You are now a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Yongle chimed in. Mr. Lin, Su Ning, please refrain from teasing me. Just get to the point. Yi Ning replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Although Lin Yongle had been his instructor in foundational subjects at the medical university, they had minimal interaction. The same applied to Su Ning, who had switched majors after their first year, pursuing a popular clinical specialty and subsequently becoming a legendary figure among Yi Ning and his roommates. We actually have some matters to discuss, Lin Yongle said with a subtle smile, pulling out a red invitation card from his document bag and extending it to Yi Ning. In half a month, it will be the 60th anniversary celebration of Yun City Medical University. If you have the time, do remember to return to your alma mater. While Lin Yongle spoke casually, his eyes bore an eager intensity, as if he were longing for Yi Ning's response. Yi Ning took the invitation and felt a jolt of astonishment. This invitation was not given lightly. The 60th anniversary was a grand occasion, and those receiving such invitations were distinguished alumni. It was indeed surprising for someone who had graduated less than 2 years ago to receive such an honor. He recalled that at every school anniversary, the outstanding alumni invited were at least in their 30s. Some even had white hair and were well into their old age. He still remembered the last anniversary where the speaker was the director of Yun City Occupational Disease Hospital, who had also been an exemplary graduate of Yun City Medical University, now over 50 years old, sporting a receding hairline and dressed in formal attire, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Mr. Lin, considering I graduated less than 2 years ago, am I truly deserving of this title of distinguished alumni? Ambition knows no age. Lin Yongle interjected, his tone earnest. Do not downplay your achievements, even among those who graduated 5, 10, 20, or 50 years ago. How many possess the qualifications to stand on the podium and critique Su Hechuan? Yi Ning, if you are unable to attend, that is one thing, but do not dismiss this opportunity with excuses. Yi Ning could only nod in agreement. The conversation had reached a point where further reluctance would seem unreasonable. Seeing Yi Ning acquiesce, Lin Yongle finally sighed in relief, a smile spreading across his face. Then, Yi Ning, we shall await your esteemed presence. Chapter 143. Ascending the mountain, I am not worthy of such praise. Yi Ning hastily waved his hands in farewell to Lin Yongle and Su Ning. Ningguo, you are a graduate of the medical university. No wonder you are so exceptional. On the way back, Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration. What is so great about the medical university? The real impressive one is Ningguo. Did you not hear what that bespectacled fellow just said? Talents like Ningguo are rare even at the medical university. Wang and I scoffed, her expression brimming with pride, as if she shared in Yi Ning's glory. Just past noon, Yi Ning felt particularly cheerful, so he treated the 3 girls to lunch before heading directly back to Huichun Hall. During the afternoon consultations, Yi Ning frequently sought Wang Ying's opinions. And when patients came for treatment, he would sometimes allow her to make the initial diagnosis and propose treatment plans, which he would then supplement and correct. With Yi Ning's guidance, Wang Ying made rapid progress. The following morning, Yining called Wang Hu to inform him that he would not be going to Huichun Hall that day, and subsequently dialed the number of the old man who had sold him the blood gourd a few days prior. The call connected shortly. "Hello? Old man, I'm the buyer who paid you 30,000 as a deposit a couple of days ago. Do you have time today? The exchange conference has concluded, and we should fulfill our prior agreement." "Haha, boss. I've been waiting for your call." The old man's voice came through immediately. "Boss, let us meet at the foot of Wulong Mountain in half an hour." "All right," Yining replied and hung up the phone. After ending the call, Yining headed straight for the foot of Wulong Mountain. The Wulong Villa itself was situated at the mountain's base, and within 10 minutes he arrived. Approximately 20 minutes later, a white van slowly approached, followed by a long convoy. Upon witnessing this, Yining couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. The white van came to a halt right in front of Yining. The door swung open, and an elderly man stepped out. Following him, the entourage of vehicles also opened their doors, and a tall woman clad in a flowing gown alighted first. Her face was mostly obscured by oversized sunglasses. Yet it was evident from the fair skin, delicate nose, and cherry-like lips that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Behind her trailed a group of imposing bodyguards, each towering and wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of intimidation. From their presence, Yining could distinctly sense a hint of martial prowess. "Who are they?" Yining furrowed his brow as he exchanged glances with the leading woman, both turning their gazes towards the elderly man. Inquiring with curiosity, the old man looked at the woman and said, "Boss Shui, this is the individual I mentioned earlier, the one who purchased my blood gourd for 600,000. He then turned to Yining and added, "This lovely lady is Boss Xu. It is quite a coincidence, as she was connected through a brother of mine who ventured into the mountains with me to gather herbs. She offered a handsome sum for the blood gourd. But since it has already been sold to you, she wishes to accompany me to the mountains to see if there are any more available." The old man's weathered face bloomed with delight, clearly having gained considerable benefits from this so-called Boss Shui. The woman, named Xuelan, was the eldest daughter of the Shui family, desperately seeking a blood gourd to prolong her father's life. Thus, she scoured the renowned mountains of Dragon Country, finally uncovering leads at the foot of Wulong Mountain in Yunqing, only to discover it had already been sold. "Young man, I am willing to offer you 10 times the price you paid, 6 million, for the blood gourd you acquired." Xuelan, being half a head taller than Yining and wearing high heels, looked down at him and stated plainly. Yining slightly frowned and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot sell the blood gourd. I still need it." Xuelan's eyes narrowed behind her sunglasses, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Very well. I have traversed numerous famed mountains for months, and despite my meager findings, you are the first to dare reject a request from the Shui family." As her words fell, her cadre of bodyguards stepped forward in unison, their imposing presence palpable. The old man was taken aback, chuckling nervously at Yining while wildly blinking his eyes, urging, "Boss, who would turn down money? You should consider selling. A quick flip and you would profit over 5 million. What a lucrative deal." "I'm afraid I cannot sell the blood gourd. I still need it," Yining reiterated, his gaze steady on Xuelan, unfazed by the intimidation of the bodyguards. Xuelan raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a playful smirk as she coldly whispered, "You are courting death, miss." Just as Xuelan was about to unleash her wrath, an elderly man in traditional attire stepped forward, speaking softly. "Miss, is it really necessary to resort to violence with such a person?" Xuelan frowned at the old man, clearly displeased. However, he smiled with a sinister glint in his eyes and said, "Since the young man is unwilling to part with the blood gourd, let us accompany this esteemed elder up the mountain to see if there are any left. If there are none, we can always return to the young man for assistance later. Once we secure the blood gourd, my grandfather will be saved. Since this young man possesses it, why should we trouble ourselves to climb the mountain?" Xuelan's brows knitted as she questioned the old man. "But if he refuses to sell, we cannot force him, can we?" "That would be rather domineering of you, miss." The old man in traditional garb chuckled awkwardly. his face a mask of feigned difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xuelan's frown deepened, and when she turned to Yi Ning again, a faint cold smile graced her lips. "Young man, I have decided I will have the blood gourd. Since you are already here, let us ascend the mountain together, and if we cannot find more, I hope you will consider relinquishing the one in your possession. I do not wish to impose." Yi Ning felt a surge of displeasure. Xuelan's polite demeanor masked an undeniable assertiveness. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed together." He gestured for the old man to lead the way. The old man glanced between Yi Ning and Xuelan's group, eventually giving a slight nod and sighing as he took the lead. The old man walked ahead, with Yi Ning following closely and two vigilant bodyguards flanking him, their eyes never straying from the pair. Xuelan changed into a pair of sneakers and walked alongside the old man, with several bodyguards trailing behind. After trekking for a considerable time, the two bodyguards behind Yi Ning and the old man suddenly commanded, "You two halt. The miss is tired and wishes to rest here." The old man immediately greeted them with a smile, and Yi Ning remained silent, sitting down on the spot. "Boss here. Have a smoke." The old man squatted beside Yi Ning, offering him a hand-rolled cigarette. "I'm afraid I don't smoke." Yi Ning smiled, declining, and then closed his eyes to rest. "And I must confess, boss, today's events are rather unorthodox on my part, but it was unavoidable." The old man spoke awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "After all, how could a big boss like you, who casually spends hundreds of thousands, arrive here alone?" The old man took a puff from his cigarette, shaking his head helplessly. This situation was indeed peculiar. Facing Xuelan and her entourage alone made the old man feel somewhat uneasy. However, Yi Ning's presence only intensified that feeling, as it was clear that the opposing group was not comprised of benevolent individuals. If something were to go awry, the thought left the old man with a furrowed brow, dispelling any joy from his earlier gains that he had contemplated urging Yi Ning to leave, but it was evident that opportunity had slipped away. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow and glanced at the distressed old man puffing on his cigarette, smiling as he asked, "What is the matter?" "Regretting your choices. Regret." The old man chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "What do I have to regret? I've lived this long. It's been worthwhile. It's just a pity for you, young man. You're so wealthy at such a young age and have unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. You two, quiet down, no whispering." The two bodyguards keeping watch did not leave their posts, frowning at the pair as they issued a warning. The old man immediately fell silent, but Yi Ning felt a stir of inspiration and whispered, "Old sir, to be candid, this journey is perilous that if things turn sour. Stay close to me, and I'll ensure your safe escape." The old man chuckled wryly, clearly dismissing the young man's words. "Master, young man, I sincerely apologize today. We harbor no ill intentions." That moment, the elderly man clad in traditional attire, who had been shadowing Xuelan, approached them, offering an apologetic gaze. He handed them each a fragrant sachet, saying, "Take this. It's quite effective against mosquitoes." "Thank you, sir." The old man replied with a broad smile, carefully accepting the sachet and bringing it to his nose for a sniff before pocketing it. Yi Ning also accepted the sachet, offering a playful smile to the traditional-clad elder before stowing it away. After a brief respite, the group set off once more in the summer forest. The lush greenery shielded them from the scorching sun, yet it transformed the woods into a veritable sauna, rendering the heat unbearable. Xuelan and her entourage were already drenched in sweat, while beads of perspiration trickled down the old man's forehead. However, when he turned to look at Yi Ning, he found the young man unflustered, breathing steadily and maintaining a deliberate pace behind him. Witnessing this, the old man felt a flicker of faith in Yi Ning's earlier assurances. After trekking for half a day, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, they finally arrived at the location where the old man had discovered the blood gourd. The old man pointed to a steep hillside ahead and addressed Xuelan and her entourage. "Boss Xue, this is where I found the blood gourd." Xuelan's eyes lit up at the mention, and she quickly commanded her bodyguards to begin digging, eager to unearth the blood gourd. However, Yi Ning and the old man were restrained in place by two bodyguards, while Xuelon, with a faint smile, stood beside them, clearly having no intention of allowing them to participate in the excavation. This arrangement ensured that any blood gourds discovered would belong solely to her. The steep hillside before them was indeed peculiar, its soil rich, dark, and soft, making it ideal for digging. The bodyguards advanced and effortlessly broke through the surface layer of soil. However, the medicinal herbs on the surface had long been harvested by the old man and his companions, leaving the bodyguards to dig deep without yielding any results. Upon witnessing this, Xuelan's brows finally furrowed. "Old man, how did you manage to locate the blood gourd?" Xuelan inquired, her tone now laden with scrutiny. "Boss Xue, I have been foraging in Wulong Mountain for years, and I only discovered this treasure trove a few days ago." The old man replied with a dry laugh. "Strangely enough, the soil here is fertile. I thought I would find plenty, yet I only unearthed a few yam roots. While digging for yams, I stumbled upon a blood gourd and thought perhaps there were more to be found. So I dug for half a day, but ultimately found nothing." Xuelon scrutinized the old man's expression, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Old man, dig again for me that I'll pay 60,000 for each blood gourd you find." "Boss Xue, if I could have found it, I would have done so on that very day. As you can see, even with so many of you, you couldn't find any." "How could I?" The old man chuckled awkwardly, his face etched with difficulty. The elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire approached with a sardonic smile, observing Xuelon with a mocking demeanor. "Miss, having never engaged in such laborious tasks, it is only natural for you to be unaware of the intricacies involved. That blood gourd was discovered while excavating yam. Yams typically root deeply underground, with tendrils extending several meters below the surface. They are merely scratching the surface now, so it is no wonder they find nothing. If we were to dig deeper, perhaps we might indeed uncover something." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xuelan's eyes sparkled with realization, and she hastily admonished the bodyguards digging on the hillside. "Did you hear that? Dig harder. Go deeper. We will surely find the blood gourd. Old fellow, these bodyguards have little experience in herbal foraging. You should lend them a hand," the tan-clad elder suggested, still wearing a smile. The old man chuckled awkwardly, his expression turning grim. Xuelon, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Yes, old man, join them in their digging. I shall offer 1 million for each blood gourd found." The herbalist opened his mouth to protest, but the tan-clad elder narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint evident in his gaze. Ultimately, the herbalist swallowed his words and dutifully ascended the mountain to assist in the search. Only then did the tan-clad elder turn his gaze to Yi Ning, sneering, "Boy, do not just stand there. Join in the digging. Indeed, young man, do not merely observe. I am a woman of my word. I shall not retract my promise that I will pay 6 million for your blood gourd. And if you manage to find one today, I will add another 1,000,000. Xuelon quickly added that Yi Ning cast a casual glance at the tan-clad elder, whose eyes glimmered with anticipation, and then turned to the eagerly impatient Xuelon, responding with a smile, "Miss Xue, many matters cannot be resolved merely with money." "Ha, you pauper! How much wealth do you possess?" "At my age, I have yet to encounter a situation that money cannot resolve." Xuelon retorted with a cold laugh. "As long as the price is right, money can indeed solve all problems. Since you insist, I have nothing further to say," Yi Ning replied, shaking his head with a smile. He then turned to the tan-clad elder, speaking playfully, "Old man, this woman is quite bothersome to me, that I can overlook today's events as if nothing transpired. I hold no interest in what you seek. So let us maintain our distance and not interfere with one another." Chapter 145. The mask falls away. The tan-clad elder's gaze sharpened at his words, yet he merely smiled and nodded, refraining from further comment. "What are you two discussing? What is this about?" Xuelon frowned, her irritation evident as she chastised, "Elder Tang, are you playing games with me? Speak plainly." "Fear not, miss. You shall soon understand," the elder replied with a faint smile. As soon as he spoke, one of the bodyguards digging on the hillside suddenly leaped up in excitement, a blood-red gourd shimmering brilliantly in the fading sunlight. The blood gourd! I found it! Shuelan's heart raced at the sight. Her fists clenched in exhilaration. However, in the next moment, the bodyguard let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions, rolling down the cliff. At that moment, they were precariously positioned on a precipice. With a bottomless chasm below, the bodyguard fell without a sound. "What is happening?" Shuelan exclaimed in shock. Just then, several other bodyguards on the hillside began to scream in agony, their bodies convulsing as they collapsed. Rolling downwards, "It's haunted! It's haunted!" The herbalist, in a panic, dashed down the slope, his face a mask of terror. They must have offended the mountain spirit. The spirit has unleashed its wrath. Forgive us, dear spirit. Forgive us! As the herbalist knelt and began to bow repeatedly to the hillside, the sudden turn of events left Shuelan's last two bodyguards, who were somewhat trained, scrambling to protect her. One shielded her while the other rushed to catch the two convulsing guards. Yet in the next moment, he too shrieked as he fell, plummeting over the cliff. What is happening?" Shuelan gasped, her face ashen as she turned to the Tang-clad elder, frantically asking, "Elder Tang, what is going on? What is happening?" "Calm yourself, Miss Shui," the Tang-clad elder replied, bearing a chilling smile as he gestured towards Yining. "Let this young man explain it to you." Shuelan quickly turned her gaze to Yining, who shrugged and said, "They did not offend the mountain spirit, nor is it a haunting. They have been poisoned. The blood gourd, while highly nourishing, is also a potent toxin. How could there not be toxic substances surrounding it? These toxins, like the blood gourd, lie hidden underground, thus seldom harming anyone. However, with your reckless excavations, you have surely disturbed them, allowing the poison to emerge. Indeed, a true expert." The Tang-clad elder inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes at Yining with a knowing smile. How could this be? Shuelan's complexion paled, and she suddenly turned to the Tang-clad elder, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Elder Tang, what do you mean by this? You clearly knew there were toxins inside. Why did you not stop them? Why let them perish? The situation is complex here. Miss Shui, if I did not allow some of your bodyguards to perish, how could I proceed with my plans against you?" The Tang-clad elder's smile turned frigid, his true nature finally revealed. "Why? Why would you do this? The Shui family pays you so much each year. Why would you want to harm me? What benefit is there for you in this?" Shuelan exclaimed, a mixture of anger and shock evident in her voice. The Tang-clad elder laughed heartily, shaking his head in amusement. "Miss Shui, do you truly believe I, Tang Xiaotian, would willingly serve beneath you, to toil for a mere few million? Let me tell you the truth. Your grandfather's illness is the result of my covert machinations. In 3 days, he shall awaken as my puppet. From that point onward, the entire Shui family shall be mine to command. As for the blood gourd's antidote, it was merely a fabrication of mine, designed to manipulate the Shui family into helping me locate the blood gourd. Once I find it, I will also obtain the red blood ant that dwells in its habitat. With the blood toxin, my power will ascend to unparalleled heights." "Ha!" Tang Xiaotian's laughter echoed with unrestrained glee. "Tang Xiaotian, the old master anticipated your treachery long ago. But before the final bodyguard, who had steadfastly shielded Shuelan, could finish his warning, he was struck down, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed. Lifeless, the Shui family shall not miss such a loyal hound. Unfortunately, I have already poisoned you. A single misstep, and you shall succumb to the venom." Tang Xiaotian sneered. "Li Cheng, Li Cheng, what has happened? Please awaken, protect me," Shuelan cried out in desperation. Her face pale as she witnessed her bodyguard, Li Cheng, lie motionless, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, lifeless. "Miss Shui, I advise you to cease your futile efforts. Come to my side, and I assure you, I shall not kill you. How could I bear to let such a beautiful maiden perish? Serve me well, and perhaps you may live to a ripe old age." Tang Xiaotian leered, inching closer to Shuelan. Xuelan retreated step by step, shaking her head in terror. In a moment of panic, she dashed behind Yi Ning, pleading, "Help me. Please save me. I will pay you any amount." "Young man, what was it you said earlier? We should not interfere with one another. Correct? I could let you leave, but only you alone that go now." Tang Xiaotian observed the herbalist and Yi Ning with a seemingly benign smile, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The herbalist, bewildered, stammered, then, "Shall we take our leave?" "Boss?" As he spoke, he grasped Yi Ning's hand, eager to escape the perilous situation. "That no, you cannot leave. You cannot abandon me. You must save me. I am a member of the Shui family, the legitimate daughter of the Shui family. If you save me, I will grant you anything." Xuelan clutched tightly to the arms of the herbalist and Yi Ning, desperation in her voice. "Bah! Can money buy a life? If I had a life, would I waste it on money? Boss Shui, surely you could show us some mercy and allow us to leave." The herbalist retorted, forcefully shaking off Xuelan's grip as he attempted to pull Yi Ning away. Yet Yi Ning remained rooted to the spot. "Boss, I was only considering your 30,000 as a reason to leave with you, that if you choose not to go, I may very well depart first." The herbalist, having made up his mind to escape, prepared to flee, leaving behind a parting remark, "No need to run. You cannot escape." Yi Ning's voice was calm as he tossed the fragrant sachet, gifted to them by Tang Xiaotian, onto the ground, sneering, "This trinket was likely a tool you provided for tracking us. Was it not?" Chapter 146. A hidden realm. The old herbalist, upon hearing Yi Ning's words, hastily retrieved the fragrant pouch he had been clutching in his bosom and tossed it to the ground. His face reflecting sheer panic. Yi Ning, wearing a cold smile, was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of Tang Xiaotian, whose heart was as ruthless as his methods. Now that he had thoroughly betrayed the Shui family and exposed his identity, how could he possibly leave any survivors? The pretense of sparing them was merely a ploy to absorb the blood poison first. After dealing with Xuelan, he would come back to hunt them down. Yes, he would not let you escape. Save me. As long as you rescue me, I assure you that you will not be treated poorly," Xuelan exclaimed, as though a glimmer of hope had appeared before him. "We are all in the same boat. Protect me, and I shall ensure that you reap the benefits of my survival." "Haha, young lad, I had initially intended to absorb the blood poison before killing you. If you had fled with all your might, there might have been a slim chance of survival. But alas." Tang Xiaotian shook his head regretfully as he gazed at Yi Ning. Yi Ning, however, maintained his composure, gazing back at Tang Xiaotian with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he spoke. "What makes you so certain that you will prevail against me?" "Ah." Tang Xiaotian laughed heartily, his pride unabashed. "I, Tang Xiaotian, have traversed the martial world for decades. Countless so-called righteous sects, who considered themselves masters, have perished at my hands, and you, a mere child, dare to underestimate me." As he spoke, Xuelan had seized the opportunity to make a hasty escape, leaving the herbalist momentarily stupefied. Suddenly, he felt Tang Xiaotian's piercing gaze shift towards him. The last vestige of courage within him evaporated, and he turned to flee in a desperate dash, driven by the terror of death. The two fled at a speed that was surprisingly comparable, vanishing from Yi Ning and Tang Xiaotian's sight in mere moments. "My apologies, young brother, that I had no intention of killing you right away. But it seems I have changed my mind, that I will eliminate you first before seeking the blood poison Ant King." With a cold smirk, Tang Xiaotian lunged towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning quickly dodged, aware of the danger. The moment he laid eyes on Tang Xiaotian, he realized this man possessed poison mastery, indicating he was certainly no benevolent figure. It was only due to Xuelan's arrogance that Yi Ning had previously stood by. Witnessing Tang Xiaotian slaughter the bodyguards, after exchanging a few blows with Tang Xiaotian, and confirming that Xuelan and the old herbalist had safely distanced themselves, Yi Ning finally struck with ferocity. He countered with a powerful palm strike aimed at the advancing Tang Xiaotian. Tang Xiaotian's face contorted in a savage expression, for Yi Ning had finally chosen to retaliate, Dark poisonous energy swirled ominously within his palm, promising toxicity with the slightest touch. Yet, a layer of transparent protective energy encircled Yi Ning's hand, dispersing the toxic aura effortlessly. With a resounding clash, Tang Xiaotian felt an overwhelming force strike him, his arm bones fracturing under the pressure. And he was sent hurtling backward. "You are a master?" he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. No. Even a master could not possibly wield external energy with such finesse. Before he could finish speaking, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Ning's hand as a silver needle shot forth, piercing through his forehead and exiting from the back of his skull. Tang Xiaotian's expression froze in astonishment, but he could utter no more words, his body slowly tilting backward, lifeless that as he fell, his lips trembled as if he had more to say. Yet he was granted no further opportunity. Black blood gushed from the wound in his head, and soon, the hillside was filled with a rustling sound as a tide of red ants surged forth from the earth. Yi Ning leaped onto a towering tree, frowning as he observed the unfolding chaos below. The blood within Tang Xiaotian was laced with potent toxins, which were equally irresistible to the blood ants. In an instant, Tang Xiaotian and the recently fallen bodies were engulfed by the swarm, leaving not a trace behind, not even their garments, which were reduced to remnants by the ants' venom. Wherever rare treasures and celestial materials existed, poisonous guardians were sure to be present. Tang Xiaotian had sought the blood poison from the blood ants, only to meet his own demise at their hands. It was not until the swarm dissipated that Yi Ning descended from the tree. The blood ants were indeed a rare breed of poison, suitable for medicinal use. But Yi Ning had not come here for them. The existence of genius treasures was a result of natural providence. According to the records of the Medical Immortals Manual, the blood gourd was a creation of blood evil, requiring the essence of fierce beasts for its formation. However, in this world where spiritual energy was scarce, could there truly be fierce beasts within Wulong Mountain? One must understand that even a master would be no match for a fierce beast. Yi Ning was filled with confusion as he arrived here. But upon observing the terrain, clarity dawned upon him. There were no fierce beasts here, but rather a natural falling phoenix slope. This falling phoenix slope was also a renowned treasure ground within the Medical Immortals Manual, a terrain formed on steep cliffs. Exceedingly rare. Only where the cliff tops provided a nesting ground for gray falcons could such a formation exist. Upon reaching maturity, the adult gray falcons would push the fledglings off the cliff. If they failed their first flight, they would meet a tragic end. The remains of these falcons thus nourished the land, making it fertile. Yet, the terrain of the falling phoenix slope was not as simple as it appeared. The Medical Immortals Manual clearly stated that the true treasure lay beneath the ground, where the lower the terrain, the greater the shelter it received. Consequently, Yi Ning directed his gaze towards the steep cliff and leaped downward. As he descended, visibility diminished and a faint white mist began to envelop him, growing thicker by the moment. His garments became dampened by the mist, and as he controlled his descent, he circulated his protective energy. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy grow increasingly dense, stirring excitement within him. Perhaps there were even more precious celestial materials awaiting him below. However, upon reaching the bottom, Yi Ning was left dumbfounded. The base of the falling phoenix slope led into a cave, within which lay a simple stone mat, illuminated by a beam of heavenly light that Yi Ning was astonished. It appeared that someone had beaten him to it, having not only reaped the benefits beneath the falling phoenix slope, but also constructed a cave for their own secluded cultivation. The spiritual energy at the base of the falling phoenix slope was incomparably richer than that of the outside world, undoubtedly an ideal location for secluded cultivation. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ning could only shake his head in disappointment. He had arrived too late. However, as he attentively sensed his surroundings, he discovered no traces of any person nearby. Feeling puzzled, he stepped cautiously towards the cave's entrance. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings while traversing the lengthy corridor. Upon exiting the cave, he found himself in a medicinal garden, flourishing with various herbs, reishi, ginseng, and more. alongside several thatched cottages. Yet still, there was no sign of life, and Yi Ning could sense no presence of any individuals. Chapter 147. A clean escape. Yi Ning, feeling somewhat skeptical, called out a few times, but received no response. Reassured, he circled the medicinal garden a couple of times before knocking on the door to the main room. The door was unlocked, and within, a thin layer of dust coated the furnishings, indicating it had been some time since anyone had resided there. Driven by curiosity, Yi Ning picked up a handwritten journal resting on the table and opened it. To his astonishment, the signature read Qiao Huayu. Realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the secluded abode of Qiao Huayu. Qiao Huayu's ability to break through to the master level and his rapid advancement over the years were undoubtedly due to this auspicious location. However, now it was all for naught, as Yi Ning had eradicated him, turning everything to ashes in an instant. So that is how it is. Yi Ning's lips curled into a faint smile, now that he was in Qiao Huayu's former residence. He felt no hesitation in scavenging the place. After a thorough search, Yi Ning discovered 2 tomes of martial arts. One was titled Tranquil Heart Technique, and the other, Taiji Boxing. To his surprise, both texts bore connections to Taoism. The Tranquil Heart Technique was evidently a high-level Taoist practice, while the Taiji Boxing was certainly not the commonplace version, but rather an authentic transmission of Taoism, as Yi Ning discerned upon casually perusing the illustrations. Though the 2 tomes were commendable, they felt akin to mere trinkets to Yi Ning. After wandering around a bit more, he found no further treasures aside from the precious herbs in the garden. That a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. Just as he prepared to leave the courtyard, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a vast lake, its surface eerily calm and deep, as though bottomless. The most peculiar aspect was that the door to the courtyard directly faced the lake. Additionally, a small offering platform was set before the lake, adorned with incense offerings. Yi Ning's expression shifted slightly as a chilling, dangerous aura washed over him. Qiao Huayu and his companions must have been worshipping something. The atmosphere emanating from the lake was frigid and piercing, prompting Yi Ning to refrain from lingering any longer, swiftly retreating along a side path. Upon exiting the gorge, he turned back to find the lake and courtyard had vanished from sight, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The entity worshipped within that lake was likely the fierce beast chronicled within the Medical Immortals Manual. Initially, Yi Ning had been skeptical about the existence of fierce beasts in this world, but it appeared that the formation of the Blood Gourd had no connection to them. While beneath the falling phoenix slope, a fierce beast had indeed been nurtured. To nurture a fierce beast in a world so depleted of spiritual energy was undoubtedly remarkable. Yi Ning pressed his lips together, realizing he needed to hasten his cultivation, that if he could break through to the innate level or even higher, he would stand a fighting chance against a fierce beast, and perhaps even tame it, making this place his own haven for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yi Ning made his way down Wulong Mountain, and upon returning to the Villa District, he changed his appearance and entered Villa No. 1. Master. Upon the arrival of Yi Ning, Chen Shui hurriedly approached with utmost respect. Yi Ning nodded slightly, tossing the Qing Xinju and Taijiquan manuals to Chen Xui to him. These tomes held little value, yet to Chen Shui they were treasures of inestimable worth. Since you have chosen to follow me, I have yet to impart a single technique or the authentic methods of cultivation to you. These 2 volumes, one focusing on mental discipline and the other on martial arts, will greatly benefit your practice. Apply yourself diligently. Thank you, Master, Chen Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she cradled the 2 manuals with reverence. Observing this scene, Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction and leisurely made his way to the kitchen. Retrieving several herbs and a blood gourd he had gathered from the herb garden on the mountain earlier that day, that he intended to concoct a potion but lacked an alchemical furnace, thus resorting to a pressure cooker as a makeshift substitute. Setting the pressure cooker over the gas flame, Yi Ning followed the alchemical methods outlined in the Xianju to prepare the concoction. Given his current level of cultivation, success should have been straightforward. However, the absence of a proper furnace and the mundane flame of the gas stove rendered his endeavor arduous. After toiling for an entire afternoon, his efforts culminated in a meager yield of 5 glossy black pills, leaving him soiled and weary. As night fell and Yi Ning returned home, he found Zheng Huilan dining alone on a bowl of plain noodle soup. Surprised by the sight, he inquired, "Mother, now that I am no longer in need of money, why do you settle for such a meager meal in the evening?" "Oh, it's nothing. I have simply grown accustomed to it," Zheng Huilan replied with a smile. "Isn't life just a series of simple meals?" Hearing her words, Yi Ning felt a pang of guilt. The operating hours of his clinic and his duties had inevitably resulted in his absence from home during dinner. Now that he was financially secure and the clinic was running smoothly, he had neglected to care for his mother. "All right, Mother, allow me to prepare a couple of dishes for you. Please wait here," Yi Ning declared, heading to the kitchen to stir-fry a plate of pork and a dish of tomato beef stew. Once completed, he decided to join Zheng Huilan at the table, sharing a meal together for a rare moment. With Yi Ning's culinary skills proving quite adept, the two dishes were a feast for the senses, prompting Zheng Huilan's spirits to lift, and she even consumed half a bowl more than usual. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Yi Ning's home, atop Wulong Mountain, even in the dead of night, where visibility was nearly non-existent, two figures continued to traverse the rugged terrain. One was an elderly herbalist, and the other was Xue Lan. At this moment, Xue Lan had lost all semblance of her former elegance. Her garments were torn by thorns and brambles, and as she navigated the treacherous path, she resorted to crawling, her body smeared with dirt and disheveled. Despite her labored breathing and the blood seeping from her delicate hands, clearly bruised and battered, she pressed on with unwavering resolve. The herbalist, however, appeared quite at ease, sitting a short distance ahead, leisurely puffing on a hand-rolled cigarette while watching Xue Lan struggle towards him. "Boss Xue, pick up the pace. At this rate, we may take another 2 hours to exit Wulong Mountain." He chuckled. "This is unacceptable. We're moving far too slowly," Xue Lan murmured fearfully under her breath, hastening her pace, only to stumble and fall. Grimacing in pain, she stifled her cries, knowing that Tang Xiaodian, that scoundrel, had already dealt with Yi Ning and was now searching for them nearby. With this thought, Xue Lan suppressed her agony and persevered, her eyes shimmering with fierce determination as she gritted her teeth and pressed forward. The herbalist took a leisurely drag from his cigarette, rose with a cheerful demeanor, and led the way ahead.